May I request the ladies at the back to please find yourselves a seat. A very good morning, ladies and a few gentlemen that we see around. I do take this opportunity of welcoming you all to the 5th edition of the India Today Women Summit and Awards, a platform where women from all walks of life converge to share their challenges, their achievements, their stories of struggle, and their moments of triumph, where they have challenged the status quo and redefined the meaning of success and power. From here on, I'd like to invite on stage Ms. Kali Puri, Group Synergy and Creative Officer, India Today Group, to deliver the welcome address.
I can hear so much buzz at the back. There's obviously lots of good gossip being traded. And as soon as I finish on the podium here, I'm going to be at the back there sharing those secrets with you. So can we all settle down now, please, because I can still hear lots of you just chatting. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and more ladies. It's nice to have you back at the India Today Women's Summit. This is an event created by women, for women, and featuring many inspirational women. All stars in their own rights, women who've defined their stardom on their own terms. We do have one man who's speaking today, that's Imran Khan, but he's kind of cute and he's very intense, and he's written something specially for us that he wants to read out to us, so we couldn't really say no. And I'd also like to mention the head of our sales team who's responsible for getting generous sponsors like PC Jewelers so that we can do these kind of events is a man, so thank you, Manoj. But other than that, Kaveri, editor of India Today, and Sakshi, the head of events, and me, are all women, and we are mothers and working professionals. So, regularly, we suffer the eternal dilemma of work-life balance, as I'm sure most of you here do as well. Recently, there's been a lot of talk about how women can't have it all. Role model after role model has confessed that women can't have it all. The superwoman, this successful corporate honcho at the top of her work, and a connected, loving, engaged mother at the top of her kids' homework at home, a loving wife by night, thin, blow-dried, always waxed, is a myth. Now, a lot of feminists are quite outraged by this, and they feel, this is discouraging and this is anti-women. But frankly, I'm relieved. I'm not relieved because I think the pressure is off. No, the pressure is on. I'm relieved because I think inherent in that phrase is the basic difference between men and women. For women, having it all means over and above being a top-notch corporate professional, you also have to be a good mother with good kids and a well-connected, loving family. So back on our list of having it all means that you have to be a good parent. The reason why men can have it all is simply because their list is too short. I know that there are a lot of men now who are supportive husbands and they're taking their parenting far more seriously. But for them, parenting is never as instinctive or as reflexive a choice as it is for us. Women at the top are saying we can't have it all, and they're putting the value back on parenting and saying that this is important to us, that functional, happy families are just as important as corporate success. This is great because for generations, women have had to make it in a man's world by becoming more like a man, by wanting the things that they want. No more. Women at the top are changing the rules. They're doing this by defying stereotypes, by saying things that put the value back on things that we want as women. Today, the gathering here is skewed towards highly educated and highly well-off women who actually have the privilege of choice. The choice to do it all or choice not to do it at all. But I think there's a big trust deficit between the choices that women make. Working women, some women choose to work, some women choose to do motherhood full time. But I think that there's a trust deficit. And unless we can fix and bridge this trust deficit, we won't be able to succeed the way we want to. Working mothers need to be more understanding of the choices that full-time moms have made and not add to their insecurity or look down upon them and say things like, oh, they do nothing and they waste their life. And similarly, women who have chosen motherhood as their full-time role have to be more understanding and more supportive of working women by not saying things like, oh, she ignores her kids, she's not interested in her kids, she's only interested in her career, because this just adds to their guilt. And if we have to succeed and change the rules of this world where we have a more equal playing field, we have to work together. And this really is the spirit of the India Today Woman magazine and summit, celebrating womanhood in its wholeness, our very own little girly network. We need to build bridges between women with different dimensions and also address all the different roles that we play. So since this is our conference and we get to define the rules, this one is intimate, it's confessional, and it's straight from the heart. So I hope you enjoy your day today with all the speakers and your friends. I know I will. So welcome, and let's get started. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Puri. Well, with that, let's power directly into our first session of the day. Our session, Power in Politics, Why Women Handle Both Better. To take it from here, I'd like to hand over the dais to Kaveri Bamzai, editor, India Today.
Harsimrat Kaur Badal is surrounded by politics. Her husband is Deputy Chief Minister of Punjab. Her father-in-law is Chief Minister of Punjab. Her brother is a minister. It would be tempting to dismiss her as just another trophy politician. That is until you encounter her. She has a fierce intellect, a powerful voice, which she is not afraid to raise, and an independent streak which makes her highlight issues ranging from the 1984 riots to the image of politicians in school textbooks. She just told me she has trouble keeping her views to herself these days, now that Mr. Modi has told all of them not to speak. Twice MP from Bhatinda, she is now Union Minister for Food Processing Industries. She is a mother of 3, runs an NGO that combines environmental awareness with raising awareness about female feticide, is active in Punjab politics, and runs a demanding ministry. It sounds really exhausting. And she still looks perfect. Her dupatta is never out of place. And she's thin. So here, ladies and gentlemen, Harsimrat Kaur Badal.
A very good morning to all of you. I was told that it was going to be a question-answer session, so I didn't really prepare to say anything. So I was asking Kaveri, what exactly would you want me to speak about? So she said, just speak a little bit about yourself. Well, I'm no different to any of you. I face the same challenges, kids at home, servants to do the housework, part-time business to manage. It was a full-time business. I've had to resign because I became a minister, so one responsibility out of my agenda now. But handling a constituency, handling politics, as a woman, as a mother, as a wife, as a daughter-in-law, you can well imagine how tough it is. But I think women, in general, the topic was power and politics. And I think the fact that how powerful women are reflects in the fact that today all kind of male bastions have been breached by women. The so-called glass ceiling has been shattered. There's no profession or avenue where women have not taken the lead. And if at one side women are reaching the pinnacle of their professions, the other side, the reality also is female feticide, every 20 minutes, a rape, every 1 hour. In our country, a woman dies for a dowry death and less than 20% conviction. The fact that one side women are progressing and the other side there's an 18% increase in crime against women every year, I think just goes to reflect the kind of tide she has to swim against to get ahead. And I think this reflects the real power of women. I don't think anything more needs to be said about the power of women. And I think you should, there's so many women here, you need to give a big hand to all those women who are not as privileged as you and me. Because if one thing politics has shown me when I go to the villages and I see the lives of those women, the way they work from morning till night, and then they have a drunkard husband who beats them up in the evening demanding money. I mean, I must say that when we look at, sometimes we say, gosh, life is tough. If you look at those people, you'll really realize how privileged we are. Society is changing, everything's changing. If I have to talk about myself, I find that very odd talking about myself. I'm not used to it. But yes, what I would like to say about politics is what I was telling Kaveri, that politics was very far from my agenda. My husband and I got married on the understanding that he would never enter politics. So you can imagine how against the whole thing I was. Well, 2 years down the line, he stood for his first election. And I told myself, stupid you, if you thought a politician's only son would not enter politics, that was very naive of you. So I blamed myself for it. But to think that 20 years down, I would be in politics, now that really came as a huge shock for me. And to adjust to it wasn't easy. I'm in politics by default, by destiny, not by desire. But yes, I will say that once I've got into politics, I realize that as a politician, if you work with honesty, hard work, you can make a difference and touch so many lives for the better. But it saddens me when my kids come back and tell me that this is the worst profession and we never want to be in it. Our friends hate politicians and everybody thinks so badly of politicians, which is a fact that today there's nobody, I think, more condemned by a politician. And it is a fact we put on the television, we hear about the nasty and the terrible things the politicians are doing. We read a newspaper, we only read about the terrible things we are doing. But like in every other profession, there are good and bad lawyers, there are good and bad doctors, there are good and bad politicians, and by and large, I think it's only us politicians who have to pass an exam every 5 years. And if we haven't done our job, we get kicked out so fast. So there is a lot of good work which we are doing which never gets highlighted. So I came into this line by default, by destiny. I came into the parliament as an opposition member, having to raise my voice, and suddenly in the last 2 months I found myself in this Lok Sabha where my mouth is zipped, and I am now part of the government who cannot yell and scream about anything, but I have to calm down everybody else. So it's a new role which I'm trying to get used to. It's a little tough. I was advised yesterday also, not a good idea for you to expose yourself and go and speak. So I'm learning. We don't come from a party which teaches you what to do. You kind of get thrown into the deep end and learn to swim on your own. So that's just a little bit about me. It's a boring life like everybody else's. We don't have the pleasure of just going off on vacations. We have to take permission, which we are often denied. There's something called protocol where you can't go to such and such place. So life has become quite handicapped. So you guys have it a lot easier. And some people may think that this is a very rosy situation that one is in, but as a woman, it's tough. Thank you.
I think the first question really is how difficult has it been for you to, as you said, zip up your mouth? Because there are orders, right, that every minister has that you're not supposed to speak.
Well, we're not told not supposed to speak, but there are spokespersons who will speak. But to zip up my mouth, since we're sitting where I see a lot of teachers from my kids' school, my kids taught me that very early in life, to zip my mouth when I come to school and not tell the teachers this, that, and the other. So I learned that very early. So I guess following those orders from the kids, I've now learned to follow it over here. It's just that in a government, there are spokespersons who are told what to say, and it's their job to say, not that everybody starts airing their views. But what is tough is that when in Parliament, certain issues come up. For example, I wanted to speak on the budget, but I was told, no, you're the government who's presented the budget. How can you speak about it? Or if there were other issues regarding my community or regarding certain things connected to Punjab, and I'd always raise my voice for it. And I was suddenly told, no, you're the government. You don't belong to a party and to a state. You're not an MP. You're a government. And I thought I would explode because the other members of my party were not there to raise the subject. And how could it not be raised? And I know what a tough time I had. So how I didn't explode, only I know.
So you're among friends. You want to explode? Please go ahead.
No, I have to watch. I can't explode anymore now.
No, but there are certain things I think that everyone is concerned about, especially in Punjab. I think the drug problem is the biggest issue. And as a mother, I think that's something that must be concerning you as well.
Absolutely. When I go into the villages, especially on the border areas of Pakistan, and when the ladies would tell me that after the age of 13 we feel scared sending our kids to school because we don't know if they're going to be enticed, because how these guys work is they first give you the drugs for free, and once the kid gets addicted, then he's a client for good. But what I'd like to point out over here is that a lot has been said about drugs in Punjab, but you need to know that Punjab does not grow or manufacture any drugs. There's zero drugs grown and manufactured in Punjab. We have a over 500 kilometer long border with Pakistan, and the golden crescent of Afghanistan, Pakistan and Iran, which used to have the drugs, and with the trouble in Afghanistan, they all started getting routed through Punjab into India and then overseas. We became the new border for where the drugs used to go to the rest of the world. So you can imagine the kind of drugs that come in from Pakistan, and the border was manned by the BSF under the central government. There was nothing that the state government could do in that except raise it. On the other side, we've got Rajasthan, which borders Punjab, where opium is legal. I mean, the vends are auctioned. And in our Punjab, it's illegal. From my constituency, you catch a bus in half an hour, you're at the border, you can buy as much of opium and come back to your home. So from two sides, we are surrounded by places where drugs are very common and legal as well. But what I'd like to point out over here, the only thing that we could do was clamp down and confiscate the drugs and do the convictions, put them in jail. Almost 34% of the drugs that are caught in the entire country are just from Punjab, 34%. That's the amount that it goes to show the extent that we are catching and how vigilant we are about zero tolerance against drugs. As for the convictions, whatever convictions had taken place earlier, we are about 50% more than that. There's something like 23,000 people we have sent in jail. From catching the smallest guy to his boss, to his boss, to his boss, there are something like 2,000 people who we have caught from outside Punjab, and almost 13 foreigners as well from different states. So that is the extent that we have gone out to reach against catching these big drug lords. Unfortunately, it's all dumped as of Punjab is doing something in this, but we're working really hard to clean out the mess. But we have a porous border now with our own government in the center. Of course, it's been taken up in a big way, and the border is going to be sealed, which hopefully will reduce. And then to tackle the problem of the youth and drugs, a lot of de-addiction and rehabilitation centers, a special narcotics bureau with a separate IG with his own task force, who can go and raid and catch, a helpline where anybody can call up and tell that this is where drugs are being. So the government's working in every way to try and clean out the mess. But unfortunately, till the borders are sealed and it stops coming, it's always going to be an ongoing fight. But I can say this, that whatever we catch in Punjab, the steps that we are taking, that's what's stopping it from getting into the rest of the country.
But the public perception, I think, is that the government is not doing enough. And you yourself, I think, as a mother, do you feel that there is, and the wife of the Deputy Chief Minister, do you feel that there's something more that you could do?
I don't think the government is not doing enough, because being in the government, I see what all we are doing. In the last 10 years, we were handicapped that the central government would not, we have even caught BSF Jawans, even they've been put into jails because they have been abetting these. There are people at the border, the security at the border who's been also involved in drug trafficking. So we've even caught people like them. So the government is doing all that it can, but at the end of the day, the borders have to be sealed. So they'll do it from underground pipes, they just throw it across at night, and it's such easy money. With the way poverty is rising, things are becoming expensive, few grams of this, you get so much of money, and everybody is wanting to get into that business. So the government is going all out, and if you talk to anybody in Punjab, and we have gone out and spoken to people, it has been tightened to such an extent where I can really say that I think my percentage of my lead came down because we had tightened up so much on drugs that I had the old people telling me to my face in the villages, what should we do with your 1 kilo atta when I'm getting my opium at 5,000 bucks, which I used to get at 1,000. It was, availability has gone down that much to the extent that even medicines we have clamped down, or people are beginning to complain we don't get our BP medicines and, you know, these ones for depressions and all. We've really clamped down in a big way. So it is affecting the genuine people who have problems also. The government is we're fighting a huge battle to contain it in Punjab and ensure it doesn't get into the rest of the country.
Did you ever imagine before 2009, I think that's when you decided to enter politics, you would actually be involved in something like this? When you saw things like this happening, because this has been an ongoing problem, did you feel that your NGO was not enough, your activism was not enough, that being in politics and electoral politics would make a difference? And now that you are, is it the same?
Well, like I said, I got into politics by destiny. In our family, the women would never actively take part in politics, but they always used to canvass for the menfolk. When my husband's constituency got reserved and he got into state politics, I started taking an interest and looking after, nurturing the other constituency, thinking that, being told that whoever's going to come in over there, you'll have to handle that constituency because he's to handle my husband's constituency. The ex-Chief Minister of Punjab suddenly announced that he was going to make his son fight from the Badal's constituency and drive the Badals out of their home turf. So you know, Amrinder Singh, that's right. So you can imagine the Punjab male ego came into being, where the Akalis then started demanding that if the Congress CM's son is going to be fighting, then we need the Akali CM's family member there. And there were only 2 family members left, my mother-in-law and myself. It was a small family. Sukhbir and his father were already in state politics. So his son being closer to my age and I was taking care of the constituency, I suddenly found my name being announced one day, in spite of having given clear instructions in the family that I will not contest, get that absolutely clear. And I got a shock of my life suddenly to be told that your name's been announced. So, well, family image at stake, I could hardly rebel as the daughter-in-law, and that's how I landed up where I did. And why I call it destiny is that I won by the highest margin in Punjab. And I felt so indebted to those people that someone who had not contributed in any way, who they did not know from Adam, they reposed so much of faith in me that I felt I had to put everything at the back and do whatever I could to make an improvement and repose that faith that they had to live up to it. And I can really say with all honesty, if there's somebody that suffered in the last 5 years, it was my kids. I mean, I've got these teachers sitting here who will really vouch for it. You know how tough it is for a mother to leave, and they were young kids. I didn't have a family support system of a mother-in-law staying with them or something. I'd leave them in Delhi and go off 8 hours away to my constituency, and my nightmare was getting a call from school saying some of them had got hurt, or at night the maid calling up and saying ki bukhar chad gaya, kaun sa dawai de ya chot lag gayi. And I lived with this fear because 15 days of the month I left them, and I promised them that this was only going to be for the next 5 years and I'll come back to being mom. Because mom was the only stable figure they had at home since dad was anyway in politics. There was just mom who handled everything. And then suddenly not to be there for parent-teacher meetings, not to be there to listen to their little problems. I mean, they really suffered and they sacrificed and they stood by what I was doing. And I worked hard. I started, and I would say also that the NGO that I had started also had a lot to do with me getting into politics, because Punjab had the worst female feticide, the worst female ratio in India. And before I got into politics, about 1.5 years earlier, I had decided to create this awareness, and I started this NGO called Nanni Cha to save the girl child and save the environment. So I think women came out in large numbers because they connected with, I talked about violence against women, about letting the girl child take birth and how she has a right, that women felt someone was speaking up for them. So suddenly in all my gatherings, there'd be huge crowds of women, and I suddenly became like kind of a leader who they could rely on and they could trust. And I think that's another reason why I kind of got pushed into politics. So I can say that the journey was really tough. The NGO that I run changed the mindset, helped in changing the mindset. The ratio in Punjab is no longer the worst. It has improved. It's still got a long way to go, but we're on track and going the right direction. And as a woman and as a mother, it was a long and a tough journey and a very challenging journey. And people talk about, you know, we women from political families have it very easy. I can tell you, believe me, it's tough, because I had a woman MP who was in my neighboring constituency. She didn't have half the pressure. Everything I was told, "Arey, aap to Mukhyamantri hain, aap to Pradhan Mantri hain." I mean, I was an MLA, I was a Sarpanch, I had to work like a Sarpanch and have the powers of the PM and the CM, whereas I was just a normal MP. So whereas any MP, you go to any constituency and ask, probably in 5 years they show their face once in a village. I got like something like 900 villages in my constituency. I think I must be the only MP who covered every village 4 times, if not more. And to cover 900 villages 4 times in 5 months of the year, you have to sit in parliament. It's not easy. How I left the kids and how I even left myself. I can't remember when I saw a movie or when I went and just had a nice massage to relax my back. That was all history. So leave alone going to a parlor. So I worked hard, and it's a thankless job. Nobody thanks you at the end of the day, because if you've done 5 things, there are 50 that haven't got done.
But what about your kids? Do they thank you? I want to tell everyone, she has, you want to talk about them? She has 3 kids.
I've got 3 kids.
Can barely manage with 2. I don't know how you manage with 3.
Don't ask me how, poor things. I think they've just managed on their own. I've got a son who's 13, I've got a daughter who's 15, and I've got another daughter who's 19. So 5 years ago, they were all in various stages of pre-teen, teen, and post-teen, and they have grown from there and got into college, and I've not been around. So it's been tough, but I thank the teachers of Vasant Valley School, these kids who used to turn around and tell me that, "Why have you produced us? You have no time for us. And what kind of a mother are you? Nobody deserves a mother like you. Look at my friend's mother. They go shopping with them. They do their homework. They sit and make notes for the exam." And I'm constantly being barraged with this. And this is where the teachers came in.
It's called the other mother syndrome. You know that, na? That the other mother does everything better.
Absolutely. They're all, and you hear about it non-stop. But I think I've got the teachers to thank somewhere, because those kids who hated me for what I was doing, at the end of 5 years, they've actually started admiring what is being done. And I don't think I owe it to myself. I think I owe it to the others, whatever they taught those kids in school and told them when they'd complain. The teachers stood up for me with change. And you know, kids, they'll listen to their teachers a lot faster than they'll listen to their mother. So as of today, I can say, yes, my kids say, never will we enter politics. We don't want to have anything to do with it. But they're no longer ashamed of their mother. The only thing they say is that, "Mom, everybody talks so badly about the politicians and it's the worst profession. But we see you and Dad and Dadu working so hard, but nobody knows about what you're doing." So which is sad that they don't want to be in our profession. They're not proud of what we are doing because their peers are not, they don't look up to us. So it is a sad thing. But I think the kids get to see 2 sides, and that's what's important, because most of the world is not getting to see the other side.
Great. I want to open it to the floor. Any questions from Vasant Valley teachers? Mrs. Puri, would you like to ask a question?
I've got all the ex-teachers sitting there, 3 kids across 3. Oh, I've even got Mrs. Krishnan, if you're here, I'm slaughtered by my kids today. Oh gosh, I've had it today.
Okay, I just want to know, what are you going to change? What are you going to do to change this perception that the politicians don't do anything? And
you know, now if I speak as what I did politically, I'm going to be hanged by the kids. So it's damned if you do and whatever if you don't. But I'll tell you, it's not going to go down too well with the teachers. I saw very early on, I think in class 9, what was being taught as soon as kids started learning about politics, the kind of cartoons that were made, where the politician was shown as someone who was always dangling a carrot, you know, this huge fellow called, with politician written on him, with a sack of biscuits on his back, and this mara hua dog with voter written on him. And the politician showing that biscuit, and the dog is going behind it. So these were the kind of cartoons where the kid is taught that, you know, the politicians dangle a carrot to entice the voter. Then there's another cartoon of where during elections, the voter is like that tall and the politician is a midget with his hands folded, and elections over and the politician is like this trampling over the janta. And then another cartoon of the politician saying, "Kyun aaye ho? Pata nahi, sari tikte hamare rishtedaron ko de di hain." So the kids, when they start learning about distrusting a politician. Actually, what was needed to be told, or two cartoons where they will show this is a politician who's working day and night, making roads, providing electricity, making schools, hospitals, and this is one who's misleading them. Now choose. You had to ignite their mind to think of choosing the right and the wrong. But what was being done was totally that they're a useless lot. Then they'd switch on the TV and they'd hear what the nonsense, what all was going on. They'd open a newspaper, they'd read about the crap that we were doing. So as a result, in the last few years, we have a generation of kids who can't stand politicians and think that that's the worst profession to be in. And what does that do? How weakening is that for our democracy? Because this is supposed to be an inclusive field where unless leaders come up to lead, where is the democracy going? And today the only kids who want to come into politics are the ones who want to make a quick buck. And nobody from a decent family even thinks of becoming a politician, including my own kids. So I think that is something which I raised, which again my kids told me, our teachers were so shocked that how narrow-minded can your mother be about that, but about raising it in the parliament. But my aim was that give them two sides of the coin and teach them to think as to who they should vote for and why. That's what needs to be ignited. Don't spread this hatred because it's weakening democracy. But of course, the earlier government did nothing about it. Few of the cartoons were removed because the leaders of certain political parties were shown in it. And I don't know, society as such, if I find that even the moral science classes have disappeared, I came from a convent school where you were always taught how important it is to not eat an ice cream and save some money and help a needy person. All those moral sciences gone. Today the kids just want to know which model of mobile phone and where did you go for a vacation and which car you drive. So society is changing and so are our kids.
Questions? Shekhar, you have a question? Yeah. No? Okay.
Well, I'm glad for a change because in Parliament, someone says question and the entire opposition stands up. So it's nice to see that.
Yes, please.
Change the image. How do you think your party, the government you are in now, would be able to change this image
Of politician?
the
Yeah.
politician as we know so far?
First of all, I'll say that we've got an uphill task. We're already been painted in such a negative brush that it's going to be really difficult. But being part of this government, the first and foremost thing I'll say is that we have a Prime Minister today who has risen from the ranks. And coming from a privileged family, if I had not had the last 5 years of roaming around those villages and in-depth understanding their problems, I don't think I would have been able to contribute the way I can today. This is the basic difference between the earlier PM and this PM, that here's a PM who's risen from the bottom and knows what needs to be done, and he's done it and he's proved it in his state. So when simple things like even in meetings, when we sit, his in-depth knowledge of knowing what the realities are so amazing, and how to set them right has just come from experience. So when you come with that kind of experience, I was also telling, I think, Shekhar, that the best thing is that, usually politicians, your agenda these days is set by the media. Suddenly the media hypes up something and everyone's trying to either set that right. Here is someone who does not let anybody set the agenda, they set the agenda themselves. And that is what we need to do. We need to know what needs to be done and go after doing it. So starting from cleaning out, weeding out corruption, performing, removing policy paralysis, taking those hard decisions which are needed to take this country ahead, and ensuring that right from your ministers to your babus to everybody is working and bringing in systems which are transparent. That's what the need of the hour is, and that's what in the last 2 months I find that, even giving instructions, first instruction of clear up the mess. Throw out the rotten, broken furniture, clear out these files. I mean, when I went and visited my office, my Mantralaya, I'd go into these rooms where the files were till the ceiling and little bit 2 tables and 2 guys sitting on that table, and the files were like literally on top of them. So right from cleaning out those files, throw away the rubbish and get down to work. And we have a weekly agenda where we have to report. The officers have to report on a monthly basis. So there's a reporting system. And when there's reporting happening, work will move and things will get done.
Even it's called dictats, of the present government,
Sorry, even now?
even
Yeah.
if called diktat
Diktat.
of the present government, to ensure all that you are saying, and we are all very optimistic and hopeful that this will be done. But since you spoke of the cause of the woman that you have been taking up, would you be, or as you said again, on track to ensure that there are some people of your party who constantly are critical of women's attire, where the women need be, where they need not be, the girl child? That is getting, I think it's bordering on the offensive, if I may say, at the moment.
I agree.
How, with your concerns, would you curb that?
See, I'd first like to point out that we politicians in the parliament, we're a mirror of society. We come from that very same society. We don't come from some other universe. So, all of us there reflect the mindset of what is India at large. There is no denying that women don't have the status that they should have. So obviously that gets reflected there. But that's where it comes down to the leadership again. I think the fact that the Prime Minister has made 7 women ministers from all kinds of age groups and given them portfolios which are of amazing importance goes to show that the faith and the trust he has in the capability of those women. And I seriously believe that until a woman comes in front, those changes are not going to happen. If I speak as an MP, when I went to my villages, suddenly we'd find huge crowds of women attending those functions, and the guys would tell me कि ये तो ऐसी औरतों हैं जिनको 60 सालों में हमने कभी देखा ही नहीं, प्रोग्राम पे आती नहीं थी. Why? Because they'd say that even if we'd come with our troubles, we could not even get close to the Neta. He'd be surrounded by men. And no Neta ever asked them that what are your issues. So being a woman, I would ask the men folk first. I'd ask the Sarpanch कि ये औरतों की क्या तकलीफ? अरे ये तो ठीक है, इनकी क्या तकलीफ है, इधर तो हमको we need irrigation water, we need a sadak. These women have no issues. So I suddenly asked, how can it be that women have no issues? So I said, bulao idhar. I'd pick up 3 from the crowd and I'd say, come here. So they'd pull down their ghungat and they would come. I said, what do you have? You need anything? And you'd be surprised. A simple thing like drinking water. I mean, that was the first thing every woman in every village asked me, that get these matkas off our head. We travel every day just to get water. A man doesn't understand a woman not having water to wash the dishes, to wash the clothes and drinking water, a whole day just going in that. And that little girl accompanying her rather than going to school, she's an extra pair of hands for that. The guys never spoke about it. Simple things like a toilet. Now today, villages have grown. Unfortunately, none of them have toilets. So to walk across that village in the middle of the night and go to do your daily thing in the middle of the night, they'd say, Char Diwari bana do, make a 4 wall so that at least during the day we can't help ourselves, we have to go. There's a kind of parda. Otherwise you're sitting in the middle of the village and those men passing. Imagine how degrading it is for your dignity. So these little things no man ever addressed, which as a woman I understood, and I'd say, forget the road, give for this. So we women understand the challenges, and that's why I say it's so important for women. And the fact that 7 women have come in, we will bring in that woman angle. I can say as a woman minister that when I was an MP, whether I distributed my grant, there was always an element that how I should uplift the woman. Even if I become a food processing minister, in my schemes there's always, how can skill be given to strengthen the women? How can the women agenda be taken? It's just, I think, inherent in us that we understand the challenges and we want to help our own. So I think that's what's going to make the difference. And like our party is committed to bringing in the 33% reservation bill, that is the need of the hour. And once it comes in, we make up 50% of the population, but not 50% of our issues are even discussed or addressed. And more women coming in, I'm sure these things will get sorted out. And gender sensitization, right, as it begins from home, it has to begin from the parliament. It started by the Prime Minister bringing in 7 women, which I think is a good start. And in the times to come, things should improve, God willing.
Great. But I think the biggest challenge, this is just the last question, the biggest challenge for you is still to zip your mouth.
Yeah. So a person like me, who's always like this, and that is tough. But I guess you have to learn.
So we'll have to petition Mr. Modi to talk to us as well and to let his ministers talk.
Well, it's not that. See, you're the government. You're making the laws. You're passing. So what you're supposed to do is talk in the cabinet. And now you have to let your work talk. Yeah. The cabinet is like very patiently everybody is heard out, and I'm sure some of us make frivolous, stupid comments because I look at myself and I look at my colleagues, my experience is not even 1/10 of theirs, so I may be sounding stupid at times, but to give total credit, we have a very patient Prime Minister who lets everybody have their say and then takes a consensus. So that's the beauty of it. But now the thing is that earlier I'd raise issues with my voice. Now without speaking, my work has to talk. So I have to work harder.
Sorry, there's one last question. Yes.
On the issue of gender, also from the women's point of view, so you're a member of parliament and your husband is the deputy CM. So can you tell us a little bit about the pillow talk between the two of you?
Pillow fights is more like it. Well, since I was just mentioning something about kabaddi, so typical conversation which happens is that, my husband decided to get the youths away from drugs. He's tried to promote this sport called kabaddi, which is a very rural kind of a sport, which he started in Punjab. So the first year it was such a huge success. So I said, guys can play kabaddi, why can't the women? So suddenly the women kabaddi team was introduced. And when the foreign women started participating, had those goris in those shorts, it was such a hit in the villages of Punjab that you had the Surds coming out in hordes to go and watch them. So then when the prize was announced, it was like, 2 crores for the men and 50 lakhs for the women. So what nonsense. Why? I mean, it should actually be 2.5 for the women because look at what the women are. They got the guys leching at them and having to play inside. So, of course, my husband didn't see the logic in that. So that was an argument. So usually these gender issues come in over there where I'm always fighting for the women. I get my way in a lot of ways because he is very accommodating and adjusting. But like he tells me, he says, can you shut the politics, please? Because I end up talking more of politics. And he just wants to cut that off and, just chill and talk nonsense. So I think we women are, I don't know, I think we don't know how to switch off. Because sometimes I have my kids telling me also, can you stop talking to us as if you're talking to some of those people in the office? And I'm like, can you stop talking such nonsense and talk some sense? We are kids, mom. We're supposed to talk nonsense and you're supposed to talk nonsense with us. And I said, okay, then you go talk to dad because he liked to hear that. I can't deal with it.
We will not ask what this nonsense means. We'll end it at that. Thank you so very much. It was wonderful. Thank you.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, do put your hands together for a riveting session. I would request Ms. Badal to stay on stage as I call upon Mr. Arun Puri, Chairman, India Today Group, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Ms. Badal. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Ms. Badal. Thank you, Mr. Puri. All right, with that, we power into our next session, Beating Cancer and Living to Tell the Tale. To take it from here, I'd like to invite on stage my colleague and Deputy Editor Rajtak, Anjana Kashyap.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Zakia is a friend. Her sister suffered from cancer. And Zakia told Manisha Koirala that please don't call it chemotherapy. It's a vitamin shot. Lisa Ray said it's not a bald look, it's the chemo cut. There are different mechanisms by which people in the world were fighting cancer. But Manisha Koirala, the ethereal beauty, the timeless beauty is there. Please let's welcome her on stage. Manisha Koirala for you. Isn't she really timeless? And let me tell you, we've timed it for you. 1 week from now is her birthday. Yes, 16th August. She celebrates her birthday. We've timed it, and we're not telling you her age because she's timeless. So please, have a seat. Manisha, we were just talking about how there were different mechanisms that people evolved and little things that they were facing in life. It's a vitamin shot, it's not chemotherapy, it's the chemo cut. What was your mechanism? How did you gather the will, the strength, the power to know that you have this disease and then to fight? What was your mechanism? What was Manisha's way?
Namaste, everyone. I would basically, when you get something like this, and when you face your own mortality, and when you realize whatever you have till now can just go in a snap of a finger, and you start reflecting a lot, you start questioning a lot. I think I had to deal with a lot of fear. I had to deal with a lot of uncertainty. And luckily for me, I had great family support. I had the support of my well-wishers, my fans. The good part of being a celebrity was that, if I asked for a help, I would get it. So, in a time like this. So my own mechanism as such was my support, my family and friends' support. Also the spiritual journey that I had taken a few years back, luckily for me. I could deal with the fears. I could stay with the fears and not really respond to it. And of course, I did checked out everybody possible who had cancer and how they dealt with it. I checked out Lisa's profile. I contacted her. She reached out to me. And UV's thing, I checked out a couple of other places, whoever. I just wanted to gather right information. My doctors had told me, don't Google too much because it might, you might just not get the correct information and you might get depressed. But I couldn't help myself. I was focused on getting the right answers. I was focused about finding ways to cope with it rather than getting depressed. That helped me a lot.
But you've often said that you became like a child in those days.
Yes, you become like honestly, you're so helpless. That's when you realize all this thing that you feel you have a control over. You actually don't have control over. When, you're knocked out on a hospital bed, and you really have no control over anything. That's when you realize, wow, all this facade that I thought I can do this or I have a control, I don't. And that's when you start relying on your people a lot more, people who love you, people who are there for you. So, and my bond became much better with them, like my mom, my father, my brother, other people who came. I started relying on them a lot more. They were there. Yeah.
What were the saddest moments for you? The fear that you probably lived on that bed, because that gave you the courage to fight, didn't it? That made those thoughts made you that you have to be bigger than the fear.
Yes. Basically, I think sometimes it's good to just go in a snap of a finger than to live with the fear for a long time. It's like a sword over your head. You don't, because right after my operation, my surgeon, Dr. Chi, when I asked him, I got to know that when I gained consciousness, and I asked my doctor, so doctor, I heard the surgery was well, so do I have now a good life? he just shrugged his shoulder. He said, yeah, surgery went off well, but until unless we don't know how you react to the chemo, we don't know. So that means surgery wasn't the everything. Again, I have to go for the chemo and God knows what. It's like you have to, every step of the way you're faced with uncertainty and you have to deal with the fear. And that's the time I started consulting my spiritual teacher. And he taught me through Skype how to deal with fear. And at the end, I just realized, oh, the fear has come. Fine, I'm going to deal with it.
Any conversation that you had with your guru, maybe through Skype, a little snippet of it?
See, basically, he asked me to look into the fear and stay with the fear. That's one of the principal teachings of Oneness University that I go to. That any hurt, any fear, any something which makes you feel not really good about yourself or situation or people, you don't run away with it. You stay with it. In the sense, okay, it's like whatever it is, you stay with the pain. You know, you don't try to watch a TV or you don't start having a conversation with somebody on the phone. You just stay with the pain. Go through the whole process that it's supposed to do. You want to cry? Cry. You want to shout? Shout. You want to do anything, but don't try and run away, because we know that it's a mind game. And my spiritual teacher, he taught me, okay, listen to the story that the fear is going to tell you. Fear is telling you, okay, the doctor has said, we don't know. So what's going to happen next? The mind is saying that, okay, we don't know after the treatment. If the treatment doesn't do well, then I'm going to die. And after death, what's going to happen? There's a kind of a process that mind goes through. It's like a mind is focused about worries and the thought of dying and everything. That is the whole journey the mind takes you. But if you just listen to the story, okay, fine, so what? And you kind of sit with it and you hold it and you don't run away, then you realize it's fine. You know, it's kind of, you have to, it's like you have to make a choice in life, always, and especially when you're faced with something as grave as this, when you're faced with your own mortality, you have to make a choice to sit with whatever the fear is coming, let it play its role in your this thing, and not react, and move on. And the moment you sit with it, actually the effect of the fear goes on, and you have to deal with whatever the present situation is. So that's how it was.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
A few pages back, I believe you were in Kathmandu when you got to know about it.
Yes.
How did that happen?
That was quite shocking, actually. But I was falling sick for a few months, and I was not aware about what was actually happening and why am I falling sick so often. You know, I had flu-like symptoms, but so strong flu that even after 10 days of antibiotics, it wouldn't really do anything. So I was like wondering why my body is becoming weak. So I thought maybe years of, not looking after it and being careless about it, and probably my age and all that has done the damage, and probably that is what it is. But nobody really expects cancer. So I also didn't expect it. And it's just that when my stomach started bloating out of proportion and things like that, and I told my brother that I have to kind of get myself checked. And that's when I went to the hospital, and when they checked, and next day I found out I had cancer, which had spread. And well, it was, if I look back, I was numb. I was in denial. I did not accept that cancer had happened to me. I had seen so many people, my friends, my family, when it had happened to them. But until unless it happens to you, you really don't feel that it can happen to you. So that was, since then it's been a journey.
Yeah, and it's been a beautiful journey because where you've reached today, and I can't stop admiring the way you look today. It's lovely. But you've also talked about those people around you in those days. You've talked about how family was very close. You were like a child, but parents around, everybody. But there were also other people.
Right.
So some would say, isko meri bhi zindagi lag jaye.
Yes.
And there were others who were saying she looks bad. So even the kind of conversation you have with people around you affects the fight
Yes.
that you're dealing within.
Definitely. In fact, I feel mind and strength of mind is something that really affects your whole being. And in a time like this when you're shaken up, you are vulnerable to what people say, and you're actually observing everybody and how they react to you. And I find it really inhuman for people to really not consider what I was going through and casually just remarked something in front of me.
What kind of remarks?
Then it looks bad, or something like that.
Yeah.
To something which is not, or you. So now, I mean, it's almost like there was no hope. The worst thing you can do to people is snatch away their hope. So that's something wasn't correct, I felt.
And what were the good comments that came your way?
There were many. Like you mentioned, when Zakia told me about it, she said, Manisha, there is nothing, you just have to be strong in your head. She had already briefed me and stuff like that, so I had started telling, because there was fear of where people say, oh, chemo is bad and it kills your cells and da-da-da, but there was no other option for me. So I had to go through the chemo, and I had to accept it well. So I had to literally tell my mind that it's vitamin shots. So these things help you somehow. It worked for me. I hope it will work for others as well. Just having a mental, having a positive people around, having movies which, just see a comedy, laugh a lot, be with people who are, somebody actually just mentioned to me, he walked into the apartment that I was staying that time with my family in New York, and probably was expecting a really grim atmosphere, like I'll be probably lying on the bed, there'll be medicines on the side, and, normally how you anticipate a sick person to be. But when he walked in, he saw a bald Manisha Koirala, and probably my eyebrows were gone as well, and I don't know how I was looking, but I was up and about cooking in the kitchen with things, and my family, my niece was running around, there was a mess, there was something going on. So that person who walked into the house, he was actually quite taken aback. So I guess what I'm trying to say, it wasn't easy for my family to smile or to laugh or to joke, or for me for that matter to, but we made an effort. We made an effort to be positive. We made an effort to be laughing and being positive. And, so this is where I think a courage helps. Is we all, whether it's cancer or anything we may face in our lives, something which alters, it could be anything. It's during those times how you react actually makes you or breaks you, So by the blessing of God, I had a great family and a great support system who helped me to do that.
We all talk to ourselves, but what conversation was Manisha Koirala, the actress, having with herself in those days?
Many. First of all, I had to let go of an ego, or an image of Manisha Koirala, the actress, a beautiful actress. And I haven't got the picture, but I wish I could show it, you know. When I, when I was shaving my hair at the salon, the hairdresser was Indian and she had seen my movies, and probably she was pitying me, looking at me.
The pictures, yeah.
These are good ones. I have some horrible looking. I have looked horrible. The most. I mean, I can't even recognize. If I show it to you guys, you will not even recognize. Like, I didn't have eyebrows. There was dark circle. My face was puffed up because the steroids you give. Your hair is not there. You don't have lashes, and it's quite a scary sight. But I mean, this is what one has to realize. Your looks also are so transient. You know, everything. I mean, this is a better one. Somehow I use this as something to go deeper into my own self. So who am I if this space is not? It has distorted. It is not what I am used to looking at. Who am I? What? So a lot of soul searching, a lot of identification with the looks, with the body, with the images that others have of you, the images that you have of yourself. Lot of questions. So it was quite a journey.
Was being part of Bollywood a handicap in fighting? Did that affect it? Because Bollywood is about how you look. Mm-hmm. So being part of that profession, how did that affect your fight?
Well, luckily for me, I have again, I go back to my family because they've been my backbone in these issues. First of all, I was one of the reasons that I went to New York was I don't wanted to get Bechara tag with me. So I just wanted to avoid paparazzi or any negative comments and anybody writing. I'm very sensitive, so I wanted to avoid myself. So I had gone because of that, and to shield myself from any negative comments. And so I guess being there helped me. One. Secondly, I had my family, my mother especially, who said, "Doesn't matter, beta. You know, you're fine, you're okay, and you know, you look beautiful." My niece, for that matter, I used to ask her because I thought, you know, the child, she will see me and she will get scared because obviously I'm looking so scary. So she'll get scared. But I would ask her, so she calls me Toto Manisha. So she said, so I said, Toto Manisha is looking bad, right, Yamu? She said, no, I don't think so. So I guess, I don't know, this small little child saying that, my family saying that kind of helped me a lot.
We'll open it to all of you, but I've just read that now you go to Goa and you see Goa after New Year's without a hangover.
It's absolutely true. And,
so now you celebrate life differently.
So differently. That's one aspect I love. I started discovering Goa. In fact, I started seeing the yoga centers, the Ayurveda centers. You know, my eyes are popping out in those places. So, yes.
Okay. Can we have questions? Yeah, please, ma'am.
Congratulate you that you're a survivor. I'm a survivor myself.
Thank you.
I'm a breast cancer survivor, and I had cancer in 2002. And may I say that you've discovered Goa. Let me say that I discovered life after I got cancer. It was honestly the most profound experience that I have had, and it has transformed me at a molecular level.
Yes.
I wouldn't be the person today that I am if it wasn't for cancer.
Yes.
And I wouldn't change anything in my life during that period of treatment and chemo and losing my hair and the trauma and everything.
Yes.
Because when I've come out to the other side, it's been a whole new world. And I'd like to just share two things with everyone, and that is, one was I wrote a journal every day while I was going through my treatment, and that is one of the most precious possessions that I have, and it lies by my bedside, and every now and then when I'm feeling a little down and out, I look at it because it's got the dates, and it helps me go through and connect to where I was and where I am today, and I say, forget it, I'm not going to get upset about it. And the other thing that really helped me was group meetings with other cancer patients. So for those who have a family member or anybody going through something like that, please get in touch with an organization that has people talking about it, because this is perhaps the most fearful and the most lonely experience of life. And if you can meet with people who are currently going through something similar, it helps you tremendously. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Indeed. One of the key things that you said, which is really important, is to share. And I think sharing my story helped me a lot. So, yeah. Any more questions? Is the fight against cancer any different in India and US? Because see, there's a lot of awareness in the US. There is people have come out of their shells, and they actually go out, hold meetings, there's races, whether it's ovarian cancer, they have, different cities, they organize events and all that. It's a lot more awareness, people are more open to talk about it, and it's not like just because you got cancer, it's a stigma. There are a lot of people I have met who have survived cancer for 30 years, and they are fine. So it's not a death sentence. So I feel that whole approach to cancer is slightly different here, because there's a lot of fear and cancer, are toba bechari, and now so she's going to die. That we need to overcome with.
Just taking that same question forward, I'm Anshul Bhatia. I actually run a medical concierge up here in the hotel, where I give access to global healthcare. So if somebody wants to consult a doctor in Sloan Kettering, they just come here and we do it through telemedicine. I just want to take that question forward. Did you see a difference in the type of treatment, apart from, like you said, there was an attitude difference?
See, there is a little bit of difference, because I would say few years advanced, not too many years. I was given an IP port, like peritoneal, I think it's called, port, which is not available here, which is like, so there are a few things which I think it's going to come to India very soon. I did check with the doctors here. They are working on it, and they haven't yet full, in a full form they have done it. So few years advanced, not many years.
Thank you. Any more questions? Maybe we could sum it up with a little talk about Bollywood, and how can we not talk about your Bollywood years? Lovely years.
Sure.
Anything that you want to talk about from Bollywood, the fun that you had, and you've done films with SRK, and are you looking back at working again?
Yeah, I would love to work. I think it'll be great. I enjoy films. I enjoy being in front of camera. I enjoy acting. So it'll be great to work.
And
yes.
Your family from Nepal,
Yeah.
Prime Minister and everything in RPM has just been there, and I read your tweets about
Yes.
you. You're a big-time Modi fan.
I've become one.
Yeah?
So I really appreciated the opening ceremony, his speech, and when he's visiting, he invited all the SAARC countries, leaders here. I thought it's great. I thought that was really nice.
A nationalist, you called him.
Yes, he is.
Any more questions? Yeah, please.
Manisha, usually when people undergo these kind of treatments,
For example, Yuvraj, they always share their experiences in terms of a book. Do you plan to do that in future as well?
A book?
Yeah.
I did work on it a little bit and I stopped because I thought, honestly speaking, I'm debating how much authentic to be. Because it's going to be about my life as well. And I am debating right now and questioning and about my cancer journey, I would want to write for sure. That's going to be a separate book I'm working on. But about my life, I'm also working on that book as well. So, but it's just on initial stages.
But you need now see life differently. I was reading, I told you, I know more about you now, more than you know yourself. So now you say that when you see people walking across, you feel like hugging people.
Yes.
That's how precious life and every moment has become for her.
Yes.
You say sabko hug chalte chalte.
You know, a lot has shifted. I may look the same person outwardly, but inwardly a lot has shifted. And as she said very rightly, that I really cherish life much more. I cherish people a lot more. I have, I have values. This is a flip side of facing with immortality. Is I started asking this question. Okay, fine. One side was the fear of death and losing it all. And I said, okay, what is the other side? What do I have now? I have this life. I am fine. I have this beautiful, parent. I have amazing friends. I can walk in the grass and enjoy the grass. I can see the sun, sunrise and sunset, and I enjoy that. I mean, I started being awe of this whole life. I started, I used to, earlier on, I would get out of my flat, get into the car, zoom off to the today I walk. Today I like to go around the nooks and corners around my areas. I had no idea there were 7 parks around my building. Things like that. You start enjoying simple things, but these things we forget. That's the difference between existing and living. I live now. I was existing before, now I live.
So does this new way of looking at life make you repent? Does this new way of life make you repent anything from the past as an actress?
See, I had to go through what I had to go through. And in ignorance, we commit a lot of flaws to others. We commit for ourselves. That was living in ignorance. And I guess I can't say I regret, because if that probably didn't happen, this also wouldn't have happened. I don't know. I mean, I'm just presuming. Yeah. But that is not the way I would want to live now. Definitely not. So,
Wow. Let's end it at that. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Manisha Koirala. And hug chalte chalte, so I should get a hug.
Of our appreciation. Can we please have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Garg. Thank you, Ms. Koirala. It was a pleasure. Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, would like to cut across to our third session today morning. What a racket, the smashing. And one of the very few moderators as men we have today, I would like to call upon my colleague Kunal Pradhan, Deputy Editor, India Today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege this afternoon to introduce you to Indian sporting royalty. 3 women from very different backgrounds, with different personality traits, who are united by their exploits in the field of play. My first guest is the face of Indian squash. She's ranked in the top 10 in the world and destined to go much higher. Please welcome the new golden girl, Deepika Pallikar. My next guest is still in her teens. She has already won multiple titles. She has slain many Goliaths on the field of play. And despite her considerable achievements, the most exciting thing about her is the glory that lies ahead of her. Please put your hands together for the future of Indian badminton, PV Sindhu. And finally, an Indian sportswoman with so much personality that she hits the headlines even when she doesn't want to. She's India's finest doubles player. She's a breaker of barriers who fights what she believes in. Ladies and gentlemen, the fiery Jwala Gatta. And before we begin, please a huge round of applause for their latest exploits, gold, silver, and bronze at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. Okay, seeing the three of you sitting here, badminton player, squash player, the wrestlers are doing so well, the shooters are winning medals, the athletes have started winning medals in international events. What we're witnessing right now, Deepika, is it a true revolution in non-cricket sport in India? Or has it just happened that, a lot of you have just started to do well at the same time despite all the problems that Indian sport has?
I think it's a revolution because people are actually starting to take sports seriously. I remember when I started playing squash, my sister was forced to give up basketball because it wasn't a really big sport. And I think people are actually believing in actually making a career out of sport regardless of what the sport is. We all know cricket is a religion in India. We all know that all the funds go to cricket, but we all do it for the love of the sport. We do it for our passion, and I think that's what's important.
Jwala, but there are problems, right? I mean, you keep talking about them. You're not happy with the officials, and Indian sport has been dogged with this problem for a long time. You feel there's discrimination, you feel there's apathy, you feel that people are doing things, just to, go on foreign tours and stuff like that and don't really care about sportsmen. Do you think those problems still persist or are they vanishing slowly?
I think I'll give major credit to the media. I think media has grown so much in our country, and I think everybody wants a change. Yes, cricket is a religion, as Deepika said, but maybe everybody is really bored of only listening to cricket news, and now because media has become so big and there are about 100 and odd news channels, and now that when we perform, it comes in the news and people are getting to know about other sports, and I think people are also interested in other sports. Yes, also again now there's a lot of money coming in sports, and India is growing, economy-wise also, and I think that's where a lot of other people, their interests are also growing, and not just for sports, but for a lot of other things, maybe power, maybe money.
No, but are the administrators learning all this? Are they realizing they need to change, or are they still trying to fight and remain the way they were in controlling sportsmen, controlling funding, controlling your...
I'm sure. See, I don't know how much I can talk about corruption, but then wherever the money is flowing out, the corruption is pretty natural, I think. Or sports politics especially has... I spoke to another politician the other day, and he was like, dude, in your field there's more politics than actually in politics. So, and I was so taken aback. I was quite shocked by his statement, but then yeah, it's there, and I don't know how much it'll help the sport really. So I only speak up is because I fear for the future. I want my children, when I have my children, I want my children to take up sport, or rather I should be able to put them in sport without any without hesitating, and without any fear, which a lot of parents, even today, they fear. There are a lot of insecurities, sports is still not considered as a profession. That's what I think.
Sindhusi, Jwala has, about 10 years of experience on
20
you.
more.
And so she's seen the system very closely for a longer time. For somebody like you who's still in her teens, who's just sort of breaking through, taking the world by storm, do you experience the same problems, or do you feel that for somebody like you, times have changed? You can do what you want now.
I think this is only the starting for me, so I've not experienced that much as Jwala did. But I think it changes when time comes, obviously.
So you don't face any problems right now?
Right now, I didn't face anything, but I don't know. As you told, time comes, right, for everything.
Deepika, whenever we talk about, women in sport, we use phrases like, of women who are doing well in any field. We say they're path breakers, they're trailblazers, they're breaking barriers, they're setting the trend. For somebody like you, born in the 90s, smart, young woman, doing really well, are these now just cliches, or do you actually ever experience this sort of discrimination that makes you feel that women women have to work harder?
I won't deny there's no discrimination. There is. I'm not as gutsy as Jwala to come out, because obviously I'm only 23 and I don't have the guts as her, because when we go back, the only thing we've all dreamt of is to play for the country, and no feeling playing for the country can ever match that. There is. I think my mom used to play cricket for India. She captained the Indian cricket team in her days, and she told me stories of how they literally had to stand, when they went to Delhi or Bombay, they had to stand the whole train ride because they didn't have money to buy tickets. Or when they went to West Indies, there were 15 of them staying in one room. And those stories really inspired me. And I've always been a very strong girl in my age. When I was 14, I was banned from playing squash in India. I had to shift my base to Egypt when I was 14. And I don't think any boy or man has been banned in Indian squash. I think I was just a bit too loud, as Jwala always says. We're always out there in the open saying the truth, and I guess that's what really hurts them. And yes, I'm not going to deny there's no discrimination. I might be banned from playing for India at the Asian Games now because I said that. But I'm not going to deny that. But I think as long as you show them what you are with your racket, no one can stop you.
So isn't there an ongoing problem right now? Your coach is in Chennai and she's not being allowed to train you?
Yeah, it's a bit frustrating. I think day before yesterday when I heard that she wasn't allowed to train me in the academy.
Fitzgerald,
she's world champion. She's world number one for the last. In her time, she was world number one for 5 years, and she's come to India to train me. Being a gold medalist, you expect doors to be open to you, And Sarah was shocked because, when she was world number one, when she used to go back to Melbourne, doors used to be open. There used to be crowd watching her actually play squash. And she was just a bit taken back because she goes like, you've just won a gold. There'll be juniors waiting to watch you train, and they're not allowing you. And I think the main problem is in the federations or the associations. I think it's ego clashes. I think they never want you to be more powerful as them. And we accept that, the only thing we want to do is play for the country.
Exactly, yeah.
The only thing we want to do.
Yeah, that's what we do every day. I think morning till evening, we don't play politics, we play badminton or squash about 8 hours a day. And you want to be at the top of the fraternity, that's fine. But I think especially after the kind of performances we've had, we only expect a little bit of acknowledgement, a little appreciation, a little respect, and that's about it. I don't think if we were here to earn money, I don't think she would have played squash. I don't think we would have played badminton. I think they're the most poorly paid sports in the world, it's just that, and I think the main reason is also because we are women achievers. I think
You think so?
they cannot bear to see that a woman is speaking up. That's what I think.
But there are women ruling, both these sports. And Sindhu, I actually wanted to ask you a question about that. So you and Saina train together, you play together. How do you perceive her? Is she a role model to you? Is she a target? Is she a rival? Is she somebody you absolutely must defeat if you have to take on the rest of the world? What is she to you when you're playing with her?
Of course, she's a senior and she's an experienced player. When I play against her, anyone would think that, okay, we have to win. It's not like, oh, she's my senior or I should respect her. But on court, it's of course rivalry. But off court, from my point of view, we just normal friends. But I don't know in her point of view.
That's healthy.
Yeah,
See, that's a healthy competition. I appreciate.
Well, see, you talk so much, about the federation, about, what's happening in badminton, about, Gopi Chand's role as national coach. You say that he's, he favors people from his own academy. At some point, all the controversies that have happened over the last few years, do you relish them? Have they driven you to play harder and prove to everybody that, you can survive despite the system, despite the taking on the BAI?
No, I spoke up only when bad things have happened. When I was almost, it was announced that I would be banned for life for no reason. Only then I spoke up. Only then. And I think my achievement, more than all this, I think my achievements, what I have achieved till date is my strength. And I believe in myself, and I believe in my skill. I believe in my capability. I think all this is my strength. What I say, all this is how I've been brought up. Be truthful, be respectful, fight for your rights. This is what my parents have taught me all this while. And but my achievements, my as I said, my self-belief, all this is my strength.
I just want to add out that I think, when someone forces you and tells you, you can't do it, I think we just have that extra thing to say, what, no matter what, we're going to show you how we can do it. And I think that's what's really, really helped us. As I said, when I was 14, I was forced out of the country. I was forced out of the squash courts. And, moving to a place like Egypt, staying there alone, doing stuff alone, only when you're 14, I hated it, but I just wanted to prove them wrong, so I had to do it. And I guess that's what really defines you as a person, defines your career. And the only reason why I'm here, I've gone through hard times. The only reason why I'm standing tall is because of all those experiences.
No, that's great.
And also being truthful. I think being truthful just gives you that extra strength. I think, and we teach our society about having sportsman spirit, and being sports persons. I think this is what I would like to tell everybody: is be truthful, be yourself, and be strong. And this is how you're supposed to lead your life.
Another issue that keeps coming up for sports like yours is the rivalry, the discrimination that you face at the hands of cricket, right? Everybody says that, India is cricket crazy. They give sponsorship, money, everything to cricket. And Deepika, I want to ask you this because you experienced this firsthand. I mean, your fiancé, you can flash the ring, Dinesh Karthik is, an international cricketer. There must have been occasions where, you're as successful as him in your sport, but where you can clearly see that you're treated differently because he's a cricketer and you're not. Does that happen?
I'm actually very lucky that I have a fiancé who thinks I'm more successful than him. So I'm actually very lucky. But before I met Dinesh, I hated cricketers because they used to steal all the limelight. They used to steal all the endorsements, all the sponsorships. I mean, in fact, I think it came in the papers that Deepika hated cricketers until she met Dinesh. I still hate them. Except for Dinesh, I hate all the other cricketers. But yes, I think, as any other sport in India, we can't compete with cricket. We've tried, but I think it's just a waste of time because we know that cricket is a religion in India. People like watching cricket. But I think I've always maintained to say that our job is to win medals for the country. Our job is to get our sport higher as long as we can. And as long as we meet, win medals, recognition will come. And as Jwala said, we don't play the sport for fame, for money. We play the sport for the passion of the game. We play it because there's that feeling that when you get on court, you just love the game. And I guess that's why we play our sport. We don't play it for, external reasons like endorsements, funds, being famous. So I think, yes, it's a bit of, you get a bit irritated, you get a bit frustrated. But I guess, we've all lived with that and we're used to it now.
But I see it differently. I think I would only appreciate BCCI because cricket is played only in 12 countries or 13 countries. But the way they have promoted the sport, it is the most, I think, the richest association in the world. I would only ask my association to probably learn from them, learn how to promote our sport, and that's the way I see it. I don't hate cricketers. My dad loves cricket. My dad would stay all night, stay awake all night and watch all the matches. I don't hate cricket, but I would say that I only would appreciate the way BCCI has promoted cricket. If only our associations learn from BCCI and see how we can promote our sport, which is played in about 200 countries.
No, I would like to add to that because I'm obviously engaged with the nation. I know exactly what happens behind the scenes. Everything is so well organized when it comes to cricket. Yes, there are things about BCCI and ICC and whatever. But
I mean, there's money, there's corruption.
Exactly,
issues.
but
they are professional.
Yeah, but but everything is organized. When as soon as you're recalled to the Indian team or you're back to the Indian team, you don't have to worry about anything other than getting on the field and practicing and playing for India. Everything else is taken care of. Right now, we've got back from the Commonwealth Games. We've got half of our TADA. We haven't got full of it. I don't know if you guys have.
Oh, we got it.
Oh. We've been told, and some of the teams haven't. We've only got $25. The other $25 still to reach us, and we finished the Commonwealth Games. We paid out from our own pocket.
But yeah, sorry. But see, I'll tell you how the perceptions are changing. However, you may not be aware, but Sindhu has grabbed more headlines in the sports pages than most individual cricketers have. Because in cricket, the headlines get spread around. So other than, say, Dhoni, who's the captain, and he keeps getting repeated, in the news as, Dhoni's done this, that, Sindhu over the last 1 year has grabbed, more headlines than most other individual cricketers. So that perception is obviously starting to change. Sindhu, what is next for you? What is the personal target that you've set for yourself? Asian Games, what do you want to do? How are you preparing for the Worlds? Are there sort of marks that you need to hit now?
Yeah, of course. They're very important tournaments for me. Like the next tournament is the World Championships. So practicing hard for that, so preparing well. And I hope I do well in that. And after that, we have the Asian Games. So like each and every tournament is really very important. And it's just one by one, not the big aims. So one by one the next is World Championship. So after that.
Whenever anybody talks about badminton, you have to talk about China, right? How much is this thing about China, this China factor in the air every time you're training, you're playing? How important is it? Does it hang over everything that you do?
Chinese are always there, so it's not really very
they
tough.
dominate every field, not just sports.
Yeah. So I think we can't think that, oh no, we can't play against them, but we have to. And it's not like they're unbeatable or something. So if we just play our game and give 100%, I think we can beat the Chinese players.
Yeah, I mean, you'll need more support and more funds and more sponsorship for that. No, which is going to bring me back to the comment that you just made about the $25. What is that? How does it work?
Jwala's going to get in trouble for this.
She mentioned it. It wasn't me.
So what is it? What is this $25?
No,
God save me.
Basically what happens is obviously when you go play for the country, you get a daily allowance, which is the TADA. And I think the IOA, the Indian Olympic Association, why is she laughing? The Olympic Association.
Have to mention the amount.
No, I had to because we still haven't got our money.
Yeah, just go for it. Yeah.
The thing is that we get this, I think this time we were, we were supposed to be given $50. We were said that...
Oh yeah, we got the half of the amount. Yeah, we didn't get the whole amount. We're supposed to get
So
it.
is that like a per diem?
Sorry?
Is that like a daily?
Daily
Yeah,
allowance,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
So we were, I think it was, we were 50. We've only got 25 till now. The Commonwealth Games are over and we're going to get the other 25. So I did.
So they said you take the 25 now and we'll give you the 25
Yes.
later, depending on how you do.
After we
I
go
did
back
not.
home.
Whether you
Yeah?
finish the job or not.
Oh, I didn't know that. No, but see, we always talk about China and their sporting power. Like cricket, the Chinese players especially have to only bother about playing and nothing else. But over here in our country, we have to bother about the society first. When we take up the sport, what will the society or your family say when you're wearing the short skirts? A lot of people have a lot of people have a lot of opinion about us wearing short skirts and how you're dressing. You're trying to be glamorous, but that's the attire we have to wear because it makes our sport more comfortable. And then you have to complete your education. Otherwise, you're called an illiterate because you don't finish your graduation. It's not good enough. And then comes all the other pressures. Once you start doing well, the press, you have to endorsement, funds, sponsorship. You have to take care of yourself and all that. You have at least about 100 and things you have to really deal with if you have to just become a national champion. I will not go at the international to the international standards. But when you go to China, I've been to China, I've trained there. The player, from the day they hold the racket till they retire and after retirement, are completely taken care of. And if a player gets injured in between, all their medical expenses, and if they're not able to continue the sports, they are still given a job worthy of whatever they can. And basically, they don't have to worry about anything but their performance. And that's why they have most number of world championships.
Does your federation not have the money to do that, or does it not care? That is the key question, right? If they don't have money, or whether they're not just bothered.
What I wanted to ask also was, whenever the government is saying that we have spent crores on this sport, the number is very big. If you see it's I think badminton is a priority sport right now in the country, and government of India funds our association for all the exposure trips and for the national camps. And when you hear about these big figures in crores, okay, I only wonder why there is only one Saina and one Sindhu. We should have had at least 10 girls lined up right now. The kind of money we talk about, and why there is only one Jwala or one Ashwini, or why there is just one Deepika and Jyotsna. I think even she was doing well. Why don't we have 10 girls ready like the Chinese? Because the number I hear is pretty big and huge, and I think it's enough to produce world champions, not just one or two, maybe 10.
So the big question obviously is, where's the money going?
Where is
Yeah,
it going?
absolutely.
I would really like to know.
I'll open the session to questions, please. Does anybody have something to ask our three champions? I think you've already covered everything. You've
No controversial questions.
No controversial questions, please, she said. Okay, let me just get the ball rolling.
You could ask us a question.
A or a controversial question. No, I think we've covered a lot of this stuff that you always do like to talk about. Is there an upward trend? Despite all this, and it's great that we've brought this to the fore and we need to, but is there definitely an upward trend in Indian sport? Are we going to keep doing better and better and better? Can we expect more of the Asian Games, more of the next Olympics, at, various world championships that we play in? More people in contention, more medals? Is that happening now?
See, I would only talk about my sport and my event. I don't know how the other sport deal with, but I think in doubles right now, there is a big gap between Ashwini and me and the others.
So after you, who?
After
That's the
Ashwini
problem.
and me, who? There's nobody. And that's what I've been stressing on, you have to...
And
deal-
after, Saina and Sindhu, who? Yeah.
who?
So, yeah, so
but
there's
then, singles is really kind of taken care of. You know, I know Sindhu's here, and I only want to see her do better and better, because the exposure and the facilities what she's getting is way better than what we had, and I'm sure she will do better than anybody. But the question is, badminton has grown is not just because of singles, because the doubles players also did well at the Commonwealth Games last time, which was held in Delhi, and that's why there's a
you guys won gold.
Yeah, and that's why badminton has become this popular, and that's why I think I'm sitting here and talking to everybody. But then I would really like to see a better future, and which I somehow feel.
What about in your sport, Deepika?
No, as Jwala said, I can only talk about my sport. And right now, after myself and Jyotsna, there's literally no one. Even if you look on the, the rankings of the squash thing, there's only me and Jyotsna on it. Yes, you have some juniors, but they haven't played a professional tournament for the last 3 years. And even in the juniors, I think what lacks is that I think the coaches out here think. I'm not saying they're not good coaches. I think they're brilliant coaches. The reason why I'm here today is because if you know of them, they made me play squash. They're the ones who actually helped me grow when I was a kid. But I think after a point in time, you've got to let your international players go away, experience all the trainings, and then decide where they want to be based. And I always say it was a blessing in disguise for me to go to Egypt, because if I didn't go, I would be in India training here, and I don't think I would reach where I am today. And I think it's very important, to just go. I'm not saying base yourself somewhere. Be comfortable with it. After 4 years, I didn't really like being in Egypt because I was alone doing stuff. So I had came back to India. I didn't have a place to train. I went back to England, and now I'm in Australia. So I think it's very important to identify where you're comfortable at. And I think whatever your goal is, regardless of the federation supporting you, the association supporting you, I think you should go for it regardless of what it is.
Right, that's all we have time for. So the message from our 3 champions is don't celebrate too soon. I mean, cherish them, celebrate them, but there's a long way ahead, because, the future is still in doubt. And, hopefully the federation will wake up, start giving you your money on time, and start giving you more of it, and, supporting you the way it is. And, we'll know where the crores are going and where more champions are coming from. Thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you.
Wonderful chatting with you.
Thank you.
I'd also like to ask, with the 3 of you, you self-admittedly play squash and badminton about 8 hours a day. Do you girls have the time to date? You're engaged, we know that. And do you get hit on when you're traveling, say, for the Commonwealth Games? Do you guys have time to date? Like 8 hours of just sports. You're young, you're...
No comment.
Really?
I took the easy way out and got engaged in 3 months, so I'm safe right now.
She's engaged to a sports person. Yeah, he would understand.
I think, when you play a sport professionally, it's very important to be, be with a person who actually understands your sport. Otherwise, it's just such a headache.
No, but also go out for a drink, maybe get dinner sometimes. Do you girls do that at all?
We do that.
I do get time.
We won't deny that. We do it.
Yeah.
And do you guys get hit on, say, when you go for the Commonwealth Games, like other team players? Like, do they hit on you sometimes?
I put my hoodie and I walk right straight to my room. I don't look left or right at the way.
I thought this was a serious women's summit.
What dating's not serious, Jwala?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Kunal. I'd like to hold the 3 ladies back on stage, and I'd like to call upon Shivani Malik, Director Marketing, Milano, to come and present a small token of our appreciation to the 3 lovely ladies. A big round of applause. The 3 medal winners here, they've all won us a medal this Commonwealth Games. Thank you, Jwala. Thank you, PV Sindhu. Thank you, Deepika. With that, let's dive into our next session, Mind, Body, Soul, the mantra of makeover. To take it from here, I'd like to invite on stage Mala Sekri, Chief Operating Officer, Music Today.
Before we start, I'd like to play a short video clip from the India Today conclave. The video clip, please.
I just want an oversized t-shirt, boxer shorts, unkempt hair, and unibrows. I want armpit hair long enough to plait. Yeah, I want a clean face without a trace of makeup. I want to look the way I do when I wake up. I want to scratch my head, dig my nose, lick my fingers, stretch my legs, and spread my toes. I want to smile with my gums showing, bare my teeth, contort my pretty little face into wrinkles. I want my crow's feet to look sexy, or my salt and pepper hair, or my sunburned skin. I want to be George Clooney, basically, but with breasts and a muffin. Alas, no, no, no. Control, control. Keep it down, stuff it up, bottle it in. Switch it off, cross your legs, wear a bra, sit straight, and smile sweetly, please, for the camera.
And she would have further said, to Botox or not, filler after 40, eggs good one day, bad the next, SPF 20, 30, 50, 100. Black is back, broccoli smoothies, mantras, meditation, Spanx, peels. 30 is the new 20, flax seeds, cleanse, tone, moisturize, Kapal Bharti. Organic or not, de-stress, detox, vitamin D, Longcom, Clinique, La Prairie, size 0. Liposuctions, diets, diets, diets. Oh my goodness, if these words hit you on a daily basis through books, newspapers, magazines, and the internet, you're not alone. Millions of women worldwide are trying to grapple with all this and more with one single objective: how to look younger, sexier, thinner, and basically 20 years old. In this special session on Mind, Body, and Soul, we have 4 stunning women who will tell you how to keep it all together, cut through the jargon, and make you into a whole new you. She has looked the same age since I saw her 8 years ago. She keeps Bollywood looking young and fresh. She is the only Indian doctor on the board of the Anti-Aging World Congress. She looks fabulous, she looks ageless, and she has just written a book on how we can all look like her. Please welcome Dr. Rashmi Shetty. She's known for throwing the best parties in town. She's launched luxury products. She's worked on Miss India's. You have to mind your P's and Q's around her because she will tell you off. She's the queen of etiquette, and according to designer Hemant Trivedi, she's got the best legs in town. Unfortunately, she's wearing trousers today. Please welcome Chaya Mumaya, image consultant, and much, much more. She believes food can do wonders for you if you take it wisely. She provides customized solutions to people for their health issues. She's also an expert in acupuncture and acupressure. She's helped many people start healthier lives. I also believe she's consulting with Omar Abdullah, who looks as good as he does. Please welcome Tapasya Mundra, a wellness and nutrition expert. She is from Kashmir's first family. She's been surrounded by good-looking men all her life. How lucky is that? Starting with her father. She's a yoga teacher, a social entrepreneur, and, oh God, she's tall and beautiful and we hate her. Please welcome Sara Abdullah Pilot. Okay, I'm just kidding. We don't really hate you. But as long as you're not sitting next to me and somebody being cruel this morning or yesterday when they thought of me to moderate this session said, let's put her with Sarah Pilot. The comparison is obvious. I want to just cut through all this
let's be honest this morning. When we appreciate another woman, we go up to her and say, oh, you're glowing. What are you doing? You've lost so much weight. You're looking stunning. Actually, we're saying, you know, we hate you, wither and die. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Tell me. So I just want to know, and I want each one of your opinions on this. Do we look good for ourselves? Do we want to look good for other women? Or better still, do we want to look good for men? Rashmi? Yes.
I know this might sound a little cliched and not true, but I really think I want to look good for myself. Because there's something called a good hair day. We all know that, right? The day your hair comes out really nice, the blow dries nice, your skin looks nice, you start a day, you're a better person to yourself, your mood is already elevated. So you're a better person with other people, your interactions are better. So you're a much more happier, productive, nicer person. So I like to look good for myself. But if that impacts the others, I'm happy.
Okay. Sarah, for men, na?
No, actually, I have a bit of a confession because I feel like a fraud sitting up here with these experts on skin and nutrition and diet who can really probably tell you and answer all these questions. I thought I was coming to this summit initially to talk about my NGO and women's empowerment, so then to be on the mind, body, and spirit and looking good and how to get thinner and fitter, I'm not sure. But yes, I think ultimately it all comes down to the self, whether it's an NGO, whether it's how you look, how you feel, how your skin is, how your hair is. Let's start with us and how we feel about ourselves.
Tapasya, you get a lot of patients wanting to look thinner, sexier. Who do you want to look good for? What's your motivation? You need to put it more.
Whatever your inside has to come outside. So whatever you put in reflects on your skin, your hair, yourself, your personality, your mind, and
Chaya, you're perhaps the best equipped to answer this.
First of all, let me compliment all the women over here. As soon as I walked in, I saw such gorgeous women, and I really mean it. Not all to wither away or anything like that. But having said this, I like to look good for everyone because that's what I teach, and that's what I like my clients to look like. So, of course, the first come the men, and, you know, they're very honest, and the look that you get from the men is more honest than what you get from the women. So I would definitely want to look good for the men. Thank you.
I wish you'd worn a skirt today. Okay, this question is really for you, Chaya. I just want to quote some statistics from the United States. $4 billion are spent on cosmetics every year. $30 billion are spent on beauty salons. 37 million women color their hair. 84% of all plastic surgery is done on women. 2 million breast implants. And I'm sure this is soon coming to India, whenever we get the statistics. Is looking good that important in your view? To all the women who come to you for image consultancy, is it that compelling that so much money and effort and time and pain is gone through?
Yes, looking good is extremely important because even when you're presenting a solitaire, you need to gift wrap it, okay? A solitaire loses its value when you don't gift wrap it well. But I must say that, you know, when you eat well, you exercise well, you look after your skin and hair and your diet right from childhood, you'll always look good. You'll never have to resort to the cosmetic part of it. Sorry, doctors, if I've affected anyone, but honestly, when you live fresh, when you eat fresh, it stays with you all your life. And we have one standing example, Sarah, over here. Just see how gorgeous, like, she's got no trace of anything artificial on her. That's what I like to believe, and I can see. So that's where it is. And of course, everyone's not born with that kind of mindset. So you have to resort to doing what you have to, and if you do have the extra money to spend, why not? You only have one life, so just go ahead and enjoy and look the way you want to.
So I just want to add to that. You know, the Chinese concept of beauty, as we all know, was small feet.
Yes.
And generations of Chinese women went through with bound feet.
Correct.
Is the pain worth it? And I'm just using that as a
I think
example.
it's subjective. It's subjective. I would not want to go through that pain to achieve something which is not me. But I can't say that for a lot of people because surgeries are still happening. People are still injecting and inducting the face and the gels and all that. So I guess somewhere women or people don't have a problem going through that pain. But I wouldn't for any cost.
Sarah, do you have something to add to that?
I think it would be nice if we could look at it at a different level. We all inhabit our physical bodies. I'm not pretending that we don't. But I think that sense of identification with how I look, my face, my body, is too much now. Is it not more important what I am, my being? I might look fabulous and I might be 50 kilos and 6 feet tall or whatever it is. But if you don't really like to be around me, then is that what is so important? Or if my insides, my health, my kidneys, my heart, I might be skinny. There are people who are skinny but are not healthy on the inside. And yet we look at them and we think, wow, this is what I want to be. So maybe shifting the focus from just the outer body, not to say that, yeah, our bodies are our temple. Let's look after them. We want them to be healthy when we're 70, 80, 90 years old, and that's why we're doing our yoga, and that's why we're eating well and looking after our skin and all those things. But maybe we can prioritize things slightly differently.
Rashmi, you get a lot of people wanting to freeze their faces. Yeah. They want to be what they are today. And they want to say, okay, till the day I die, I should look like this. How do you deal with that? I mean, are you actually okay, so there are two ways, right? One, you change your face. Thinner nose, bigger eyes, plumper lips. Or you say, okay, I like the way I look right now and I want to look like this for the next 30 years. What is your focus? What do you advocate? What do you advise these women?
Yeah, as all of the panelists were rightly saying, there are all sorts of people. So I wouldn't take it upon myself to dictate what someone else should want. I am here to provide what you want in a very medically safe way and something which will not even give you an untoward effect in the long run. Having said that, do I like to freeze people? Absolutely not. But do people come asking for that? Oh, yes, they do. So what I do is I sit down and try and educate them saying, freezing is not necessarily anti-aging. If you see a child, it can still frown, and there could be frown lines for a child as young as 5 years old. So anti-aging is very, by and large, confused with no line on the face. That is not true. That is what we need to understand is not true. Anti-aging is to look beautiful where age is no more a criteria. Like, you look at Sarah now, since everybody's pointing at her, I'm going to point at her too and say, she's beautiful. But did it ever cross your mind, is she 20, is she 30, is she 40? No. So age is not a number that you should aim to reverse or to freeze. No matter what age, there are people that you look at and say, oh my God, how beautiful. I just met Mrs. Puri for the first time today. And I just looked at her face and honestly, I kept staring at her to the extent that I thought maybe she'd think I'm rude because she's beautiful. Yes, she has lines on her face. I mean, yes, I can see she's untouched.
I'm going to proudly say thank you.
I mean, that's okay. With all the lines and with all those little blemishes on her face, she looks stunning. So that is what anti-aging should be. But having said that, you know, you have a face where I always identify for people who come seeking. I say, this is your star feature of the face. So for someone, it could be the eye. For someone, it could be the lip. Then we'll work on that star feature, and let's try and clear the clutter around. So if there's a little pigmentation here and there, a little texture that I can improve of your skin, a little good regime that I can give you. Sometimes as simple as coconut oil applying at night increases your hydration. A particular ingredient called linoleic acid in that has been proven as antibacterial, anti-aging. So simple things that you can do to improve your texture and color, and then work on one feature.
Oh, wait.
Is all.
What have you done? Because you've looked the same for 8 years. I met you 8 years ago. So I want you to stand up and be honest. Please point to the various areas of your face and tell us what you've done.
Okay, so here's what I do. First,
Honestly.
Honestly.
Okay.
I did see the opening speech which said we're all in a very closed surrounding, so let's be honest and confessional. So here it is. I did do some Botox for my frown sometime, but then I said no, even if I frown, I don't look that bad, so I just left it at that. And you know, it's at your hand, it's free for you, so you're very tempted to do it on yourself. So that's the first thing that I ended up trying on myself. But honestly, I didn't continue doing that, so it wasn't that bad. I like to do a little bit of Botox to keep my brow there, which I keep doing at times so that it doesn't fall heavy on my eyes, because that's what I see the pattern with my mom and dad beginning to age. So that's what I've done. That's all is what I have done, because I thank my South Indian genes. Few things that I definitely do is, however tired, I don't go to bed without washing my face. I don't really care what's the face wash. Maybe this is not the right thing coming from me, but I really don't care. Whatever bar of soap is next to the wash basin, I just wash my face and make sure I do that. And I put a night cream and a lip balm. That's a couple of things that I always do. And I don't step out without a sunscreen, a little bit of eye care cream. I like to darken my eyebrows because I don't have any eyebrows. And yeah, a little bit of mascara, and that's what I do.
Rashmi, you're sounding like those women who suddenly lose a lot of weight. आप क्या कर रहे हो? हम तो कुछ भी नहीं कर रहे हैं. हम तो सुबह परांठे भी खाते हैं और शाम को अंडे भी खाते हैं. मतलब, come on.
Honestly, okay, there's a picture of my mom in the book which I was talking about, Age Erase. You see her, you will know.
Okay, I'll let you off. Sarah, you've been blessed with great genes. We know that, right? How do you think it's a struggle or a stress factor in your life to keep looking the way you do? Because you know, you do age, and I'm sure you look different from when you were 20. Not too different, but you possibly do. Is that a stress factor in your life? That you know, I've got to be looking like, because I've looked good all my life, I need to keep looking like this. How does it work on your mind?
Honestly, no. Just like everybody else, I wake up in the morning sometimes when I haven't had enough sleep, and I think, oh gosh, I have to go and teach a yoga class and I look like crap. So what am I going to do about this? But does it stress me out because of what my brother might look like when he's on TV, or because someone might know me if I walk past them? Honestly, no. I am just like everybody else, where the things that are bothering me are, oh, I forgot to give my son his skates in school today, or what am I going to do in my next class, or what's happening with my NGO. I have the bad hair days, and, you know, I shouldn't have eaten that extra slice of cake days, but it doesn't govern my life and what I do with it.
I read a report this morning, which has just been published by MIT, that smokers, the effect of giving up smoking, the pleasure of giving up smoking, has a negative effect on the fact that you have given up smoking. There's so much stress that it takes away the good effects of not smoking. Does that kind of make sense? No. It doesn't? I want to liken that to food, because food, you know, you give up everything. Basically, I don't think I've eaten chola bhaturas for 5 years or something. There's somebody sitting there. Mr. Puri is saying, don't lie. Okay, don't let all my secrets out. But whatever, we all give up a lot of things that we love, right? But the stress of giving those up, is that more negative? And does that affect you negatively? And then the sort of thing that I'm going to look great and good, Tapasya?
Yeah, absolutely, yes. The stress kills you more than the indulgence. So you will have to draw a line and eat everything. Enjoy your chole bhatures if you want to. There's no harm in that. But the key to everything is portion control. You should include everything you eat. You're born and brought up with eating, but The time to eat and the portion to eat is the crucial factor in your making it your lifestyle eventually. So there's nothing like you're deprived of a gulab jamun. There's nothing like you're deprived of an ice cream. You have your days when you eat them, but you should know how to balance it. You cannot keep on eating a chole bhature throughout like 4 times in a month. That won't work. But yeah, once a month, no harm.
So I'm going to eat lunch today.
What was your yesterday lunch? Depends on that.
If I tell you the recipe of my smoothie, you'll hire me. Chaya, I've seen your video where you were telling these sort of aspiring Miss Indias, right? एक लड़की की, एक woman की अदा होनी चाहिए. Ada must be part of her personality. Tell us what, beyond the fact of looking good, there's a lot that goes into the personality that's appealing, right? Tell us how you advise people, or what would you advise people who are looking to add a little zing? Only women, since we are mostly women, and the men we are ignoring today.
I think it's Ada means a lot of sensuality. You know, women can be sexy till certain stage of life, but sensuality stays with you throughout. Our latest example would be, you know, Zora Sehgal. You know, with her eyes, she could emote sexuality without being on the face. I have Mrs. Buller sitting in the audience with us, and I've really admired her, and I can't stop raving about her beauty even today. And of course, we all, though it sounds cliche, but Maharani Gayatri Devi ji. You know, all these women have inspired us that you never age, but you can look sensuous. And that Ada, even the way you sit on a chair, the way you get up, the way you even sip a drink, that's all part of sensuality. Even when you talk to your women friend, why only men? You can be a little more flirtatious because wo ek Ada hai. And, you know, Ada brings a lot of grace, beauty. You know, beauty to me is subjective. Light eyes, fair skin, some people like, some people may not like, and everyone can't be that boring, correct? Imagine if everyone was fair, light-eyed, it would be just a boring place in the world. So, you know, skin, height, hair, everything has to differ. But what stays with you is your Ada, your sensuality. And I can very, very confidently say that I have seen so many women, even at 80, I don't call that an age. Age is just a number for me. I think, and when I see them, the way they talk, the way they use their fingers, even when they're cooking, the way they put the masalas, I think that's the beauty of a woman, and that's sensuality. So don't let that go out of you. Even if you've been married for 20, 25 years, 30 years, 50 years, stick to the sensuality, and you see the way your husband just keeps admiring you. And women, you always have it in you, please. So that's the Ada. You know, when women drink water, they gulp it down. Women don't drink, they sip. So women, please sip, okay? Yes, that's the way it is. She did it, and that, you know, the way the finger comes out, don't try too hard, let it be natural. Even when you're talking, addressing somebody, look into the eyes with that little bit of masti, wo Ada hoti hai. Just bring that out in you. And see, even there are younger men who'd get attracted to you. And why not? You know, you can go shopping. You don't need to shop, correct?
There are a lot of Mrs. Robinsons out here.
But that's what it is about. I like to teach my clients how to flirt.
Where are the men? Where are the men?
Shekhar. Mr. Puri, yeah, there are such good-looking men here in the audience here. There are a few of them. So, correct me if I'm wrong.
I just want to, that brings me to my next question. And this is to each one of you. Has the concept of beauty changed? Because we, you know, in the old days, it was Madhubala, and it was, you know, all the other wonderful women who were on our screen. And they were all voluptuous and well built and everything else. And people used to say, great eyes, great hair. Now you walk into a room and you may have the most stunning face in the world,
And you're invisible if your body is not whatever, right? I mean, I've experienced that, believe me. I want to know from you, has the concept of beauty changed because do men just look at bodies or do women just look at bodies? It's not about the face anymore.
May I sound bold?
Please.
Okay. Just a month ago, Manish Malhotra, the designer, we were just chatting, and I told him I'm completing about 25 years of marriage. He's saying, you know, why your husband's still sticking with you? Because you have the right curves, right places. So I said, wow. So imagine the designers are thinking like that. So I think that classic beauty, the classic curves, and that's what the Indian women are made of. And I think we need to stick to that. Size should never be the thing. I don't want to look like a hanger. I definitely want my husband to hold something about me when I'm in bed with him. You know, I may sound a little bold, but that's a fact. And I think curves are very important on women. The kind of clothes that we wear, they really enhance our looks and the beauty. This is my take on it. I don't know about the others.
Tapasya, are there a lot of women who come to you for losing weight?
Absolutely, I agree with this. Everybody wants to be a 50 kilo to be beautiful. I mean, this is something which shouldn't happen because you have to look at your age, your physical body type, your physical attributes to the body, your lifestyle problems which you're facing, and then decide. Don't decide your beauty by the scales. It should be by what you are and what you feel and how well can you carry whatever you're wearing.
That's the ideal world. Men don't look at you like that, no?
No, they do. They do, yeah. There will be a lot of women who will look at you, wanting to look at you being thinner, not the men.
Sarah, has the concept of beauty changed? You wouldn't know, right?
I think everything changes all the time. Don't they say that the only constant in life is change? So everything changes, and it's not just that the concept of beauty changes over time. What for some person is beautiful is not, the same for the other. A small example. I think I'd gone a few weeks ago to have my nails done or something, and the woman said, "Kya ho gaya hai aapko? Itna tan. I'll just get a scrub out and I'll scrub." And I said, "No, but actually I quite like it. I don't want to be so white and so pale." And there you go. So is there a right? Is there a wrong? Is pale right? Is tan beautiful? Is it not? And ultimately, you have to figure out in yourself, what do you like about you? And actually, can we love ourselves with whatever it is? Can I be okay with the tan? And can I be okay with the white skin? And can I be okay if I wake up one morning and I have a pimple here? Or will I keep telling myself, looking in the mirror, I hate this, I look so fat, I'm so disgusting, I'm so gross, I'm too black, I'm too white. Can we stop that negative conversation and be a little gentle with ourselves? Maybe.
Rashmi, concept of beauty, has it changed?
Okay, a lot of soul searching has happened, so I'm going to answer it plain and simple. Who is this to? Like, to me, I think a man likes us the way we are, as she said, nice and voluptuous and nice. I've never seen a man look at a absolute slim stick and say, wow. It's us women who are judgmental about each other. It's us who keep looking at each other and say, oh my God, she's lost 2 kilos, I better lose 2 kilos. I don't think so. I don't think men do it. So the concept remains on who is thinking of it, one. Two, if I have to technically answer it, as Tapasya rightly said, you need to see what's the ideal weight for your body. And now people are beginning to understand. Gone, like 3 years ago, there were women who used to come and want to look like their teenage daughters and have the same waist ratio, whatever ratio they wanted. But they have seen and we have educated them to say, look what it does to your face. There's a term called runner's face. Because you end up losing so much weight, you run so much to get that ideal body proportion, your face looks haggard, like overdrained and sucked out, and it looks really bad. So what are you trying to achieve? Look thin or look beautiful? So if we have to achieve to look beautiful, then you need to have, as Sarah rightly said, it's not necessary you're a particular weight or you're not necessary you're a particular color. You need to look beautiful overall. So that's actually set in now. So they're okay not to kill themselves for that last extra pound, but to be okay to look beautiful. I think that's what is in, if you ask me, at least among the patients that I encounter, that's what it is now.
So I just want to ask the two of you, Tapasya and Rashmi, since you deal with so many patients every single day, is there a trade-off between good nutrition, healthy lives, and looking good?
Yeah, it's all interlinked, 100%. Good mind, good soul, good food habits, everything is interlinked. Environment, mind,
But
and
it
body.
could go horribly wrong, right? Because you can follow a fat diet,
Yeah.
right? And you could screw up your insides and you're still...
I think most of them have done this.
Okay.
Most of them.
Rashmi?
I think that, as I said in my previous answer, that there was a phase when people did that and then realized. So now I tell them, no matter which dietitian you go, like in every profession, there are good and bad professionals. So no matter who you go to, I want to see 2 spoons of oil in your diet. So it's very important that, would you agree with me?
100%.
Yeah. So I want to see 2 spoons of oil in your diet, no matter if you go back to the grandma's ghee, because that's one of the best forms of oil, as long as you don't heat and kill the ghee. So whether it's coconut oil or ghee, you don't have to do the fancy newer oils, but you need to do that. And if you're a rice eater, please suit yourself. Eat a bit of rice. That makes you feel happy. When you're happy, it comes out in your soul, in your skin, in your eyes. So it's just about eating everything right, being happy, as much as cliched it sounds, sleeping right, being a good person. All that ultimately shows in your eyes and your skin. And yes, don't trivialize what you can do from the outside. It is very important that you do your little sunscreens, your Botoxes, and your fixes as well. Appropriately, though.
And work out.
So all that you need to do from the outside goes on.
But I have to say, my 83-year-old mother says that there are no ugly women anymore. Everyone looks good. And I think, you know, having lived so long, she's been through the experience of when women didn't actually look so good if they didn't do things to themselves. I want to just open this to the House. I'm sure there are lots of questions, and I hope you'll ask some pointed questions, Dr. Rashmi Shetty. Anybody? What? Yes, there's a question right there. Since cosmetics is, I mean, I don't really know, do you even do liposuctions and all?
No, I'm not a surgeon. I'm a physician.
Oh.
So I do most of the cosmetic, non-surgical work like injectables and lasers and skincare.
Okay. So the question is that, do you think the women who come for these things have low self-esteem?
I wouldn't say they necessarily have low self-esteem, but when I was, in fact, Googling, I'm sorry, again I come back to Sarah, I was just Googling our co-panelists, and I saw one of the beautiful NGO work that Sarah was doing, and in some point of her talk, she was saying how much helping those women and empowering them gets their confidence high. We always somehow associate a low self-esteem for people who are less privileged. But there are a whole load of people who are very well privileged, like any of us, who could also suffer from that not being appreciated kind of low self-esteem, which definitely gives a big boost. If that little tweak is done in their look, in their appearance, probably in putting themselves together, not necessarily one portion of it, but all of it, grooming them towards better, definitely helps. Definitely helps.
Thank you. So nobody is listening. Tell us some Bollywood secrets. Who's done what?
That's it. Then I'll have to shut shop tomorrow. Give me a job here. I'll do just that right now.
Okay. Any more questions? Yes. Right at the back there. Just check that the mic is working, please. Yeah, it's working now.
You know, food that we eat today is very, very different from what our parents ate. I mean, once upon a time, you could eat everything, a little bit of everything. Today, you're told milk, no, no, wheat, no, no. How does that work for our systems? I mean, are we suddenly supposed to jump into an arena where we don't know? Suppose you take something like quinoa. Now, you're suddenly told, eat quinoa. It's a South American seed, right? Now we have to eat it in India. You tell me that.
I was just talking to them outside there that this is the latest fashion, that we have a quinoa in the market and we need to use it. This is not what India ate, right, few years back. So as and when we are exposed to so many variety of food, we influence our digestion a lot, and that's where our digestion suffers. We give it so many varieties of food. We are eating sushi, Thai, Chinese, every type of food in our lifestyle, which was not the case few years ago. Talking about milk, particularly the milk which we have today is we have it with preservatives. That's why the bacteria in there doesn't suit our intestine. That's where the lactose intolerance comes from, not the milk which is the cow's milk. If you drink your cow's milk, there's no harm. People are following this gluten-free diet unnecessarily. They are meant for a particular disease type people, not for everybody. Because wheat is not in fashion, nobody wants to eat roti.
So what you mean is
So,
a lot
this
of
is a
companies...
bad idea.
Would you recommend amaranth as a substitute
Amaranth
for...
is very, very ancient grain in Maharashtra. It's not new. It's more suitable to their climate, their way of living, than to people in North India.
Okay, we have a question from Jamal Sheikh, editor, Men's Health.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies. I'm the editor of Men's Health, so I'm going to ask you a question from the man's point of view. Slightly flippant, so bear with me. When complimenting a lady, how honest can a guy truly be?
Say it all.
Can we go one by one, please? I'd like to know each one's point of view.
Chaya, would you like to take this first? Jamal, you know, you come off very straightforward always, so this definitely the answers for you. I think it's very important. All the women like to feel good, look good. It's the way you say it is very important. Look at her eyes, nowhere else, and the compliment will be taken well. Tapasya, would you like to answer that? No? Sarah, come on. Attempt it.
Honesty is always the best policy, but I think as long as you stay kind and not mean, then you're fine.
Rashmi?
Yeah, I think I'd second Sarah and say honesty, but at least sometimes if you tell us, yeah, you look a little fat, then we'll believe the other times you're telling us you don't look fat. If you always keep saying you don't look fat, then the doubt always remains, and that's when you get into trouble.
You have to be careful of loving husbands who say you look like $1 million. They don't mean it. Then you go wrong.
No, the husbands never say that.
No, they
the
do,
other men
and that's when you go wrong. Sangamitra, editor, Prevention. Is she there? Sangha. Mike.
Mala, could I answer this question?
That sounds like a voice I know.
You know
Poonam
this
Bhagat. Okay. Hi, Poonam.
Hi. Jamal, can I answer your question? Yeah, I loved the question. And I truly believe that every single woman has positive traits. So what you have to do is just hone into her best asset, whatever it may be it her eyes, her smile, her speech, the way she holds herself. Just hone into her best asset and compliment her on that.
That
You're
would be
honest,
very
and
dangerous,
that's it.
Poonam.
Not at all. Not the boobs. Stay away from the boobs. Thank you,
Very
Mala.
dangerous. Sangamitra, would you like to ask a question?
Yes, hi. Is this working? Are you able to hear me? We've been talking about women mainly because we are at the Women's Summit, but I'd like to ask everyone on the panel, do men come to you with their problems? Is it only women? Is it only us who are carrying the burden and having this negative dialogue inside us?
I train a lot of men, so they have a lot more issues than the women, honestly. You know, in fact, I think women are a lot more confident, sorry men, but it's a fact, women are a lot more confident. They do solve their problems on their own most of the time, but the men who don't know where to ask and what to do. So I do have a lot of queries from the men, and in fact, the ratio is almost about 65% is men in the clients that I have. Rashmi?
Sorry to interrupt,
I'd
but
say that sorry.
Yes.
I just had another aside and a question. Who are these people who come to you to learn how to flirt?
They're mainly global. You know, when they travel a lot, there are a lot of bankers. Then there are a lot of business industrialists. You know, especially when they have to travel a lot more internationally. These are the kind of people who come and ask.
No, if Mala is wondering, she had mentioned
learn not to flirt. Okay, not
no. They ask her how to
flirt.
Yes.
Good.
I'd say in regular practice, I at least see, earlier I used to hardly see like 5%. Now I see around 25%, but I must say hair is their main concern than the rest of the face. That's
No
one.
surprises.
Yeah, most of the times. And again, we got into a little bit of statistics when I started writing the book Age Erase. I was thinking, should I make it gender inclusive or not? And then that's exactly what they said, that men have the questions, but they think it's uncool to come and approach that. So if a book is gender inclusive or there is information on a common platform, they wouldn't mind Googling it. And recently, I just did a teaching congress at the Berlin Derm Society, and I spoke mainly about how to treat men differently and not to feminize them. And my last thank you slide was, we don't want to kiss frogs and ogres anymore. So we don't want to change you. You better come to us.
Okay,
nice
very
and
quickly,
change.
we have to wind this up. We're running out of time. I want a one-word answer. If you had to do one thing, you could do nothing else, one thing, Chaya, to exude a very confident personality, what would you do?
Sorry, can
The one thing to change your image into a very confident, desirable person, what would you do? I think a lot of knowledge. Okay. Tapasya, if you had to do the one thing to get all the good nutrients into your life every single day, apart from everything else, what would you do?
Don't get scared of food. Eat everything.
Oh God, that's very popular for some reason. Sarah, the one fitness thing you would never give up.
Meditate, meditate, meditate.
Rashmi, the one skin secret, one skin thing you would do every single day of your life.
Pick the right moisturizer for your skin and keep douching your skin with it.
We don't even know how to pick that. But we'll speak to you on the sidelines. A loud round of applause for all the four ladies. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, do put your hands together for that session there. I would request the four lovely ladies to stay on stage, get a quick picture taken, while I request Mr. Shekhar Gupta, Editor-in-Chief, Vice Chairman, India Today, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the four lovely ladies here. Can we have a bit of an applause for them? They've entertained us, all four of them there. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Thank you, ladies. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so for those of you who were here today morning and heard Ms. Badal talk about an aching back and how she missed a massage, just sit right there. We have 40 masseuses coming in at this point of time to massage your back if you want, maybe your hands. Brought to you by VLCC. It's a 15-minute break. You also have on your tables a small menu card. Pick it up. You can ask for what you want. Their herbal tea is being bought in. And all that lovely food that Tapasya was talking about, which is good for you, you're getting it on your table right now. So they've got the whole booty with them. They've got moisturizers. You can pick what you want. It's a 15-minute break. Enjoy. So for those of you who haven't got a masseuse right next to you, do pick up that menu on your table. Well, this has been brought to you by Vandana Luthra and VLCC. We do hope you're tweeting. Our hashtag is Women Power. That is a plural, Women Power. And if you have a friend back home who's missing out on all the action at the India Today Women's Summit and Awards in its 5th edition, well, we have a live stream webcast at India Today Woman, singular, Woman Power. And once you've had your fill of massages, do step outside. We have a photo booth there. You can get your red carpet picture taken and you can carry it back with you. Ladies, we're going to break for 15 minutes. We're going to see you right here in 15 minutes. If you don't have a masseuses right next to you, indulge in the food there. You have a small menu card on your table. You can ask for your herbal wine that you want. Do step outside. We have a live photo booth. You can get your picture taken on the red carpet. You can carry that picture back with you. We also hope all of you are tweeting. Our hashtag is Woman Power.
our lifetimes. There are some less fortunate who perhaps ask this question almost every day. Are men responsible for equality? Or is it the responsibility of women? Or is it perhaps a responsibility for both of them? Three fantastic and highly accomplished women are here with me. Ladies and the few privileged gentlemen here, please welcome Gul Panag, actor and politician. Meenakshi Reddy Madhavan, author and provocative blogger. And Shelja Sen, who's a child and adolescent psychologist and family therapist. A round of applause to all our three lovely, fantastic ladies here. Please. I think we have a far more relaxed audience now after the massages and the food. But we should get into something which is... This session clearly is far more provocative. And I'm going to play devil's advocate because largely this is an audience which is more biased towards or tilted towards what you would say one gender. We're talking about gender equality or perhaps gender neutrality, as many would say. So the first question I want to ask you is that we often hear the refrain that men and women are different. Psychologically, physiologically, poets, writers, sociologists, some of them have come to the conclusion that yes, they are different. Then is it fair to equate men and women on the same balance of equality? Let's start with you, Gul.
I'm this relentless crusader for justice and equality when it comes to gender. And while I think equality can be described in many ways, depending on which side of the prism you're looking at it from. But when the lack of gender justice or equality, as you'd like to call it, when that enters public sphere, when it enters institutions, when it enters jurisprudence, when it enters our very lives, and people are discriminated against for just belonging to a particular gender, as India has had a history of doing for so very long. I think the fight for equality attains a whole new meaning. The meaning becomes having to just fight for what you believe is your right as a woman or as the secondary gender in India as we are. And physiologically, of course, I think Shailaja will probably throw more light on that. But I think trying to compete with men and trying to be equal to them physiologically is not the agenda. I think women and men are different and should be respected for their uniqueness. But having said that, the second gender or the female gender shouldn't be denied their rightful place in society, in inheritance, wherever they are, in the legal system.
So when you talk of equality, you mean equal opportunity?
Equal opportunity, absolutely. Equal access to opportunity, that to me defines gender justice.
Meenakshi.
I agree with Gul as well. I think that people shouldn't be denied on the basis of what gender they were born, whether they were men or women. And I also agree that physically men maybe stay a little bit stronger based on the way they're built. But I don't think that means that women can't do the same thing that men do. If you look at manual laborers in Delhi, it's a pretty even split. The women who carry the stones on their head, the men who carry the stones on their head. That means that it can be done if economic circumstances arose. And so I don't think you could deny someone a job on the basis of whether or not they had ovaries.
But wouldn't you say that there are some, perhaps there are certain fields that women and men simply can't compete?
Such as?
Maybe in combat, as we were speaking of earlier.
We were talking about combat, and I also said I don't know very much about it, but I think that if women wanted to be in the army and wanted to do the grueling treks and the hard climbs, I don't think it should be told preemptorily that you can't do this. If they want to give it a shot and they can make the standard.
But do we have the time to honestly be able to try and find out those few exceptions to the rule? there are so many exceptions to the rule. I mean, if you look at it even in football, the women's football team has made the international rounds right now, whereas our male football team hasn't. Okay, Shelja.
Pat on the back to the women.
Shelja, do you agree with that? That neurologically, physiologically, men and women in every possible field can compete for that equality and equal status?
See, I'm going to take a slightly different perspective here as a child and adolescent psychologist and as a parent of 2 children, one is a boy, one is a girl. I think, what you said about the differences, I think that's the core. We need to accept that we are wired differently. And I think as a mother, if I accept that my son is wired differently from my daughter, then I can accept the kind of differences that he comes up with. And the reason I'm saying this is, as a psychologist, we are completely overwhelmed with the number of boys we have to see in our clinics. It's not only our clinics. When we work with schools, same concern. And the thing is this, that as a mother, the journey that my daughter's taking, I can understand that. I connect to that. I see her and I see myself in her. But my son, I always struggle to understand what is he going through. Despite the fact that I've worked with children, for more than 2 decades, I've been working with children. And they are wired differently. I mean, that's research has indicated they're wired differently. If you see in our clinics, children with neurodevelopmental difficulties, ADHD, autism spectrum disorder, learning disability, ratio is 4:1. Not only that, even children with anxiety, depression, suicide, boys outnumber girls. I think India Today had done a study a few years ago when they talked about the highest incidence of adolescent suicide in India. And majority of them are boys.
Those are very, very interesting points that you raise, and I want to ask a question, and I'm sure the men in the audience will perhaps appreciate it. That are we misunderstanding, or have we stopped understanding men? Because on the one hand, the kind of mixed signals that we give to our sons and our brothers, on the one hand, you want them to be sensitive and caring and affectionate. On the other, the minute you feel that they are perhaps weak, you say, man up.
Go ahead. Take forward a very, very interesting point Shailaja raised. The thing is, I think science and studies have established beyond doubt that men and women are wired differently, and as you said, children are wired differently. So perhaps if you try and examine the gender stereotypification that we see today, maybe the roots of that gender stereotypification go far back than what we seem to think. Maybe they've existed from prehistoric times. And what we see today, in some ways, it manifests itself as misogyny. Some ways, it comes out in more diabolical ways. But there's probably a reason why gender stereotypification began back in the day. Obviously, we've now realized that our ancestors had a greater understanding of science and medicine than we seem to give them credit for. And perhaps the birth or the genesis of the gender roles that we now see today took place much, much, much before that even civilization was formed as we know it. On the other hand, taking forward what you just said, I think there comes the other argument. In a society like ours, when I say ours, I just don't mean India, I mean the modern society that we live in, across borders, across boundaries. At least the last 200 years, there's documented evidence that shows that women have been at a disadvantage. Women in America only got the right to vote as late as the early 20th century in the foremost democracy of the world, for what they call themselves to be. Now, I'm just giving you context that the last 200 years, if you just look at the history of the world, women have been at a disadvantage because they were denied the right to property, right to vote, and these rights were enshrined in the principles of liberal democracy. Now, put that aside for a moment. When you have a certain section of society, let's say half of it, having been put at a disadvantage, and when you try and correct that, chances are that you are going to swing to the other side of the pendulum first.
before you find some sort of a balance. So a lot of aggressive legislation that comes into play, what we're seeing in India, abuse of that legislation as well, is a result perhaps, and I'm putting this thought out there for everybody to think about, is that the pendulum has been restrained on one end for so long that when you finally remove what is restraining it, it kind of swings wildly to the other side before finding a sense of balance. So on one hand, yes, definitely, we want to be seen as people who go out there and are economically independent, but yet the dichotomy that exists in all of us, and in me particularly, and I'm not afraid to admit it, that I do like it when my husband pulls a chair for me, that I do like it when someone holds a door for me. Now, that is the essential debate and dichotomy that exists in all of us. We all want to be independent women, we want to be considered as equals from a perspective of equal opportunity. But at the same time, somewhere deep down, we also want to be treated specially, and I think that's because of the baggage we carry.
But have we stopped understanding our men? Meenakshi.
I'd actually like to ask Shailja a question, a little bit off topic. But what about people who are raising their children gender neutral? Because there are a lot of people who are doing that now, who in Sweden and stuff.
Absolutely.
And is that a bad thing or a good thing?
That's a good thing. I mean, I know I have a son and a daughter. My son is a poet, he's an artist, he's a philosopher. My daughter plays football, and she's a typical, she loves football, she loves playing the guitar. So in that sense, I think the opportunities, or I let them explore the world and see, okay, what do they connect to? What do they like doing? So when I say differences, that doesn't mean I say for boys it's got to be like this, and for girls it's got to be pink, and boys it's got to be blue. Boys have to play with these toys, and girls have to play with Barbie dolls. I don't mean that. I mean we need to see them as individuals. And we need to be very, very, this thing you said about the confusion. I think there's a lot of confusion in us. There's a dad I met recently who told me, and he has the most gentle, beautiful boy I met. This boy was getting bullied in school. Just a gentle, sensitive boy. And his band told me, I've told him, go and beat them up. Be a man. You want to do anything, you want to grow up, do sex, do girls, do alcohol, I don't care. Be a man. Don't ever get bullied. So, I mean, how is that boy going to grow up? I mean, even mom was completely in agreement. It's not just about dads and sons. So, that confusion that boy is going to grow up with. And I do see that in boys. Boys say nobody understands us. They're not listening to us. We listen to girls. They're surrounded by women. They go to schools, they have women teachers. At home, they have women. Men, we know that men are not so much around for childcare. So they feel misunderstood. How do they numb their pain?
But at the same time, Shailja, there are also a lot of girls who are always made to feel inferior. So we are trying to battle that dichotomy that exists.
Sure.
My next question to all three of you.
Here. You think when you say that we've stopped trying to make an effort to understand men, you think it's because we're overcompensating? I mean, the point could also, go in the direction of saying that because it's like when you study for a subject and you have an exam, there are subjects that you're strong at, and then there are those you're really weak at. So you focus more on a subject that you're weaker at, in the process, completely neglecting what you consider to be a strength, which again is a continuation of gender stereotypification.
But to turn the argument around, for the longest time, society has seen men being far superior and being more dominating, and now are we turning it around and not listening to the other gender at all?
We're overcompensating.
In a way, yes. But my next question, which I want to... Please go ahead, Meenakshi.
There is this great hashtag called Not All Men, which is hilarious, because it basically means if you're saying... this kind of man is likely to be rude to you, someone will always miss the point and comment and say, not all men are like that. And basically, I think that sums it up. We've been, as women in India, not we, but the larger gender we, have been left behind for so many years. Now is not the time to think of a dialogue with men. Let's better our own selves first before we...
But
cater to an already
how are women any
advantaged
different than what
gender?
has happened in the past then? We're perpetuating the same kind of excluding the other.
It can't, they're not the other. This is my point. They're not
been
going
the
to...
privileged
Exactly.
But don't we think we need to,
we can't just be like, this is something that we need to sort out within ourselves.
I'm just saying that they don't need our fighting for them as well as fighting for ourselves.
It is not about fighting, perhaps.
You know,
it was more about listening.
Can I just mention
there are male
one thing?
activists. Each time I write something on Twitter which is gender
Not all
driven,
men.
I have a bunch of men attacking me for saying, why aren't you speaking out against crimes against men?
Well, I'm hoping all the men appreciate what I'm doing here right
No,
now.
I think-
But at the same time, you raised an interesting point when I was talking to you earlier about how there is a hashtag of I don't need feminism, of how there are women also who feel that perhaps feminism has also become as strong a stereotype. And just because you're a strong woman doesn't necessarily mean that you can't cook and do everything that perhaps tradition and culture demands of you, or perhaps you just enjoy doing it.
I don't know how to actually take that. I don't know if I'm a feminist. Like I just said before, I'm very happy to have, the benefits of chivalry. Does that make me less of a feminist? I don't know what my definition of feminism is, to be very honest. I do not know how much it agrees with, say, Meenakshi or Shailaja. Because feminism, to me, puts very simply, just means equal opportunity. I mean, everything for me ultimately comes down to, if I want to do something, I should be able to do it and shouldn't be hindered because of my gender. But am I going to start looking deeper into it and saying that because I'm a strong woman, I can't cry? I had a bit of a mental breakdown in office yesterday because the work was just so overwhelming, and I thought it was completely all right to sit and hold my head in my hands. A man may not be able to be comfortable doing that because of the gender stereotypification, because of the expectations that come attached from being a man. So I don't know. I mean, I just see myself as being somebody who wants to have freedom to live the way I want to live responsibly.
Okay.
And that's basically feminism. Okay.
So
you're a feminist.
Okay, let me ask the audience if you have any questions, please. The lady first, please.
Hello to all of you. My question is to Dr. Sen. In the
Shailaja, please.
To Shailaja. In the very beginning, you said that boys are more prone to the negative effects of depression, and there are 4 times more boys coming to you than girls. Why would that be? Why is that? Could that be genetic, or is it circumstantial, or is it environmental?
Maybe all that. And I think, of course, there's a lot of research being carried out in this. And of course, I think we need to understand this, that boys are different from girls, that girls are internalizers. When they are going through difficult times, they feel anxious, they withdraw, they start harming themselves, cutting themselves, getting into eating disorders. Whereas boys tend to externalize, they fight, they rage, they go and smash their dad's car, or they get into drugs, right? So that way they are, research is showing that, of course, so they are the ones who are brought to us. Maybe there are girls also who are not brought to us, who are just hiding themselves in the room.
Do you think so?
I do think that, there are a lot of girls who are getting missed in the classrooms because they're quiet. Their problems are not on the face. But I do think, personally, my belief is the problem with boys is growing. I really do believe that. And the kind of problems we are seeing, depression, anxiety and all the neurodevelopmental difficulties, there was one research which said that a boy, by the time he's 21, would have done 10,000 hours of video gaming. Video gaming is becoming a big, big problem for us. We're getting video gaming or watching pornography. That's the way they're dealing with their problems. That's the way boys are dealing with the problem, and you're not getting that. And we're quick to label them. We are...
It's a boy thing.
It's a boy.
It's a boy thing.
Yeah, boys. Boys are like that. He is so, and everybody, even media, all of us, we can rubbish boys. We won't do that to girls. We are much more gentle with girls. And I do feel very strongly about that we need to. I have a son and a daughter. I can say I'm much more concerned about my son than my daughter. Maybe that's the way their wiring is also very different.
I have a son and a daughter, and I'm equally concerned about both. And I see them as no, and I see them as two individuals, and I raise them as two individuals.
Yes.
Because I'm a single mom in any case.
Sure.
I raise them as individuals. I don't say it's a girl thing. It happens that my daughter is typically girl and my son is typically boys. That's the way they are.
Yeah.
But I don't raise them like that. I raise them as children.
As two individuals.
As
And
children.
See, and also, it's very important as a parent to accept this is my child and he or she is wired like that, and accept that. You know, we can't change, you can't change your son into somebody else or daughter into somebody else. And I think the same thing I would say to, you know, men and women, to wives and husbands. We want them to talk more. You know, let's talk about how I'm feeling. Let's talk about relationships. They're not wired like that.
Boys don't talk
Okay.
like that.
They don't do that.
Let's give others an opportunity as well.
Hi.
Kali.
Hi. What's going wrong with our gender sensitization? I mean, you must have read in the media all these child rape. You know, 5-year-old, 3-year-old, 2-year-old. What are these men thinking? What is going wrong with that?
Can you think of how sick those minds of those men and boys are? They're doing something. And I think rather than blaming or pointing finger, like something that Gul was mentioning and we were discussing earlier, that it can't be just these 2-3 people. It has to be something that has to be done throughout. You know, it's like a polio vaccine, that we have to all come together to do something about it. You know, and there are
What is it that we can do as mothers who are raising children, boys and girls? What are the things we should be saying to our little girls? I mean, we can't tell them to be wary of every single male person, and that's what's happening.
See,
An
more than-
8-year-old is raping a 2-year-old. So what do I tell my daughter? Stay away from all men, stay away from all boys. What do I say to my son?
I think, Kali, more than anything, the way you are, that's what your children are watching. The way you are, your beliefs, what you believe in. As a woman, they see your relationship with other men in their life. They see the fathers and mothers, more than what you say to them, what the culture they are being brought up in schools, at home, is what they're imbibing. And I really think so, because I don't remember ever having a conversation with my son about this is the way you need to be. But he's very sensitive. He's a gentle boy. He will never ever think of raising his hand on a girl. He will question feminism. He's 17. He's supposed to question feminism and what it's all about, but he wouldn't, because he's grown up in that culture.
I'd like to add to what Kali just said. These incidents of rising violence that we see against baby girls, little girls, I'm not sure that they're just that they're actually rising, to be very honest. I think they were always there. Women, young girls, young children have always been brutalized by a certain sick section in society. It's just that, for better or worse, it's now being reported a lot more. And I think definitely for worse, at some extent, it's also being used for sensationalism. Now, how are we going to fix that? Gender sensitization, sensitivity is a very, very big battle. It has to be fought like a polio vaccine blanket, and for the next 20 years. It's not going to go away in 2 or 3 years. We can raise our boys and our daughters the way we like in our homes, but the kind of environment that they go out in the workplace, in the education environment, is going to be very different. So unless there is legislative aggression shown in public policy to address the gender injustice, to address the imbalance of the way gender is perceived in India, we're not going to be able to fix it. It has to be at the grassroots level, like a polio vaccine, through public dissemination, through aggressive partnerships with civil society and women's rights movements, and eventually go into public policy. Otherwise, it's not going to go away.
On that note, let's hope for a more gender-neutral world, and let's hope for equal opportunity for all. Ladies, thank you so much. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, Maruk. Thank you, ladies. I request the three of you to stay back on stage while I call upon Mr. Balram Garg, MD, PC Jewelers, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to you three lovely ladies. Can we please put our hands together? Thank you. A quick picture. Thank you, Gul. Thank you, Meenakshi. Thank you, Shelja. It was a pleasure. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. All right, we're going to break for lunch, but a quick one at that. Our next guest is on a bit of a time constraint, and you'd love him. Imran Khan is in the house, so just about a 20-minute lunch break, and we reconvene on time, please, this time around. Lunch is being served at the back. Do make your way. And we'll reconvene in exactly 20 minutes from now on and have a riveting session with Imran Khan. For those of you who are not tweeting, hashtag is Women Power. If a friend is missing out on all the action, do tell them to log on to, we have a live stream going on, India Today Women Summit, that's singular, Women Summit, while our hashtag on Twitter is Women Power. Do take time to go right outside. We have a live photo booth. Get your picture taken and you can the dais to take it from here. Kaveri. Before we get Kaveri, can we please settle down? I'm sure there's a lot to catch up on, but maybe after this session.
Okay, Imran Khan is the ultimate feminist. He carries his mother's surname. I hope you all know that he was actually born Imran Pal, but he's now Imran Khan. He lives in a house dominated by women, his mother, his wife, his new baby, Imara, and he's just informed me his 2 dogs. The only other male companion he has is his cat. Do you want to listen, guys? Shh. Do you want me to begin again? Okay. Imran, please, I want you to listen to your introduction. Come. Okay, now sit down, sit. Okay, so I'm introducing him again. Okay, I know we all love him, but let's, 2 minutes of listening to me, then he's all yours. So Imran Khan is the ultimate feminist. He carries his mother's surname, although he was born Imran Pal. He lives in a house dominated by women, his mother, his wife, his new baby, and he's just informed me his 2 dogs. 3 dogs, sorry. He's always chasing strong, independent-minded women in his romantic comedies, which I have to say are my guilty pleasure, and I've watched all of them except the last one. In fact, my one complaint against him is that he doesn't do enough of them. He also doesn't do enough of writing, which he's fantastic at. He cares more than just his next film role, whether it's the drinking age in Maharashtra or the ban on homosexuality. He's also, fortunately, although he looks perfect, not perfect. His secret vice is buying very expensive and very fast cars. So, ladies and gentlemen, and ladies especially, Imran Khan.
You forgot to mention my shoes as well. Also expensive shoes, I can't help myself. I'm sorry, I was admitting to another one of my vices, which is shoes. I have far too many. So, good afternoon, ladies. So, when Kaveri first called me, she had asked me to write a speech about why women matter. And I sat down to write that speech. It started off as an ode to girl power, women's intuition. And it all sounded so damn patronizing that I threw it out. You don't need to be spoon-fed. I don't need to tell you why women matter. It's preaching to the choir. So let's chat for a minute. You guys may have heard, as Kaveri mentioned, my wife recently gave birth to a baby girl. We named her Imara, which is a Swahili name meaning strong and resolute. I want my daughter to be strong. I want her to have a strong heart, a strong mind. I want a lot for her, and that's partly why I'm here today. The day she was born, these gifts started pouring in, right? These mountains of pink things saying princess. These books and these articles about how to raise a goddess. And I started to think about female empowerment. More specifically, the way we go about empowering women with these platitudes, which frankly I consider to be ridiculous. Bear with me for a moment, okay? Just imagine two guys talking. Imagine a guy talking to another guy and saying, "You're a god. You are a strong, handsome, glowing god. Boy power." This is ridiculous, yes? I mean, I would mock someone who spoke to me that way. But we do speak this way to women, about women, and it's supposed to be a compliment. Personally, I don't think it is. They say there are two ways to dehumanize someone: by dismissing them and by idolizing them. That wasn't an applause break. But thank you. I think women have been subjected to dismissal and disregard for centuries, and they still are. That's kind of what led to the birth of feminism. A desire to be seen, a desire to be heard, a desire to be counted. To be treated as equal human beings. I'm not saying we've overcome that problem, far from it. But we have come face to face with a new problem, one that has somehow become socially acceptable, one that has become politically correct. Idolization. I think by idolizing someone, by putting them on a pedestal of some sort, you're able to remove their human attributes, their feelings. You're able to deny them that which you would give to a normal human being. Freedom, rights, whatever it is. We're able to control them. And we're able to disguise that control as concern. You know, it's for your own protection. You're a goddess. You're far too valuable to be walking around outside without a man to protect you. And I think that by making women complicit in this, it becomes far more insidious. You think it's a dramatic choice of words, insidious, but think about this for a second, okay? You find a way to subjugate someone. You not only make them part of that subjugation, but you get them to propagate it under the guise of empowerment. That is seriously messed up. I was mentioning to Kaveri earlier on the idea that I really had behind this speech was an interesting quote by George R.R. Martin. He wrote a series of books which have now become a very popular TV show called Game of Thrones. So somebody once asked him, "How is it that you write such incredible female characters?" And he said, "You know, I have always thought of women as people." It's a deceptively simple thought. It's a very, very simple, basic thought. Don't treat people differently based on sex. This simple thought is the very foundation of feminism. I don't think men are superior to women. But I also don't think that women have a sixth sense or an intuition, whatever mystical name you want to give it. I think we're just a bunch of people. We need to get our act together. We need to start treating each other with a little bit of respect. There's really no need to make it more complicated than it needs to be. Thank you. And now to defend my position.
Yes. But first we'll ask you a couple of deceptively simple questions. How come you're so normal? Is it because your mother brought you up well? Because she's a... Wait, let me give you the options.
I'm an actor. I act normal.
Okay, she brought you up well. She's a psychotherapist. So whenever you had a problem, you would just lie down on her couch. Or is it just that, you've been surrounded by very strong women from the very beginning? What is it?
I think I have to give my mother a great deal of credit. Pardon me. I do have to give my mother a great deal of credit. She brought me up as a thinking person. She always encouraged me to think, to question, to challenge, even her, to ask her, why this, why not that? If she told me, do something a certain way, she would always tell me why. Say, I want you to do this for this reason. I think really that's what's led me here today. That's what's turned me into the person that I am.
You spent a lot of time away from home. You went to a school for 3 years where there was no electricity. You washed your own clothes, cooked your own food. Tell us a little about it.
5 years, yeah.
5 years. How old were you?
I was 10. People think I'm lying when I tell this story. It was like a Gurukul, couple of hours outside of Ooty. As Kaveri mentioned, we didn't have electricity, running water. We grew our own vegetables. We cooked our own food. We washed our own clothes. We swept and swapped the floors.
Very good. We're all very happy with that.
So yeah, I'm a handy guy to have around the house.
Yeah. So, no, go on. Go on about that experience. What was that like?
About that experience?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I was there 5 years, from the age of 10 to 15. If I'm completely honest, we didn't do a whole lot of studying. I think there was we had a lot of life lessons. You learned more valuable things like how to identify poisonous and non-poisonous snakes, which comes in handy more often than you would think.
As in the snakes in Bollywood. But none of this really prepared you for Bollywood, for the film industry, except for the fact that you grew up in a film family.
Yeah, unfortunately, none of that has been even remotely helpful in my career as an actor. It has given me absolutely no insights to navigating the minefield that is the movie business and that is the celebrity business. Yeah.
A lot of
it has been entirely unhelpful.
A lot of people think that it's tough to be a young woman in Bollywood, you know, whether you come from a film family or not. But it must be equally tough to be a young man. Forget the casting couch, it probably exists as well.
Certainly, it exists, I think, for men and for women.
Yeah.
I think what people tend to misunderstand, or what people tend not to realize about the whole business is, okay, so suppose you're fortunate enough to have some kind of a family backing. You have an understanding of how these things work. If you don't, whether you're a boy or a girl, you're 20, 25 years old, you've worked towards a career in movies, you get a break, you're fortunate and your films do well, people start to like you. You're still young, you're still a kid. My first film released when I was 24 years old. And suddenly you find yourself in a position of tremendous influence, of tremendous responsibility, where people want to know, what do you want? I remember meeting people and there would be scripts laid out. Okay, here you got a dozen scripts. Which one do you want? Whichever one you're interested in, 30 crores, 40 crores, invested in that. No questions. Who's to say that my choice is correct? Who's to say that I know what I'm talking about? That, I think, is something that people don't realize, that is very difficult for any young person to navigate.
How did you navigate it? Because the first film was a huge success. I think, how many of you have seen Jaane Tu, Jaane Na? Yes, loved it.
Okay, good.
Good. So we loved that. But then the next two films were a little alarming because...
That's exactly what happens.
Yeah.
Because you're in your early 20s, you look at something and think, that looks awesome.
You want to be macho now.
I want to be a macho guy. I want to do an action film. And you're really just looking at that stuff. You don't have enough of an understanding to know what constitutes a good film, what constitutes a smart career choice.
Who do you ask for advice? You have loads of them. You have your uncles?
No.
No?
No,
you
never.
don't ask Amir, hey, what do you call him, by the way?
I call him AK now.
What do you call him?
AK.
AK, okay. So you ask him, AK, should I do this movie?
No, never.
No?
No.
Okay, your other uncle, Mansoor?
Mansoor has moved to Kunur. He's living in the hills, making organic cheese and... no, really, he has cows. People think I'm joking. I swear, he's making cheese, he's growing vegetables, he sells them in the local market. If any of you happen to live in Bangalore, I believe that he sells his cheeses there.
Oh, you can't ask your mum?
So yeah, he's not exactly accessible.
What about your mum?
I've largely tried to leave my family out of my movie career. I find it very very, very difficult to mix the two of them. I feel like my personal life, my family, my friends, these are people who I want to keep close to me, and I want them to remain untouched by the movie business. That's the work that I do outside, and when I come home, when I'm with my family, I want that to be separate.
Does it work that way? Because
I'm very good at doing that. I'm absolutely shameless about turning my phone off once I reach home.
Okay.
I generally don't even put my phones on the weekends. Saturday, Sunday, phone goes off. I'm very particular about leaving all that outside. Yeah.
does it work like that in Bollywood? Do you tend to lose roles because you don't
It's
network?
possible. It's possible. I think a lot of people possibly see me as being difficult and arrogant and something.
Okay, but you're working. You're doing the kind of movies you want to, or were your last two
Increasingly
movies?
so, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, the last couple of films, as you mentioned, were certainly not successful.
I have not watched them. So
Then
I don't
they
know.
weren't that bad. Come on.
I heard terrible reports, so
See, the thing is, I'm never going to be the kind of guy who disowns his films.
okay.
I think all of us, writers, directors, actors, producers, all of us got into a boat together. And we steered it in the wrong direction, certainly, but it's up to all of us to take responsibility for that. It's very easy to disown. It's very easy to say, oh, I don't know what is going on. That dude was making it. That dude was marketing it. I find it just distasteful to disown your own film.
So you're at a point where I hope you're coming back to romantic comedies or
A romantic film, yes.
romantic films. Very well done. I think everyone will agree that that's what he's really, really good at. Yes? Yes?
There's a very tender response there. Don't worry. I will prove you guys. I'll prove you
Okay,
guys.
so tell us about that process now, coming back to, doing what you enjoy, what you're good at, the new movie that you're working on with Kangana Ranaut.
Well, I mean, it's less about the genre. I have to be honest. For me, I'm a fortunate person. I'm in the position of financial security where I don't have to worry about rent and I don't have to worry about looking after my family. And as such, I'm privileged that I'm able to choose to do work that really fulfills me, that makes me happy. I'm able to work with people who I like working with. When I wake up in the morning and I go to set, I'm happy to see their faces. I enjoy the work. I respect them professionally. That really, to me, is the most important thing.
Let's talk a little about Bollywood. I mean, are women really getting to call the shots? Is it still pretty much, as you said, 50 crore for any male star who does well, has a great movie, and not the same for women?
Look, I make no bones about it, and I'm the first one to admit the shortcomings of our film industry, certainly. That being said, I think we are moving in the right direction. I think increasingly we are starting to look at content not over box office, but in addition to box office. We are starting to write more interesting roles for women. Fewer, but more than there were 4 years ago, more than there were 5 years ago. I think people, you can have films now, a film like Kahani, a film like Queen, which is just about a female character. And it doesn't have to be a chick flick or a woman film.
There's nothing wrong with a chick flick.
There's nothing wrong with that, but it is, it's limiting. It's limiting in the same way that a mindless action film is limiting for a guy. A film like Queen, a film like Kahani is a human story.
Right.
It's not a woman-centric film. It's not about women for women. It's not limiting itself. It's a story about a person who is a woman.
How is it with your contemporaries? I mean, there's you, there's Ranveer, and then there's this army of young men who look very nice, dance very well, do all the usual stuff. Do you feel, there's a huge race out there and, you're not doing enough work or you're not...
No, I think that the way it works, I may be entirely wrong with this. My view on it is that every actor, every actress has something that is theirs, that nobody else can do. There are any number of things that all of these guys can do better than me. I think Ranveer is a fantastic actor. I think Ranveer is a great actor. These guys, everyone does things that are their own. I think I have things that are my own that nobody else does as well as me. So you kind of find your level, you find your space.
And the women, you have some very strong women right now.
how good are they? Are they doing the kinds of roles that
Definitely.
they should or they could do better?
Certainly. I mean, I think last year, if you take a look at Deepika, she had a better box office here than any guy.
Right.
How many films was it? Just 4 or 5 in a row, 4 or 5 films in a row, which were just in excess of 100 crores.
She's
It's
the
ridiculous.
female Salman Khan.
Basically, yes. It's remarkable.
Have you told her that?
Not in those words. That's not the way I would phrase it. I did go to a party at her house and hug her and say congratulations on the wonderful year. I'm sorry. I said I did go to her house and wish her and congratulate her on the year.
Okay, you've just become a dad, and I think everyone here would want to know, do you share in the nappy duties, whatever?
I'm just going to say
sleep
this.
duties?
I was the first one to change diapers, not my wife.
Okay.
She had all of these issues about, oh, it smells bad. Oh, God, she's going to kill me when she sees this on TV.
That's okay.
She's going to
You're
kill me when
amongst
she sees this on
friends.
TV. But yes, I did start changing the diapers before she started changing the diapers.
Okay. Any questions?
Do we have a mic to hand out, or
I think so.
are we expecting people to shout?
I hope there is a mic.
Yes, there's a lady with us.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, Imran.
Should I stand?
Hi.
Oh, someone else.
Since you are talking of idols, who is your idol? And if
I'm sorry.
sorry, it's me. Since there's this today's world, everybody is making a remake. So, which role would you like to do, and why, and with whom?
I've never gotten into this whole remake thing. I'm a big fan of original films, and I think that if something is considered a classic, you should not presume to touch that.
That's why you want to do it.
The kind of arrogance, I think, to look at something and to look at Amitabh Bachchan and say, you know what, I can do that.
No, not that you can be better, but maybe because you like it so much, you would like to do it.
I think originals should be left untouched. I think we should find our own way. We should.
And who's your idol? You didn't tell us that.
I've been asked this question a couple of times. I've never had a good answer. I've never really looked at someone and said, this guy's got it all figured out. This guy's got it figured out. I really don't.
Yeah, please.
It's,
that lady there.
it's me here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, here it's me. Hi,
down.
sorry.
Someone else, yeah.
Okay. Okay, here. Hi. Thanks a lot for a sparkling short speech when you were standing there. It was really good.
Thank you.
And especially because, I was during lunch and before, I was a little uncomfortable with, much as I'm enjoying the evening, with the fact that here, many times when the word feminism has been used, it's been used in very vague ways with a slight apology or even a slight amount of hostility that one doesn't know or one doesn't really want to really ascribe to. So for clarifying at least where you stand, that is one thing. And the other thing which I really liked was how you talked about wanting to...
Feminism has gotten a bad rap.
Yes, it does. It does. Where you wanted to sort of normalize and this whole goddess thing, I think that was very good to bring to this forum. This being said, I would, since you are a fantastic champion for equality, I would like to urge you to also take into consideration Gul Panag's comment about the pendulum, the analogy she used, because when you ended with saying that we don't need to make it complicated because it isn't, sadly, the way I see it, it is a bit complicated, and there is this pendulum swing thing where if things go in the extreme with a little more privilege...
I missed Gul's speech.
Oh, okay. Well, what she said, basically, to sum it up very briefly, was that if women are treated with a little more deference, etc., or if there's more attention given, it is because of the long history of being treated on the margin. And so when the pendulum is restrained, when it is allowed to swing, it may go right in the other direction till it finds its balance.
I had mentioned, I think...
Which I thought was fantastic, Gul, yeah.
Absolutely. I'd actually mentioned this somewhere in the middle, that I don't think that the issues of women being dismissed have been solved at all. Far from it. I wanted to warn off another danger that is lurking around the corner. We're dealing with this issue, and we're in the process of dealing
Where
with it.
you were totally spot on. Yeah.
And this is another one that is cropping up, and that we need to recognize, we need to be aware of.
So which is why it's not that it's uncomplicated, but
No.
thanks a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, on a little bit of a lighter note, it was lovely to hear you as being very feminist and, advocating our cause. What do you think has been which movie have you acted in or you've been a part of where you thought you had a role which was not as important as the female counterpart? And which movie in the recent times you would think would be most feminist that you've enjoyed?
I've, as far as possible in my career, I've tried to choose films that have kind of an equal balance between the characters. Not hero-centric things where, I am the title Imran Khan in and as, where you have an interesting balance between the two of them. I think Jaane Tu had a nice, strong female character who had her own thoughts, her own motivations. I did a film which very few people watched called Break Ke Baad with Deepika. Thank you. Which was about this girl who dumps me because she wants to travel the world and she wants to study, she wants to see and experience things. I did a film called Mere Brother Ki Dulhan where, again, I think Katrina's role was far more exciting, far more engaging and interesting than my character. I played a guy called Kush who was a very, very straight, kind of vanilla kind of guy. You had a second part to your question.
Which film of late have you watched where you had a strong feminist character?
Queen, definitely.
Queen.
I mean,
And you couldn't have played Queen.
Certainly could not have,
Yeah.
but it was a hell of a film. I think just that journey of self-discovery of that she has in that. I did really enjoy that. To come back to this whole feminist thing, what I like about it is that I honestly believe that that could have been, if you change the context a little bit, the story of a person's self-discovery. It could be a guy who is finding himself, figuring out who he is as well.
Yes. Kali. Yeah, please.
Hi, Imran.
Hi.
You're such a good-looking dude. And
Thank you. We leave aside the.
And I want to ask
We
you.
leave aside the jokes about objectification.
And I want to know that how do you maintain your sanity with a bunch of screaming women? Thank you.
I get very, very embarrassed and I try to run away from it. It's the truth. It just is that simple. My first reaction is always, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
You should just say, I've got used to it. It happens all the time.
Somehow, maybe others do, you never quite get used to it. No, you're always, I still have this thing of, when someone says, hi, Imran, how do you recognize me? How do you know my name?
We've just seen you in many movies. Kali?
So I have one flippant question and one serious question. Hi. The flippant question is, can you explain your socks?
I'm sorry. Where are they from? I'm sorry, I have no idea. The explanation is that I buy socks and I keep them all in a drawer. And yeah, and whichever ones come out my hands, those are the ones that I wear.
Okay, we will buy that with a big pinch of salt.
They feel the
Because
same.
I can see a matching red to the black and a matching black to the red, the top bit.
That's
Yes,
blue.
Imran, you're in a room full of journalists as well.
This is actually a pair that was bought together.
Yes.
They started making mismatched socks.
Okay. My serious question is, how are you going to explain item numbers to your little daughter?
We've actually
Because women are people, but then why don't men do item numbers?
You should try telling that to Hrithik Roshan or to Ranveer or to Ranveer Singh or. Sorry. Can't hear me? I said you should try telling that to Hrithik Roshan or to Ranveer Singh. We have reached a point right now where, to certainly a lesser degree, But increasingly so, you have male items. You have men with these just perfectly sculpted, waxed, oiled torsos, which make us all feel very inadequate. I think it is ultimately just part and parcel of entertainment. It's in movies, they're on magazine covers, they're in music videos, it's in fashion, it is absolutely everywhere. And we are reaching a point of male objectification as much as female. You have Barbie for women, you have He-Man for boys. I used to play with little He-Man and G.I. Joe action figures. Again, these ripped dudes who are obviously taking steroids.
Hi.
Yeah.
I'm a
Can I?
self-confessed Bollywood fan, and this is this is in relation with your movie Ek Main Aur Ek Tu. I thought it was very real because the guy does not get the girl in the end. It was very real. It happens all the time. So
It does happen, yeah.
yeah, I mean, it does happen where women like to make their choices, and they want to maintain a very good friend relationship with the closest friend, and he can be a man. So that's a reality check. But it wasn't well accepted. I don't think it did very well. So how do you keep your reality versus rhetoric check? What has been your latest reality check, and what is rhetoric for you?
Look, with regards to the film, obviously we always knew that we were making a risky choice, but I think it was the honest choice to make for that film. I think had we made it given it the cliched Bollywood ending where the boy and girl end up together just because they're the hero and the heroine, we would not have gotten the response that we did for the film. Perhaps a few more people would have liked it, but the people who do like it, the people who speak of it the way that you do, I think we would not have gotten that response. So that I'm very happy with. Your rhetoric?
Your reality check.
I don't follow the question at all, I'm sorry.
What is your latest reality check?
I'm sorry, in what context?
In reality, you live a screen life, and you lead a real life, okay? So what are the real truths which hit you, very hard? And how do you do your reality check?
I think I've done a fairly good job of maintaining my contact with reality just by virtue of, as I was mentioning earlier, separating my personal life from my professional life. I'm somehow very, very acutely aware of how superficial and how fleeting all of this other stuff is. I don't really read the gossip papers. I don't watch TV. I don't follow what is happening in the industry. I think people tend to live in a very rarefied atmosphere where you meet industry people only. You work in the film industry. You read the gossip rags. You go online and look at the celebrity gossip websites, and you start to kind of live in that bubble, breathing the same air, and you lose touch with what is outside. For the most part, my friends are not industry people. They're people who work in finance and really boring things. I have a good friend who comes home at the end of the day and says, "Bro, you can't believe how Pepper was trading today." I'm like, Pepper?
Many people talk like that, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, actually.
I thought it was only in Bollywood movies.
No.
that people call each other bro.
No. Real life as well.
Oh, your real life.
These are not filmy people, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So, for me, reality has never gone away. I don't have to kind of be brought back to reality. I try to spend as much of my time in reality as I can. Every so often, I slap some makeup on and do my hair, and I take a visit to unreality. And then I wipe the makeup off as soon as I can.
Hi,
Last
Imran.
question, Mala.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, Imran. This side.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi.
Okay, you look really cute. I'm a big fan of yours. Okay, so my question is, you being a feminist who believes in equality, right? Something like your, not Uncle Amir Khan is doing Satyameva Jayate. Are you or planning to do something for the society when it comes to women equality? Because you, being a social figure and a great actor, I mean, people would, of course, follow you.
I've never found, at least thus far, I haven't come across a specific initiative that has either asked me to be a part of or that I have felt this is something that I really need to throw my weight behind. Whenever I've been asked to attend events, to do things, a couple of years ago I did a guest bit on vagina monologues, which for those of you who haven't seen, you should check it out, it's very good. I'm sorry, vagina monologues? For those of you who have not seen it, very, very good. So I did a guest appearance over there. So I tended to do these one-off things every time I'm asked, like today.
Good.
But yeah, I've never actually found any one specific female-related, woman-centric, feminist cause that has, I think that has really spoken to me and that said, okay, this is something that I really feel like I must support. Not to say that I won't, but yeah, I've not found that one yet.
Mala,
Hi,
last question.
Imran.
Hi.
You've been sounding very proper. I think that's a trait that runs in your family. Very proper,
Yeah,
very measured, very controlled, very careful.
It's a Khan sickness. We can't help ourselves.
I can see that. But your socks suggest something else. That means you're a corporate look. If I was a clothes reader, I would say a very proper look, and there's a fun side of you. Now show us your fun side.
You should
We
see
want
the
to see
underwear.
your fun side. Please do something which is fun. Come on, Imran.
What can I say? I'm outnumbered. You have to do something. Yeah, make
Your
your
socks
flight
are
today.
saying
This is
it.
my flight. My wife will kill me.
Doesn't matter. Get killed. It's okay.
Do you have a request?
Sorry?
Do you have a request?
Do we have a request? What?
Oh.
Oh God, you come to Delhi and this is the song that people request.
Were you not on the Men's Health cover once?
No.
You
No,
were.
those are for the guys with the sculpted torso.
Oh,
These are
okay.
actually Oiled.
So we'll let you off lightly. Do something.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll do a men's health by the end of the year.
No, that's not fun enough. You've got to do something now.
I think you should just sing. Yeah. Yeah, sing. Easy. Lovely. Very nice. Please do.
Anyone have a guitar to give me an accompaniment?
Wow. Guitar?
But-
Wow.
No, I can't play. I was hoping that somebody would strum along.
Sing.
Remember, you asked for this. I'm not a good singer. कभी कभी अदिति जिंदगी में यूं ही कोई अपना लगता है कभी कभी अदिति वो बिछड़ जाए तो एक सपना लगता है ऐसे में कोई कैसे अपने आँखों को बहने से रोके और कैसे कोई सोच दे everything's gonna be okay When she started with the men's health thing, I thought you were going to go take the shirt off. I was like, do you know how long it took me to get this tie correct?
Thank you. Ladies, can we have a round of applause? He just sung for you.
So much.
I'd request Mr. Khan to stay on stage while I call upon Mr. Balram Garg, MD PC Jewelers, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation. Mr. Imran, can we have you back on stage just for a second? Once again, ladies, can we put your hands together for Imran Khan? Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Imran. Have a safe flight. All right, with that, we're going to power into our next session, and I'd like to call upon my colleague, Shweta Punj, Associate Editor, Business Today, for our next session, Living with Legacy Beyond the Famous Last Name. And for those of you who are not tweeting enough, our hashtag is Woman Power. And if you want to let your friend know who's missing at all the action and all the riveting sessions that we have here, we are live streaming at India Today Women Summit. That's singular there, while our hashtag is Women Power. And if you haven't taken out the time, not right now, be seated for our next session, but do take the time out to visit our live photo booths, which are outside. You can get a picture taken, and we'll let it, and you can carry it back with you. Let me introduce our August House to our next session, Living with Legacy beyond the famous last name. My colleague Shweta Punj, Associate Editor, Business Today, will take it from here. May I please request Shweta to come up on stage? Once again, our official Twitter hashtag, Women Summit is Women Power. That's a plural there, while we are also live streaming if you have a friend who hasn't caught in all the action. All right, pictures can be taken. Shweta, come in there. Shweta with our next session, Living with Legacy Beyond the Famous Last Name. Can I request the ladies right at the aisle to please come back and settle down for our next session? May I request you all to please find yourself a seat? All right, from here on, I'd like to give over the dais to my colleague Shweta.
Thanks so much for that. And I know it's very, very distracting to see Imran Khan walk out of that door, but we have an equally exciting session up ahead. So can I please have your attention? We're about to begin. So our next session is Living with Legacy Beyond the Famous Last Name. Yes, it sounds very, very loaded, very heavy duty. And on the panel, we have 3 exemplary women who have carried forward their father's legacy. Now, legacy in itself is a unique conundrum. It can be extremely daunting for a lot of us. Also, it can be a hugely uplifting experience. You can love it or you can live to hate it. It's a very, very tricky relationship. You can learn to embrace it wholeheartedly with as much grace, or you can be very half-hearted about it, and we've seen what a disaster that can be. Well, can I please invite my panelists on stage? We have with us extremely talented women who come with exceptional pedigree. We have here Ashni Biyani, Director of the Future Group, Upasna Kaminini, Managing Director of Apollo Life, and Sushmita Dev, Member of Parliament. So you have 3 women who are carrying forward the legacy of their families in the world of business and politics. So Ashni and I were talking about how after Imran Khan, it's going to be very difficult for us to keep all of you engaged in what sounds to be a very, very intense session. Like I was saying, that legacy can be very, very daunting, or it can be very uplifting. It depends on how you look at it. We have here 3 women. Sushmita just contested her first election, and she won. She's a member of parliament, and she is in her late 30s. We have Upasna, whose grandfather built the Apollo Group, and whose aunt and mother are the 4 pillars of the Apollo Group. So again, a very, very daunting challenge ahead. And we have Ashni here, somebody who's carrying forward the legacy of her father, who's taught India how to shop, literally, Mr. Kishore Biyani. And, I did not want to introduce them with their father's introductions, because they themselves have had an amazing amount of accomplishments. So let me begin with Sushmita. Sushmita, politics is very, very, it's something not as, when you're inheriting a political legacy, it's a very difficult, a very fine line to walk, right? You can be constantly bogged down by the expectations that are imposed on you by your colleagues, by your father's colleagues. How was it? How was the experience of you contesting an election and winning it?
Well, there's a great advantage when you have a legacy, but you also have to bear the cross. The toughest part is a constant comparison. Your father did this, and both my parents were in politics. And it is but natural that when a legacy goes from one generation to another, there's a different mindset that comes into play. You think differently because you belong to a different era. For instance, my father was born in 1934, and I'm born in 1972, so I'm not in my late 30s, I'm actually 41. So obviously what he was expected to do when he entered politics in 1980s, very different from what my electorate expects me to do in 2014. So the constant comparison can be a problem, but I think you have to hold your own, and gradually I think your people get used to that.
Constant comparison can be a problem. I think we're going to hear this a lot more through this conversation. Ashni, you're also both sisters. Do you think things would have been a lot different if there was a brother in the entire family?
I think I'm quite not sure if we should look at this as a, male versus female challenge, but I believe that, if we just look at the whole question of legacy, legacy is often interpreted as inheritance, and inheritance of a political legacy or business legacy, and, the kind of, the sheer amount of work that they've done. I think there are various ways in looking at it. We can either be inspired or we can really be burdened. And at different points in time, both these things happen to our lives. Very often we are inspired, and sometimes we are often, actually weighed down with it. But maybe another way of looking at it is really saying, what is the values? What really are the values that they did uphold that we can continue to live? And maybe if we look at it as values, then it's not so much of a burden.
Okay, that's interesting to know. How do you look at legacy? Let me bring Upasana in here. Upasana, you come from generations of extremely powerful, highly accomplished men and women, and especially your aunts and your mother yourself. They've led by example. So now that you are starting your journey in corporate India, what is it that you have learned from your grandfather specifically that you'd like to talk about?
Well, the most important thing that comes to my mind when everyone talks about family, legacy and everything is Spider-Man. Because in the movie, they say that with great power comes great responsibility, and that can really burden you. I never wanted to join the family business. I wanted to be in fashion. I wanted to do other things. And then my grandfather called me for lunch one day. I was in college, and he said, you know what? You are one of the very few people who has the power to actually make a difference to people's lives. You have all this behind you, and you can choose to do what you want, but this is there for you, and you have the power to do it. Next morning, I was at work at Apollo Hospital.
So from fashion to Apollo Hospital.
Yeah, I just thought that, if I have the opportunity, I can do a lot with it. And that's given me so much confidence and power, you see. I'm not like Spider-Man, but I have some power within me to say that, I actually change people's lives. And that keeps me going every day.
So, the three of you, the underlying sense that I'm getting is that it does seem like a burden at times. It does seem like a huge responsibility. Yes, it's uplifting, but it comes with a lot of riders, right? So, Sushmita, in politics, your father has been an accomplished politician and a very seasoned politician. What are the things that you have learned, and what would you count as his legacy, except, of course, it probably facilitated your entry into politics. And correct me if I'm wrong there. But would you say that you had to probably work equally hard or harder to get into politics because your father is in politics?
Quite a few questions in that, but from what I can gather, I'll tell you, when the first day I walked into Parliament and I went and met, for instance, Arun Jaitley ji or all the ministers, Gadkari ji, and they're like, हाँ बैठिए क्या काम है? And then they said, where have you won from? So I gave the name of my constituency. They'll say, okay, so which constituency are you from? So when I would say I'm from Assam, Silchar, she said, you're Santosh Mondir's daughter. Oh, okay, tell me. So that's the advantage of your legacy. But the tough part is that everybody thinks it's very easy, and it's not. There's so much of debate we see in magazines, on television, saying, oh, dynastic rule is really bad, and dynasty. But the fact is that coming from a dynasty also, the fact is that we go through the electoral process and the people have the right to reject you there and then. But to make sure that doesn't happen despite the family name is equally tough, and in many ways much tougher.
So were you groomed for politics from the very beginning?
Well, politics is something that no one can be groomed for. You can't be groomed for politics. I have known many people coming from very big political families who don't necessarily turn into a success story. We have ample examples.
Of course.
So there are, ups and downs to it. So you have to, it's about who you are and how well you handle your job, which I think applies to any other profession.
So was your interest in politics ignited because your father is in politics?
See, there was a time when politics was about power. I mean, she spoke about power. I understand what she's saying. But the face of politics has changed. It's about representing people. You're a public representative. You're not an icon anymore. You don't expect people to stand up and sit down when you ask them to. It's how effectively you represent people. So the style of politics has changed, the concept of leadership has changed, and it will keep changing with generations to come. And legacy works in our favor, I feel, is, I don't know if my answer is too long, and I hope I'm not eating into anybody's time, but
please carry on.
I think the biggest advantage you have coming from a political family is the opportunity which many other women or people interested in politics would not have. So you don't have to go asking for your nomination, trying to please your leaders and proving your capacity. You are ahead of the others because of your legacy. That's the real advantage you get, but not in winning an election.
Absolutely. Ashni, did you think of taking up a job before joining the business?
That's interesting because actually I studied design. I've not studied business at all, and it just happened to me. I mean, I just think that we've grown up around visiting stores every weekend. We used to play little games when we were little children. Okay, count the number of bags that you see with our brand. So, just by watching it, open the dirty clothes, put them on the hangers, remove it, put it over there, like stocking up the stores. I think it was just like, it was like a courtyard around which I was growing up. And when the question actually came to join the business, as we call it, everyone was skeptical. I was the first woman in the family to, one, go outside of the home and even study, and then say that I want to be in the mainstream of business. So most of the people, including a lot of family and extended family, said, okay, she's going to be here till maybe she gets busy finding something else to do, or till she gets married. And, those were the conversations that one constantly heard around you. There were whispers of such opinions about...
From friends and family both?
From friends and family both. And also
so they all underestimated you, essentially?
Well, they were questioning. They were skeptical about what one had to offer and why one was here. I think it was not a day when I said, okay, from tomorrow I join the business. It was a natural progression for me. When I graduated and came back home, I realized that this canvas would allow me to actually learn the most for myself. And the other reason why perhaps I was really enchanted with it was because, like Upasana said, somewhere I felt like with the platform of modern retail, we had the opportunity to touch many, many Indian lives. And that was a big stage that I wanted to play on.
So did you have a tough time convincing your dad?
I think my mother did that for me before I even knew it.
So your mother was your ally in this?
She always is and continues to be. So I think somewhere she does things without us knowing, and it just happens. I don't think he wanted to be convinced, but like I said, it wasn't a decision for him or a decision for me. It was a natural progression. But I think, she molded our minds in certain ways to say, take up more responsibility. It was not about business or not, but largely about taking up greater responsibilities and being prepared to do that.
Upasana, in your case, your grandfather invited you to join the business. When you joined the group, was there a sense of resentment maybe, or did you ever get a sense that your colleagues didn't think you were good enough?
Okay, this is a very good question, and I want to shed more light on the fact that the biggest hindrance here was my age.
Your age, because you were 22 when you started, right?
I was, 22 when I started work. So I walked into the office and then I realized that, people were like, the boss's daughter's here, let's just, whatever, we have to be nice to her, let's be nice to her because we have to. So then I decided that I'm not going to get affected by this at all. So I went there and then I sat with my aunts, who are my great pillar of support, and they said, you know what, feel from within that you're the boss's daughter, and then everything will work for you. Then over the time, every day, even till today, when I go to work, I'm like, I have to prove to these 70,000 Apollo family members that, I'm worth what I am and not the boss's daughter. I have to keep proving it to them, and that's the only thing that keeps me going, keeps me motivated, and keeps me open to learning new things from them and also from the outside world.
Was it an emotionally challenging phase for you to come? You were only 22, obviously very young. Your friends were probably out having a good time.
No, I did have a good time too.
You had a good time too. Okay, that's good. So, but was it emotionally challenging? Because it probably does hurt at a level, right? That you are not being recognized for who you are, and you're being dismissed for the advantages that you're bringing on board.
See, the thing is, I don't look at Apollo as a business. I mean, I'm really, and I think all my aunts are, and my grandfather is also, we shouldn't be saying this, but we're very emotionally attached to the business. I feel like I haven't come home if I haven't gone to work. So it's that I'm so attached to it. I really feel that, that's my home, and once you know and you feel from within that, you have to do something with it, there's no question about anything else. Don't think about anything, just feel strong, and then my age now doesn't play anything because I speak to my board members with so much confidence, and they're like in their 60s and 70s, and they're like, who's this bubbly girl dressed well and coming to talk to us? That's the only thing I hear now.
Great. Sushmita, tell us about your time in the parliament. That little anecdote that you shared with us, that you went and met the finance minister and he was like, okay, where are you from? Which election did you win? How was it to be, in the powerhouse of the country? I mean, that's where everything pretty much gets decided, and you're part of that. And you're dealing with people who are, of course, a lot more experienced than you. And politics is a different animal altogether, right? So, like you said, nothing grooms you for politics. So how do you cope with it?
Well, I remember a time I was studying law in England, and I must have been, 24, 25, and my mother called me to say that we found you a very nice boy. Go and meet him, have a cup of coffee, and let us know what you think. And the first thing I said was that I hope he's not an NRI type, and I'm not going to live in America or Canada or England. So they were like, why? I said, because I want to enter politics at some stage. So politics for me was something I wanted to do always. I started as the mayor of my town, then I went on to become the MLA of my constituency, and then I went on to becoming the member of parliament. And I come from the Congress, so you can imagine it would have been very easy for me in the given scenario to stay back in state politics rather than take the risk of standing as a member of parliament. But I remember the first day I set foot on the green carpet, that was the happiest day of my life. Not because I felt powerful, because I was going to sit in the opposition, the 44 MPs who are in the Indian National Congress. So as such, it was not a very delightful day from the perspective of the party. But as I entered the parliament, a whole different world unfolded in front of me, because I realized that what we do in the parliament is what decides the future of this nation.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't matter which side of the bench you're sitting at. It could be the treasury bench, it could be in the opposition, but our views matter. Our views matter, and it is not just the views of your party, but within the party what your views are also decide what your party is going to say on the floor.
So does your legacy give you the confidence to take that on?
It definitely does. It definitely does, because we understand the role we play in parliament is very different than the role we play in our constituencies. Because in your constituency, you're interacting with people, whereas in parliament, you have to effectively represent the mood of the people and what they say, whether it is the budget, whether it is, for instance, the Juvenile Justice Act that is due to come into the parliament, the Factories Act, which is a very important legislation for women working in the factories.
Right.
So it matters, and legacy helps, of course, it helps, but you have to hold your own.
So I'm going to ask all of you, how has this changed your dynamics with your father? Does it change the relationship in any way? Let me start with Ashni.
Yes, it does. I think we should face it that it really does. But before I come to how it has, one has to also acknowledge the fact that I am also, somehow enchanted by this dream that he's painted. And that's why I'm doing what I'm doing today. Somewhere the larger promised land that he shows me is the reason why I'm here. But yes, I mean, our breakfast conversations, dinner conversations, lunch conversations are always around,
Work.
What happened at stores, what happened in the organization. These are things that need to get fixed. I mean, I don't think there are times when we can ever say that this is work and this is not work. So that's one big, mood of change.
So are you treated as an equal now?
I am, and that's very rare for many of us to find, but my father has always treated me as an equal, and that's why I've enjoyed my relationship with him, both as a father and also as a, as a partner at work per se. So I think, and I feel like now I'm a part of this dream. Like, it's no longer his dream alone, it's also my dream. So I think that's been the journey. That's really been...
Over the years, would you say that the relationship has evolved, from the time when you just started out? You were probably somebody who was reporting to your father, and the conversation would have been more...
I've never been able to report to him. We always say we report to the customer, so luckily we don't report to him. And the other thing that I can say in this kind of a more women's gathering is most of the ideas that you see him recently executing are all coming from me and my sister and my mother. So, a lot of the credit goes to what happens at home, and he's luckily been the face smiling and taking it all away. So, yeah.
Upa.
I mean, many people know this as a fact. The people who are on the side corridors would know these stories, but yeah.
Upasana, has this changed your relationship with your grandfather in any way?
As Ashni said, business is discussed, breakfast, lunch and dinner whenever he's in town, 100% it's discussed. And, he does put a lot of pressure on all of us. Every evening he calls and says, hey, what good thing did you do for the day? And
every evening?
Every evening. 10 grandchildren, 4 daughters will get that call, and we're just waiting. And if we are out, where there's loud music, I'll make sure I don't answer it, because he should know. So then, Tata, as I call him, puts a lot of pressure on us, I must say. But it hasn't changed our relationship. We still love him to bits.
Sushmita, how about you? Now you are an MP, and so how do you go up to him for advice?
Of course, I mean, the tough part is he lost in 2009.
Yeah.
And I stepped into his shoes by regaining the seat in 2014. So it's tough because I think it's tougher for the parent to take the back seat. It's easier for the child to come forward and say, now I'm going to take the decisions. So there are challenges there. I remember that I hardly ever spoke to my father directly. Even if I wanted a cycle, I had to tell my mom, tell dad I want it. But now we disagree on a lot of things, but it always culminates into a healthy discussion. And at best, we agree to disagree. But the good part about my father is that he's never overruled me.
Okay.
He's always given me advice and then left it to me how I want to take it forward. And many times, although I've disagreed with him in a debate, but I've followed his advice.
Okay, we are about to wrap up the discussion. Any questions from the audience? We have time for about 2 questions. Yes, please. Can you hold the mic, please? They can't hear you very well at all. There's some problem with the mic.
I wanted to say that it all sounds so good. No disagreements, no clashes of values.
Well, Sushmita,
ever for all the panelists. Sushmita says that's beautiful. Ashley says.
You have a question.
That's the question. Are you being honest? There are never any clashes of values between eras, between 2 generations, in your individual areas of work. Is it possible?
Sure.
A lot of productivity emerges out of disagreements and clashes too.
You're quite right. If I gave the impression that there are no disagreements, that was not the intention. But there'll always be disagreements, and if there aren't, that means you're subservient. But discussions have to be healthy, and you have to take on board what you like, and you have to maintain your individuality no matter who your father is and how successful he's been. So disagreements happen in every home, in every walk of life with your parents, and it's a part of it. And I've had many bitter disagreements about many things. There's no denying that. But it doesn't mean that it turns into a bitter experience. It's a learning experience.
Okay, with that, we're going to have to wrap it up. You can continue this conversation outside. Thank you so much. You were all very wonderful. Thanks.
Appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please put your hands together? These 3 lovely women. I would request all 3 of you to remain back on stage. Do stay back on stage. While I call upon Ms. Mohini Bhullar, founder of Events Team India Today Group, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to these 3 lovely young ladies. Well, that deserves an applause, please. Thank you. Appreciated, Ms. Bhullar. Thank you. Thanks, Shweta. With that, we're going to move on to our next session. But a quick reminder, our earlier session, The Good Fight, Surviving the Odds, is going to happen just a little later. We are waiting for one of our guests to arrive. But before that, it's going to take place. We're going to put in it just right after this session. So we're going to go across to our next session at this point of time. Keep calm and carry on. Stress and the modern woman. Right after that, we're going to come back to this session that all of you are asking for. And I'd like to call upon stage Mahrukh Inayat, Editor-at-Large, Headlines Today.
Good afternoon once again. Our next guest says, there is no conflict outside, all conflict is within you. She has the answers for something we all suffer from, and perhaps by the end of this session, we'll be less stressed. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hand together for our next guest, Jaya Rao, founder of Vedanta Vision. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Jaya Rao, founder Vedanta Vision. Please. Would you like to stand or would you prefer to sit?
Thank you. The subject is how to remain calm, how to be stress-free. And when we speak of stress and freedom from stress, many of us believe that the source of our stress or the cause is outside us. 90% women believe it's the man in their lives who's the cause of their stress. And then you have children, kids, so on and so forth. One of the most important things that Vedanta, which is the subject that I have specialized in, says is that nothing, absolutely nothing in the world can cause you stress except yourself. And you are doing a brilliant job of stressing yourself out. So, let's take a look at what we can do within ourselves to reduce stress. First of all, the definition of stress. Stress is defined as mental agitations created by unfulfilled desire. So, desire is the cause of stress. When you have excessive desire, when you have too many expectations of people around you, from the situation around you, from the world outside, you are positioning yourself for a great deal of stress. So what does one do is the question. It's about reducing desire. Now when we say reduce desire, you are not inspired because you say, it's desire that makes people function. You reduce desire by improving the quality of desire, because desire is the greatest obstacle to your obtaining object of desire. So Vedanta says, by all means, have objects of desire. Have the world at your feet, but never crave for it. Never beg for it. Never be subservient or a slave to objects of desire. Be a master. And then the world will come to your feet, unsought, unsolicited. This is the way to live life like a king. Teenagers nowadays are often hassling their parents for big, expensive brands. And I often tell them, you should live life dedicated to developing merit. Take a look at the greatest sports persons, the greatest film stars, the greatest scientists, so on and so forth in the world. They don't need to go and buy big brands. You know what happens? All the creators of brands go to them and consider it a great privilege that they condescend to wear their brands.
Isn't that true? Yeah. There was a movie called A Million Pound Note. I don't know how many of you have seen it. It is an old black and white movie. It's a hilarious movie, but a very impactful movie. It's about a young American who's in London, broke. He doesn't even have the money to go back. And he's walking along, and there are two very wealthy bankers who come across a £1 million note. And they have a bet. They're two brothers. One guy says, you catch anyone off the streets and give them the £1 million note, it will come back to you. And the other brother says, there's no way £1 million will come back to you. And so the first guy who walks along happens to be this American. And they call him and they give him the £1 million note and say, come back after a month and tell us what your experiences are. So he takes the £1 million note. The first thing he wants is food. He's hungry. He hasn't eaten for days. So he walks into a restaurant and orders everything they have on the menu. The waiter looks at him. He doesn't look like he has the money to pay. Goes and asks the owner, what do you think we should do? The owner takes a good hard look at him and says, we'll take the risk. And when the bill is presented, he gives them a £1 million note. And the owner jumps out of his seat, comes to him and says, sir, it's a great privilege that we have you as our customer. And it's the foolish waiter who gave you the bill. It is all on us. So in other words, that £1 million note does not get encashed. And then he goes, because he wants clothes. The same thing happens with the tailor. Initially he asks for a deposit, and then when he produces the £1 million note, the owner comes and says, it's our privilege to have you as our customer. I'll get 20 suits tailored. All you have to do is give us the name of your hotel and we'll deliver it. And then suddenly he realizes he doesn't have a hotel that he's living in. Friends, that's it. All that we're speaking of is developing merit. You have not just £1 million. You are all infinitaires. The coinage is mine. Not billionaires, not millionaires, infinitaires. All you have to do is tap into this resource within you. Become self-sufficient. Not want anything from the world. And it's like having that £1 million note. It will never get encashed. So, the message is, rise above desire. The object of desire comes to you. How to rise above desire? Expand your mind. The truth is, you can't achieve great things with a small mind. And friends, if you look back into history, women in India have contributed immensely to society in every field of endeavor. We have had great sages who were women. Some of the Upanishads, the guru was the woman. We have had doctors, scientists, politicians, warriors who have been women. And today, it is for us, women, to play our role in the building of the nation, of society, of the world. So I remember the words of my grandfather when I was a little kid. He said, don't ever let the fact that you're a woman come in the way of your achieving excellence. And this is the message that Vedanta has for all of us today. All we need to do is break free from self-imposed limitations. We are stressed out because we have too many expectations from people around and certainly from kids. I often tell young mothers, after you want your kid to be an Einstein, but after all, he's got your genes, right? So for heaven's sake, friends, don't drive your kids bananas. Let them be kids. Let them enjoy themselves. And let them blossom into what they were born to be. A mango tree can only grow into a mango seed, can only grow into a mango tree. It cannot become a coconut tree because you want it to. It's the same thing with kids. And as parents, it's our duty to offer the soil, the water, the right environment, a conducive background against which the child can grow and fulfill his or her dreams. It is not for us to try and vicariously live our unfulfilled ambitions through our kids. That is what causes stress. You agree? Second, make a realistic assessment of people around you, of the situation, of the government that we have, the country we live in, the climate, the weather, so on and so forth. When you have a realistic expectation, realistic assessment, you have no unrealistic expectations and therefore no frustrations. A lady came to me the other day, frothing and fuming and swearing to divorce her husband. So I said, "What's wrong?" And she was middle-aged, so obviously she was married for quite a few years. And she says, "My husband has a nasty temper." So I said, "Is this something new? Because you must be married for more than 20 years. She said, "Yes, 26 years I've been married to the same guy." And I said, "So he's had a bad temper since the beginning. Now what's changed?" She says, "I can't take it anymore." So I said, "Okay, look, do one thing. You know he's got a foul temper. You know he lets loose when he comes home. So be prepared for it." Oh, by the way, I asked her, "All right, he's got a nasty temper. Otherwise, how is he?" So she said, "Oh, otherwise he's a good husband, he's a good father, so on and so forth. Everything is good." So I said, "According to you, your husband has one fault and everything else is okay about him." She said, "Yes." And I asked her, "How many faults do you think you have?" And for the first time, she was quiet and said, 5. So I said, "Between you and your husband, who should be complaining?" Anyway, so I said, "You know he has a foul temper, so every evening when he comes home, use technology. Ask him to call you 5 minutes before he comes home and say, 'I'm just turning the corner and I'll be home in a couple of minutes.' So you have 5 minutes to brace for a bad temper. If he comes home and starts screaming and shouting, you will then be amused and not upset. You know why? The funniest thing in the world is an angry person. Provided you also don't get angry. And then she herself said, luckily he blows his top for 2 minutes and he's fine after that. I said, for those 2 minutes, you just need to keep quiet and everything will be fine. And she practiced it, and now they are happily married. So it's about assessing, being prepared. Don't have fanciful notions of people around you. The reality is all of us have some faults, right? So assessment. Then fix a higher goal. You must have something beyond your selfish, self-centered interests to work for, live for, be inspired with, for which you must have a vision. Look beyond the immediate present. The present becomes irrelevant with the passage of time. Look beyond I, me, myself. There's another movie. You know, when I refer to movies, don't think I do nothing but watch movies. Called The Legend of Bagger Vance. I would strongly recommend you watch that. It's about a golfer in the 1930s who's a brilliant golfer but meets with some personal problems, stops golf and takes to drink. And then there's a competition announced between the northern and southern states. In those days, there was bitter rivalry between them. So his people of Savannah go to him and say, please play in this competition, if not for your sake, at least for us. And he agrees to play. But it's easier said than done. He's been drinking so hard that he can barely see the ball. That's when Will Smith, the actor, his name in the movie is Bagger Vance, comes out of the darkness and offers to be his caddy. And the whole movie is a beautiful, brilliant conversation between the caddy, the guru, Bagger Vance, and the golfer, the student. And at one point, he's playing so badly that the caddy calls him and says, there's a perfect shot waiting out there. All you got to do is get yourself out of the way. That's all we have to do, friends. Just get yourself out of the way. Perfection, which is already within you, will start flowing effortlessly. And that's called a state of effortless excellence, which we are all heir to. Go back in your life. Those few magical moments when you came up with perfect action, excellence. Those were the moments when you were so engrossed in your work, in your action, that you clean forgot to think of yourself. Isn't that true? These were the magical moments. And all you have to do is sustain that. How not to think of yourself? You must be inspired with something beyond yourself. And that beyond yourself could be emotional motivation. Then you break through physical barriers. It could be intellectual conviction. For instance, it could be a conviction that there is a cure for cancer and you're committed to find that cure. Or it could be spiritual. Enter the world of the spirit and all barriers break down. You breathe what Wordsworth refers to as an ethereal air. You have the right to enter the domain of the spirit. You are born in this world only to get there. Until you get to the spirit, you will have stress. It's a question of less or more. Once you get to the spirit, all stress ceases and you live a happy, successful life. You don't have to wait till you get there. Even as you are, make the right assessment, use your intellect to guide your desires, organize your desires properly, understand or decide what is absolutely important for you, essential for you, what is high priority for you, what is important but it's okay if you don't have, and what are flimsy, superficial desires. Once you're clear that this is what I want to achieve in my life and this is what I can compromise with, then you're focused. You don't want every desire of yours to be fulfilled. In other words, if you want a career, you don't necessarily have to put your foot down in everything. You must let go in terms of what is the color of the furniture, curtains that you have. What kind of food do you have at home? You know, little things like that you can let go. But what is important to you, put your foot down nice and hard. And that's how you reduce your stress. I think my 20 minutes are up. So we'll open up to questions. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
I wanted to start with the first one.
Yeah.
Do you think that over the years that the so-called modern woman faces a different kind of stress or set of stresses than perhaps women in the past?
Yes, perhaps, because expectations were lower. Technology has opened up very many more avenues for us to increase desire. And most importantly, the technique of self-management, which is strengthening your intellect, letting your intellect guide and supervise your desires is no longer there. So the values that people in the past had to balance things like greed and passion and so on and so forth have gone.
I was quite interested in the story that you spoke about the couple where the husband had a bad temper. I'm wondering what advice would you have given to the husband had he been the one who had come to you?
Same advice. Same advice. Sorry? No. But she had some faults that he did not have. So he must make an assessment of her and firstly decide, is she a person that I would like to live the rest of my life with? You know? So most of the time the answer to that question is yes, unless there's something drastically wrong with the person. Then what you need to do is find a way of circumventing the faults and focusing on the plus points. So that way you don't get frustrated, you don't have conflict every day, and so it's a happy relationship.
Questions? Yes, go ahead.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon. You have covered some of the topics, some things which give you stress and how to get over them. I want to ask you, there are sometimes in life situations which you have no control over. It could be the pain of your loved ones, your children. As a mother is always worried about her children, something that your children are going through, some things you do not have control over, somebody's sickness. So how would you suggest one gets over the stress there? These are situations where there is no desire as such in terms of, material desire or for success or just happiness.
Yes, there may not be a material desire, but there is a desire that our loved ones should be healthy and at least outlive us. But the reality of the situation is that everyone comes with his or her own mission in life, and when that mission is over, one moves on. So disease, death, stuff like this is inherent in life. And if you want to live life, you have to be able to accept it, whether it is within us or in our loved ones. That is where spirituality comes in.
But I'm not just referring to death or sickness. I'm referring to life as we are living today. And your loved ones are going through pain. It's very difficult to detach yourself and say, I'm not going to be concerned. And I'm talking more as a woman, as a mother. How do you
I'm not
resolve
talking
that?
about, we are not saying that you should be stone-like and not feel. But you have to feel and feel intensely, wholly, feel exactly what the other person feels. But your wisdom should kick in. And what I mean by wisdom is understanding of life, that as long as you are living, as long as anybody is living, one is subject to pain, the pairs of opposites. Joy, sorrow, birth, death. This is inherent in life. And therefore, it's incumbent on us to develop the strength to face these like a champion and not go under. This takes time. This takes a lot of effort. So each one of us is at a certain level. When challenges come to us that are below our level, we are able to effortlessly handle them. When they come above our level, we succumb to them. So the objective of what Vedanta does is helps us to raise our level. And the ultimate is that even the greatest sorrow doesn't affect you. You feel it, you don't get affected. Yeah, there's a difference. Until then, it also helps you to gain more of the world so that you're comfortable at any level. Is that okay? And we need to understand that we cannot help our loved ones all the time. They have to be able to face the challenges, feel the pain, and grow out of it. We are not the controllers of their destinies. You know, there's a poem called The Olive Tree. The two hermits who planted olives. And one plants the olive and prays now for sunshine, now for rain. God had granted all his petitions, but by the time the evening comes, that plant dies. Then he goes to his neighbor and asks he says, brother, what have you done that's different from what I did? Because his olive tree is thriving. He said, I planted it, I did what I had to do, and I left the rest. Because he who made knew what it needed better than a man like me. So that humility we must have to understand that I can't provide my loved ones with everything. Whoever created my child will look after the child. Yeah, there was someone there. Looks like the question dissolved.
Okay. I think we are feeling a little less stressed, or at least we'll continue in the pursuit of being less stressed. But Dr. Rao, for a riveting session, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maruk. May I please request Mr. Sahil Malik to come up on stage and present a small token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together? May I request Sahil Malik, MD Dharmilano, to come up on stage, please, and present a small token of appreciation to Ms. Jaya Rao. Thank you, Mr. Rao. Thank you. All right, ladies, let's get back to the session that most of you have been waiting for. The Good Fight, Surviving the Odds. And to take it from here, may I please invite on stage my colleague, Deputy Editor Rajtak, Anjana Kashyap.
Friends, the next session we're about to have is one that's going to make each one of us think. We all believe in performing our best, but what is it that makes you do the best or go for something that looks very unachievable? Let me invite on stage two very special guests that we have. Arunima Sinha, first Indian amputee to climb Mount Everest. Arunima Sonu Sinha is the first female and Indian amputee to climb Mount Everest. She was a national level volleyball player who was pushed out of a running train by thieves in 2011 while resisting them. One of her legs had to be amputated below the knee as a result. But she climbed. She reached the Mount Everest. A big round of applause for her. Friends, the next guest we have is another very special woman girl, an acid attack survivor turned activist and television anchor. Lakshmi. Lakshmi is from Delhi, a winner of 2014 Women of Courage Award, underwent 7 major surgeries to try and reduce the burns to her skin. We salute their courage, their grit, and I'm sure this session is going to be very, very inspiring. I just want to read out a little bit of the experiences that they've narrated in their own words so that you can understand the kind of situations they've faced. I'm talking about Arunima first. I resisted, and they pushed me out of the train. I could not move. I remember seeing a train coming towards me. I tried getting up. By then, the train had run over my leg. I don't remember anything after that. from here to the Mount Everest. It's been such a journey. Another experience from Lakshmi that I want to read out to you. I kept screaming for help, but no one stepped forth. Everyone ran in the opposite direction. I could feel my flesh burning and I covered my eyes with my arms. That reflex action saved me from losing my vision. Acid corrodes quickly. Within a few seconds, I had lost my face. My ear had melted and both my arms were charred black. A politician's driver took me to a hospital where I was to stay for the next surgery. From there to becoming a television anchor. An extraordinary journey these two girls have had. लक्ष्मी, मैं आपसे शुरुआत करना चाहती हूँ. बहुत मुश्किल होता है अपने सपनों को अपने सामने पिघलता हुआ देखना, लेकिन आपने वो, मैं चाहती हूँ कि आपकी कहानी हम सुने, आपका वो पूरा सफ़र जो रहा है वो सुने. आपकी दोस्ती हुई एक लड़की से पड़ोस में, उसके भाई ने फिर हिमाकत की आपको प्रपोज करने की, आपने रेजिस्ट किया, वो जिद पे आ गया, 3 दिन बाद उसने ये किया. कैसे हुआ था ये सब?
2005 की बात है. उस टाइम पे मैं 15 साल की थी. उस लड़के ने अटैक के 10 महीने पहले मुझे शादी के लिए प्रपोज किया था और कहता था कि मैं तुमसे प्यार करता हूँ. और उनकी जो सिस्टर थी वो मेरी बहुत अच्छी दोस्त थी. और उसके बाद मैंने उनको बोला कि मैं आपको भाई बोलती हूँ. और वो 32 साल के थे. और उसके बाद
15 साल की.
जी, मैं उस टाइम 7th स्टैंडर्ड में थी. और उसके बाद मैंने बोला कि मैं आपको भाई बोलती हूँ और आज के बाद आप मुझसे कभी बात मत करिएगा. 10 महीने तक उन्होंने लगातार मुझे परेशान किया, लेकिन मैं अपने घर वालों को नहीं बता सकती थी. वो इसलिए क्योंकि मैं लड़की थी और मेरे घर वाले मेरा स्कूल छुड़ा देते या मुझे बाहर नहीं निकलने देते. यही होता मेरे साथ. फिर उसके बाद उन्होंने 10 महीने के बाद 19 मई को मैसेज किया मुझे कि मैं तुमसे प्यार करता हूँ, शादी करना चाहता हूँ. मैंने उसके बाद भी उनको कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं दिया. उनका फिर से मैसेज आया कि मुझे अभी और इसी वक्त इसका जवाब चाहिए. तो मैंने उनको कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं दिया. 21 अप्रैल को उन्होंने मुझे कॉल किया और उन्होंने मुझसे कहा कि तुम तो कुछ करना चाहती हो, कुछ बनना चाहती हो और अपने माँ बाप का नाम रोशन करना चाहती हो. मैंने कहा हाँ, क्योंकि मुझे सिंगिंग बहुत पसंद था और मैं सिंगिंग के लिए अपने घर से बाहर निकली थी. और 22 अप्रैल को वो लड़का और उनके छोटे भाई की गर्लफ्रेंड दोनों, आज जहाँ पे मेट्रो स्टेशन है खान मार्केट, वहीं पे मैं रोज़ की तरह ही जा रही थी. मॉर्निंग 10:45 पे मेरे साथ ही हादसा हुआ और वो दोनों ने मुझे घर से ही फॉलो करना स्टार्ट किया. और जब वो आए मेरे पास, वो लेडी आके मेरे फेस पे उन्होंने हाथ रखा, मुझे ज़मीन पे धक्का मारा और ग्लास में एसिड था और मेरे फेस में एसिड डाल दिया. और उसके बाद मैं तुरंत बेहोश हो गई. मेरे को किसी ने कोई हेल्प नहीं की और मैं जैसी होश में आई तो मैं इतनी तेज़ चीख रही थी, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि मेरा बॉडी में पूरे में सब आग लगा दिया गया हो. और उसके बाद मैं बहुत तड़प रही थी. 3 बार मेरे साथ कार एक्सीडेंट भी हुआ उसी टाइम पे. लोगों ने हेल्प करने के वजह मुझे गाड़ी से मार भी दिया. मैं बीच रोड में चली गई थी. फिर उसके बाद मैंने काफ़ी हेल्प मांगी, किसी ने कोई हेल्प नहीं की. एक अंकल थे अरुण सिंह, उन्होंने ये सारा हादसा दूर से देखा था और वो जब आए उन्होंने बॉटल का आधा पानी मेरे फेस पे डाला जो यहाँ तक आ गया वो, और पूरा बर्न हो गया. फिर उन्होंने PCR को बुलाया. मुझे जब हॉस्पिटल लेके जा रहे थे, मैं पुलिस की कार में थी, तो मैं अपना हाथ देख रही थी पूरा आँख खोल के. मेरा स्किन मेल्ट हो रहा था प्रॉपर. मेरे हाथ से भी पूरा स्किन ज़मीन में टपक रहा था. लेकिन फिर मैं हॉस्पिटल गई. मेरे ऊपर 20 बाल्टी पानी डाला गया और मेरे पापा आए. मेरे पापा जैसे ही आए मैंने उनको हग किया, उनका पूरा शर्ट जल गया. इतना वो एसिड का असर था. फिर उसके बाद वहीं से मेरी लाइफ में एक स्ट्रगल स्टार्ट हुआ. और एसिड अटैक सिर्फ मुझ पे ही नहीं, एक तरीके से पूरे परिवार पे एसिड अटैक हुआ था. पूरा स्ट्रगल था मेरे लिए. वहाँ से ही मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ी बड़ी चुनौतियाँ खड़ी हुई. आस पड़ोस के लोगों की, रिश्तेदारों की, दोस्तों की, बहुत सारी चीज़ें. मैंने अपना करियर खो दिया था, सब कुछ खत्म हो गया था वहीं से, सब बिल्कुल एक बर्बाद सा हो गया था, जिससे कि मैंने अपने उस हादसे की वजह से कुछ टाइम पहले मैंने अपने पापा और भाई दोनों को ही खो दिया। अब मेरी फैमिली में कुछ नहीं रहा।
आपसे आगे भी बात करेंगे। अरुणिमा, ट्रेन में क्या हुआ था उस रोज?
एक्चुअली मैं लखनऊ से दिल्ली आ रही थी। मेरा एक जॉब इंटरव्यू था, तो उसमें डेट ऑफ बर्थ मेरी गलत थी उसमें, तो उसी को सही कराने के लिए हमारे जनरल कंपार्टमेंट में थे। मैं ट्रेन में पूरा कंपार्टमेंट में वो लूटपाट करना शुरू किए। कहाँ से चढ़े वो मुझे भी नहीं पता, लेकिन वो पूरा कंपार्टमेंट में लूटपाट करना शुरू, किसी ने बोला नहीं, लेकिन वो एक प्लेयर वाली भावना थी मुझ में। और मैंने मना, जब उन्होंने मेरी गोल्ड चैन छीनने की कोशिश की, मैंने मना किया कि नहीं, मैं अपना चैन नहीं दूंगी। वो 4-5 लोग थे, उन्होंने उठाया, साइड से दो ने पकड़ के और सामने से दो ने पकड़ के उठा के चलती ट्रेन से बाहर फेंक दिया था। दुर्भाग्य ये था कि उसी समय अपोजिट साइड से ट्रेन आ गई थी और उसका कहीं ट्रेन इतने पास से चलती है कि उसके में टकराए और फिर नीचे गिरे। मुझे भी नहीं पता चला था कि मेरा पैर कट जाएगा, और मैंने इतना कभी सोचा ही नहीं था। दोनों ट्रेनें निकल गई, मैं हाथ ऐसे रख के उठने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ बार बार, लेकिन मैं उठ नहीं पा रही हूँ। कुछ देर बाद जब मैंने थाई को उठा के ऐसे करके देखा तो मेरा पैर कट चुका था और जीन्स में ऐसे लटका हुआ था, ब्लड फोर्सफुली निकल रहा था। और इस पैर की हड्डियां टूट टूट के जीन्स के बाहर आ गई थी। तब मुझे लगा कि मैं नहीं चल सकती। दोनों हाथों में पत्थर लेके, छोटे छोटे ट्रैक पे पत्थर होते, पत्थर लेके ऐसे पेट के बल चिल्लाते रहे, जोर जोर से चिल्लाते रहे। कोई नहीं आया। ट्रेन आती गई, जाती गई, यहाँ तक कि लोग टॉयलेट वगैरह करते थे तो सब ऐसे साइड में पड़ता था। मेरा हाथ भी फ्रैक्चर था पूरी तरीके से, मैं पोंछ भी नहीं सकती थी उन चीज़ों को। ऐसे ही पूरी रात बीतती गई और फिर सुबह गांव वालों ने मुझे उठाया और उठा के बरेली डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल लेके गए। बरेली डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल में जब पहुंचे तो फार्मासिस्ट, डॉक्टर, सारे लोग मुझे ऐसे बेड पे लेटा दिया गया और आपस में बातें कर रहे थे कि अरे एनेस्थीसिया नहीं है और इसका पैर अभी पूरा अलग करना है, ऑक्सीजन नहीं, इसका इलाज शुरू कैसे करें। तो उस दौरान मेरा ब्रेन कॉन्शियस एकदम काम कर रहा था। रेलवे ट्रैक पे भी मैं होश में थी उस समय भी, जब ट्रेन गुजरती थी तब भी। यहाँ तक कि जब ट्रेन गुजरती थी तो वो वाइब्रेट होता था और बहुत ठंड बहुत जोर से लगती थी। तो मन से ये निकलता था कि भगवान ट्रेन ना आए। लेकिन फिर कुछ देर बाद जब और शांत एकदम हो गया, मैं बॉडी मूवमेंट खत्म हो गया था, तो मेरे इस कटे हुए पैर पे वो चूहे ट्रैक पे थे, आके मेरा ऐसे काट रहे थे और मेरे आंखों से आंसू निकल रहा था, लेकिन मैं कुछ कर नहीं पा रही थी। खैर ये सब फिर ऐसे ही चलता रहा। फिर जब हॉस्पिटल में हमको पहुंचाया गया था तो फर्स्ट टाइम बोला था हमने, क्योंकि सुनाई सब कुछ दे रहा था, दिखाई देना बंद हो गया था। तब बोला कि सर जब मेरा पूरा पैर कटा और उस चीज़ को बर्दाश्त कर ट्रेन उतनी देर ट्रैक पे रहे, तो अभी तो आप मेरे अच्छे के लिए मेरा पैर काटेंगे, अब बिना एनेस्थीसिया मेरा पैर काटिए। उसके बाद बरेली डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल के मिस्टर BC यादव फार्मासिस्ट थे। इस बात को सुनने के बाद उन्होंने मेरे सिर पे हाथ रखा, बोले फैमिली जब आएगी तब आएगी, अपना ब्लड दे के मैं बचाऊंगा इसको, चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए। फिर उन्होंने अपना 1 यूनिट ब्लड दिया और पैर मेरा काटा गया बिना एनेस्थीसिया। उसके बाद फिर लखनऊ ट्रॉमा सेंटर में एडमिट कराया गया। इस तरीके से चलता है।
वहां से फिर आपने माउंट एवरेस्ट जाने की सोच ली?
एक्चुअली लखनऊ ट्रॉमा सेंटर में करीब दो दिन थे। वहाँ से फिर एम्स ट्रॉमा सेंटर में एडमिट कर, करीब 4 महीने एम्स में थे हम। जिस लड़की का मतलब जवान लड़की का पैर, शरीर का एक अंग कट चुका हो, उस परिवार का क्या हाल होगा और उस लड़की का क्या हाल होगा, सिर्फ अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है। पूरी तरीके से हॉस्पिटल, यहाँ तक कि मेरे स्पाइन में भी 3 फ्रैक्चर था, मैं ऐसे बेड से उठ भी नहीं सकती थी। इस पैर में भी पता नहीं था कि ये बचेगा कि नहीं, व्हील चेयर पे या फिर जिंदगी भर बैसाखी पे रहूंगी। सच में पूरी जिंदगी यही लग रही थी कि खत्म हो चुका है सब कुछ, अब कुछ नहीं हो सकता है, लेकिन फिर भी जिंदगी तो जीनी थी। हॉस्पिटल के बेड पे हम थे करीब 25 दिन बाद, जब न्यूज़पेपर वगैरह पढ़ना शुरू किया और जब देखा तो कई निगेटिव बातें भी आई थी। पहले बोला गया कि अरुणिमा के पास टिकट नहीं था, TTI तो कूद गई। फिर उसका घर वालों ने टिकट वगैरह दिखाया, खंडन किया उसका। फिर नेक्स्ट बोला गया अरुणिमा सुसाइड करने गई थी। जिस लड़की का शरीर का अंग कट चुका हो और इस तरीके की बातें, मुझे उतना दुख तब नहीं हुआ था कि जब मेरा पैर कट चुका था, क्योंकि जो होना था वो तो हो चुका था, फिर भी जिंदगी उसी में जीनी थी। लेकिन जब ये बातें आने लगी, मुझे अंदर तक झकझोर के रख दिया था। मेरे सामने, हम एक मध्यम वर्गीय फैमिली से हैं, हमारा पूरा परिवार चिल्ला चिल्ला के अपनी बातें कह रहा था, लेकिन वो इतनी बड़ी लेवल की बातें हो रही थी कि कोई सुन ही नहीं रहा था। तब हॉस्पिटल के बेड पे ये डिसाइड किया, ठीक है आज आपका दिन है, जितना चाहो बोल लो, मेरा कल दिन आने वाला है। और तब हॉस्पिटल के बेड पे डिसाइड किया कि अब वॉलीबॉल फुटबॉल नहीं, लाइफ का सबसे टफ गेम, क्योंकि जो मेरा जो अंदर का सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस था वो लूज कर रहे थे हम, धीरे धीरे खत्म हो रहा था सब। और मन से ये निकल रहा था कि क्या करूं मैं। उसी दौरान कहते हैं कि जब आप खुद की मदद करते हैं तो ऊपर वाला भी उसी का साथ देता है। उसी दौरान एक आर्टिकल आया था माउंट एवरेस्ट के बारे में। अपने भाई जी से, मैंने भैया से बोला कि क्या मैं माउंटेनिंग नहीं कर सकती? मैंने बोला हाँ कर सकती हो। वहीं से फिर वो माउंटेनिंग करने का शुरू हुआ और मैंने सिर्फ कही और उन्होंने मोटिवेट करना शुरू। हम भाई बहन मिलके दोनों ने शुरू किया। पहले तो जब, क्योंकि कहने में और करने में जिस लड़की शरीर बेड से उठ नहीं सकती और वो माउंटेन जाने की बात करे तो सिंपल सी बात, लोग पागल तो बोलेंगे ही। लोगों ने स्पॉन्सरशिप और सही गाइडेंस कि कैसे ट्रेनिंग लूं, जब लोगों से कहा कि मुझे ट्रेनिंग की ज़रूरत है, मुझे माउंटेनिंग करना है, लोगों ने मुझे पागल बोला कि क्या है, पागल हो गई हो, तुम्हारा दिमाग खराब हो चुका है, तुम नहीं कर सकती। माउंटेनिंग करने के लिए सबसे ज़्यादा जरूरी होता है पैर, जो ही तुम्हारे पास नहीं है। और सच बताएं, उन लोगों ने जब मुझे बोला, मेरा स्ट्रांग मैं और होती गई उन अपने गोल के प्रति। जो गोल बनाया था, मैं कभी उससे अपने रास्ते से कभी नहीं हटे। वो लोग बोलते, कभी कभी कुछ लोगों ने इतना मुंह पे ऐसे ही बोल दिया, क्या है लंगड़ी हो गई हो, दिमाग भी खराब हो गया है। भैया को बोले वो तो हो चुकी है पागल, कम से कम तुम तो ना पागल हो। हम दोनों जन हॉस्पिटल से डिस्चार्ज, जब लोग ये सोचते हैं कि हमें अपनी जिंदगी कैसे जीनी है, जब हॉस्पिटल से डिस्चार्ज होने के बाद जब लोग ये सोचते हैं मुझे अपना जीवन यापन का, मेरे दिमाग में सिर्फ 2 बातें चल रहा था कि मुझे इनका जवाब कैसे देना है, माउंटेनिंग कैसे, एवरेस्ट कैसे क्लाइंब करना है। डिस्चार्ज होने के बाद जब कई लोग ने पागल सन की कह के किनारे कर दिया था, भैया ने सजेस्ट किया मैम बछेंद्री पाल से मिले, जिन्होंने 1984 में एवरेस्ट सबमिट किया था और वो भारत की पहली महिला है। डिस्चार्ज होने के बाद सीधा ट्रेन दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन गए, कोई रिजर्वेशन नहीं था, हैंडीकैप कंपार्टमेंट में बैठ के पूरी रात ऐसे सीट में मुंह छुपा के रोए थे कि आज ये दिन आ गया कि मुझे हैंडीकैप कंपार्टमेंट में बैठना पड़ रहा है। और खैर रोए। उसके बाद सुबह जमशेदपुर झारखंड पहुंचे, मैम को फ़ोन किया कि मैम रेलवे स्टेशन पे हूँ। एकदम शॉक, क्योंकि उसके पहले मैं कितनी बार मैंने उनको हम फ़ोन कर चुके थे, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं हो पाई थी मेरी। लास्ट टाइम जब बात हुई तो उन्होंने बोला कि ठीक है हम जमशेदपुर में आ जाओ। वहाँ पे मिले फर्स्ट, उन्होंने फ़ोन पे, मैंने बताया ही नहीं था, इसलिए नहीं बताया था क्योंकि उसके पहले सब लोग मेरा मजाक उड़ा रहे थे। मुझे डर लग रहा था कहीं ऐसा ना हो ये भी मेरा मजाक बनाए। ऑफिस पहुँचे और उन्होंने फर्स्ट टाइम जब देखा, जब बताया हमने कि मैम ऐसे ऐसे है, मैं माउंटेनिंग करना चाहती हूँ, उनकी आंखों में आंसू आ गया। उन्होंने बोला कि अरुणिमा तूने ऐसी हालात में एवरेस्ट जैसे दुरूह पहाड़ के बारे में सोचा तो तूने अपने अंदर तो एवरेस्ट फतह कर लिया, अब तो सिर्फ लोगों के लिए है। मेरे परिवार को छोड़ के बाहर की एक पहली महिला थी जिन्होंने मुझ पर भरोसा किया था कि हाँ मैं कर सकती हूँ।
आगे बातचीत आपसे करेंगे। लक्ष्मी, आपको सबसे ज़्यादा तकलीफ इस बात से होती थी कि ये सब कुछ आपने झेला, आपको आगे रास्ता खोजना है, यू वर दी ओनली ब्रेड विनर, आपको घर की कमाई करनी थी, सब कुछ करना था, और उसके बाद जब आप बाहर निकले तो सब आपको देखते थे ऐसे जैसे आपने कोई गलती की हो। माँ सहम जाती थी, अपने बच्चे को हटा लेती थी कि मेरा बच्चा इन्हें देखकर डर ना जाए। कितना गुस्सा आता था?
मैंने 3 साल के बाद निकलना स्टार्ट किया था। जब मेरे अटैक के 2.5 महीने के बाद जब मैं अपने घर आई थी, मुझे नहीं पता था कि मेरे ऊपर एसिड अटैक हुआ है, और क्योंकि मुझे नहीं पता था एसिड क्या होता है। तो उस टाइम पे मेरे जैसे ही मैं घर पहुंची और 2.5 महीने के बाद जब मैंने पहली बार अपने आप को शीशे के सामने देखा तो मेरा फेस इतना ख़राब था कि मैं अपने आप को देख भी नहीं पा रही थी। मैं बिल्कुल टूट चुकी थी
और मैं जीना नहीं चाहती थी बिल्कुल भी। मैंने अपने पापा मम्मी को बहुत बहुत बोला कि मुझे मरना है, मुझे नहीं जीना है, मैं इस चेहरे के साथ कैसे जी सकती हूँ, क्या होगा मेरा। फिर मेरे पापा ने मुझे बहुत हिम्मत दी और मेरे पापा ने मुझसे एक बात कही। वो दिन से मैं उनकी बात को लेके बहुत ध्यान से चलती हूँ कि उन्होंने ये कहा कि बेटा इस दुनिया में ऐसा कोई काम नहीं है जो नामुमकिन हो, हर काम मुमकिन ही मुमकिन है और एक दिन देख लेना तुम आगे बढ़ोगी और कुछ करोगी। तो मेरे मम्मी पापा मेरी बहुत बड़ी हिम्मत बन के चले। फिर उसके बाद मैंने जैसे ही घर से बाहर निकलना स्टार्ट किया, मैंने 10th में एडमिशन लिया, मैंने ड्रेस मेकिंग टेलरिंग में एडमिशन लिया और उसके बाद लोगों का और तेज़ी से रवैया चेंज होने लगा। फिर वो और तेज़ी से मुझे गलत गलत बोलने लगे और जो उनकी बातें थी ना वो मैं बहुत पॉजिटिव वे में लेके चल रही थी। वो मुझे नेगेटिव बोलते थे, मैं पॉजिटिव में लेती थी और वो मेरे लिए बहुत हिम्मत होती थी। और मुझे ऐसा लगता था जब मेरे पेरेंट्स मेरा साथ दे रहे तो मुझे किसी से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। तो मैंने अपनी ही ड्रेसेस से स्टार्ट किया और मैं अपनी ड्रेसेस खुद बनाती थी। तो मैं बुर्खा पहनती थी हाफ। तो उसके बाद मुझे ऐसा लगा कि ये ड्रेस पहनने का क्या फ़ायदा जब बुर्खे से सब ढक ही जाएगा, और क्या है नहीं ढकना है। तो मैंने मम्मी से और अपनी टीचर से पूछा तो उन्होंने बोला कि हाँ खोल के चलो। जब मैं खोल के चलने लगी वो भी मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ा एक चुनौती थी। लोगों ने इतना गंदा गंदा बोला, इतना गंदा गंदा बोला, क्योंकि उस टाइम पे मेरा फेस भी बहुत ख़राब था। लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी मुझे ऐसा लगा कि लोग तो अच्छे को नहीं छोड़ते तो लोग मुझे क्या छोड़ेंगे। और फिर मैं हिम्मत करके चलने लगी, चलती थी, बिंदास लाइफ जीती थी। फिर मैंने ब्यूटिशियन भी किया। ऐसे ही करते करते मैंने अपने 3-4 कोर्स कंप्लीट किए। फिर उसके बाद मैंने उन्हीं बातों को पॉजिटिव में लेके फिर और हिम्मत करके और आगे बढ़ने, काफ़ी नाम हुआ सिलाई में भी मेरा, काफ़ी लोग आते थे, अच्छा लगता था और पापा भी बहुत खुश थे इन सब चीज़ों को लेके।
आपको गाने का शौक है बहुत और इंडियन आइडल के लिए आप इंतज़ार कर रही थी।
जी,
तो
मैंने
कुछ सुन भी लें आपसे।
बिल्कुल। मैंने जो जॉब, मैंने जैसी जॉब के लिए मैं गई थी वो मेरा हकीकत ये था कि मैं जॉब के लिए नहीं गई थी, अपनी सिंगिंग के लिए गई थी, क्योंकि पेरेंट्स को पसंद नहीं था कि मैं सिंगिंग करूं। तो मैं सिंगिंग के लिए स्पेशली बाहर निकली थी, लेकिन वो 1 तारीख कभी आ नहीं पाई थी मेरी लाइफ में, क्योंकि 22 अप्रैल को ही मेरे ऊपर एसिड अटैक हो गया था। मेरा एक कैंपेन सॉन्ग है, मैं वही सॉन्ग गाना चाहूँगी। एक खूबसूरत सा एहसास थी मैं कुछ कर गुजरने की आस में थी मैं, अपनों की मैं रानी पर थी, खुशियों की बरसात थी। एक सुबह जो मैं निकली घर से, वो काली रात बन सी गई। एक बुरे साए की मैं ख्वाहिशों में आकर, आईने से मैं बिछड़ सी गई, आईने से मैं बिछड़ सी गई। उस जहर की बोतल ने मुझको जला दिया, इस खूबसूरत इनायत को पल में मिटा दिया, इस खूबसूरत इनायत को पल में मिटा दिया। थैंक यू।
वैसे इंडियन आइडल बनना चाहती थी तो उस समय आपने कौन से गाने की तैयारी की थी और क्या वो सपना क्या था?
गाने तो मैं खूब गाती थी और मैं लिखती भी बहुत थी उस टाइम पे। मुझे अंधेरे की एक छोटी सी किरण से बहुत प्यार थी, क्योंकि मैं उस किरण में लिखना बहुत पसंद करती थी। और उसके बाद मैंने मेरा यही ड्रीम था कि कुछ स्पेशल ऐसा नहीं, क्योंकि मैं सारे गाने की रिस्पेक्ट करती हूँ और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि गाना है, सिर्फ गाना है, और कैसे ना कैसे मुझे रियलिटी शो में एक बार तो चांस मिले। लेकिन मैंने अटैक के बाद भी काफ़ी रियलिटी शो में कोशिश की। फिर मैं लास्ट इंडियाज़ गॉट टैलेंट में मैं गई थी, और वहाँ पे भी मैंने जाके कोशिश की। मैंने दोनों प्लेटफॉर्म पास कर लिए, बट मेरी ही कुछ पर्सनल प्रॉब्लम की वजह से मैं आगे नहीं जा पाई।
इस पे बात करेंगे फिर आपसे। अरुणिमा, 28 घंटे और आप माउंट एवरेस्ट क्लाइंब कर चुकी थी। वो 28 घंटे कैसे थे?
एक्चुअली टोटल तो वैसे 52 डेज लगे थे, लेकिन साउथ को एवरेस्ट में 4 कैंप लगते, कैंप 1, कैंप 2, कैंप 3, कैंप 4। कैंप 3 तक तो ठीक ठाक होता है, ठीक ठाक मतलब कि एक माउंटेनियर कैंप 3 तक ठीक से जाता है। मेरे लिए क्या सबसे बड़ा था कि जब तक रॉकी एरिया था तब तक तो मैं बहुत अच्छा चली।
आपको एक बार इंटरप्ट करिए, ये 28 घंटे कंटिन्यूअस या ब्रेक्स के?
कंटिन्यूअस, बिना एक मिनट भी आप कहीं नहीं रुक सकते उसमें। और क्या हुआ कि जैसे ही आइस वॉल शुरू होता है, रॉकी एरिया तक मैं अपने ग्रुप में, हमारे ग्रुप से 6 लोग थे इंडिया के, और उसमें सबसे आगे थे हम रॉकी एरिया तक। लेकिन जैसे ही आइस एवरेस्ट बेस कैंप पहुंचे हम, चारों तरफ सिर्फ वो ग्रीन और ब्लू आइस, देखने में इतना सुंदर दिखता है, लेकिन जब वहाँ पे सरवाइव करना है तो तब समझ में आता है कि क्या है ये। आइस वॉल पे फ्रंट पॉइंटिंग क्रैम्पोन लगा के जब हम फ्रंट पॉइंटिंग मारते थे, तो इस पैर जिसमें रॉड पड़ी हुई है तो बहुत ज़्यादा पेन होता, लेकिन फिर भी करते। लेकिन आर्टिफिशियल से जैसे ही वॉल पे हम हीट करते, मेरा पूरा का पूरा पैर मूव हो जाता था। शेरपा जो मेरे साथ लोकल गाइड भेजा जाता है, शेरपा वो बोलता है, अरुणिमा तुझसे नहीं हो सकता, वापस चल, क्यों जबरदस्ती करो। हमने कहा नहीं सर, अभी तो शुरू किया है, हो जाएगा। 1 बार 2 बार 3 बार हीट करने पे नहीं होता था, कई बार मारने पे वॉल के आइस वॉल का कुछ पार्ट बर्फ का टूट के निकल जाता, तब होल होता था, तब हम पैर रख के ऊपर जाते थे। ऐसे ही चलता रहा। कैंप 3 के बाद जब हम कैंप 4 पहुंचे, जैसे ही हम कैंप 4 पहुंचे थे, मैं अपने अभी बैठी भी नहीं थी बगल वाले टेंट में। कितना बड़ा माउंटेनियर क्यों ना हो और कितना बड़ा दिलेर क्यों ना, अच्छे के हौसले रखे रह जाते, धारी के धारे रह जाते हैं जब अपनी आंखों के सामने किसी को मरता देखता है या फिर किसी की डेड बॉडीज देखता है। वाकई में मेरे ही बगल टेंट में एक कोरियन लड़की, वो सबमिट करके वापस आई थी और मैं पहुंची ही थी, उसको बॉडी को खींच के निकाल रहे थे टेंट से। मैं एकदम डिसीजन ले पाना मेरे लिए मुश्किल हो रहा था कि जिस चीज़ के लिए ये मर गई है उसी चीज़ के लिए मैं ऊपर जा रही हूँ। फिर कुछ देर बाद उसको देखा, फिर कुछ देर बाद दूसरे टेंट में एक कोई मेल था। सोने से भी डर लगता है माउंटेन में। वो दिन में सो गया था और उनके फेफड़े में पानी आ गया और वो वहीं के वहीं तुरंत वो खत्म हो गए थे। उसी दिन मुझे आगे निकलना था मेन समिट का, लेकिन जब आपका गोल आप पे, ये सब डर नहीं लगते हैं, लेकिन क्योंकि जब आपका गोल आप पे इतना ज़्यादा हावी हो, वाकई में मेरा गोल मुझ पे इतना ज़्यादा हावी था, मुझे किसी भी कीमत पे एवरेस्ट सबमिट करना था। हम आगे बढ़े, बालकनी एरिया, हिलेरी स्टेप के आगे बालकनी एरिया है। करीब रात को 1 बजे हम पहुंचे थे। 20 मई 2013 को साउथ कोल में थे हम। 4 बजे शाम को उसी दिन चलना शुरू किया। बालकनी पहुंचे, उसको डेथ जोन एरिया भी बोलते हैं। जिधर ही रात को 1-1:30 बज चुका था, जिधर हेडलाइट मेरी जा रही है उधर ही डेड बॉडीज नजर आ रही है। जिधर देख रहे हैं हम उधर मैं मतलब फैसला नहीं ले पा रहे थे हम क्या करें। शेरपा, यहाँ तक कि जिस रोप में हम थे उसी रोप में एक बांग्लादेशी, एकदम नई ताजी डेड बॉडी, एकदम तुरंत के तुरंत, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 1-1.5-2 मिनट पहले उनकी मौत हुई होगी, और उस डेड बॉडी को लांघ के जाना था। मैं समझ ही नहीं पा रही थी कि क्या करूं। शेरपा ने बोला कि कुछ नहीं, आगे बढ़ो, और फटाफट उन्होंने अपना सेफ्टी कैराविनर को आगे किया और मुझे भी। हम जा ही नहीं पा रहे थे आगे, कितना क्यों ना, क्योंकि अंदर से कितना भी स्ट्रांग क्यों ना, लेकिन किसी की डेड बॉडी लांघ पाना हम जैसे लोगों के लिए आसान नहीं होता है। करीब 10 से 15 सेकंड हम वहाँ पे खड़े रहे, क्योंकि सबसे बड़ा मोटिवेटर कौन होता है हमारे जीवन में? सबसे बड़ा मोटिवेटर कौन होता है? हम खुद होते। जिस दिन किसी भी चीज़ के प्रति हमारी अंतर आत्मा जाग गई, किसी भी गोल के प्रति, तो हमें कोई भी नहीं रोक सकता। द 10 से 15 सेकंड खड़े होके मैंने सिर्फ इतना बोला, वहाँ पे जितने लोग, किसी का आधा पार्ट दिख रहा था, कोई इतना बर्फ में है, ऐसे ही अगर किसी का जिस देश का है उसका फ्लैग लपेट के टेडी बियर उसके ऊपर रखा हुआ है, ऐसे करके इधर ही दिख रहा था। ऐसे 10 से 15 सेकंड खड़े होकर मैंने सिर्फ इतना बोला, अगर आप सभी में से सबने एवरेज सबमिट कर लिया तब तो ठीक है, अगर नहीं सबमिट किया है मैं सबके लिए एवरेज सबमिट करूंगी और जिंदा वापस जाऊंगी। क्योंकि जैसे एक एथलीट का सपना होता है ओलंपिक, वैसे जैसे एक क्रिकेटर का सपना होता है वर्ल्ड कप, वैसे एक माउंटेनियर का सपना होता है कि वो माउंट एवरेस्ट सबमिट करे। उसके बाद जो डेड बॉडीज थी उसको लांघा, कैरावेना खोला, अपना सेफ्टी कैरावेना खोल के आगे लगाया और उसको लांघ के आगे बढ़े। क्योंकि मेरा गोल मुझ पे इतना ज़्यादा था कि मुझे उनके सपने को भी पूरा करना था। आगे बढ़े, हिलेरियस स्टेप साउथ समिट के आगे जैसे ही हम पहुंचे, क्योंकि नॉर्मल आदमी से मैं बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम ले रही थी, मेरा ऑक्सीजन ख़त्म होने लगा और करीब 1-1.5 घंटे पहले वो एक चेतावनी देने लगता है कि आपका ऑक्सीजन खत्म हो रहा है, आप सेफ जगह या फिर दूसरे ऑक्सीजन का इंतजाम कर लो। आप शेरपा ने बोला कि अरुणिमा वापस चलो, अब इतना भी तुम कम नहीं आई और वापस चलो, तुम्हारा यहाँ तक भी तुम्हारा बहुत अच्छा तुम चल के आई हो। मैंने कहा क्या बात कर रहे, एक्चुअली मैं ही नहीं, मेरी जगह पे कोई भी होता। हिलेरी स्टेप के बाद एवरेस्ट समिट है, मेरे सामने मेरा गोल था, वो मुझे बोल रहा वापस चलो। मैंने बोला क्या बात कर रहे हैं सर, मेरे सामने मेरा गोल है, आप कह रहे हैं वापस चले जाओ, नहीं जाएंगे। मैंने कहा नहीं जाएंगे, और उसको कन्विंस करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। उसने फिर वॉकी टॉकी से एजेंसी के लीडर को बोल दिया, मैम बुचंदी पाल को, सबको बता दिया कि ऐसे ऐसे अरुणिमा का ऑक्सीजन खत्म हो रहा है। अरुणिमा नहीं मान रही है, वापस नहीं आ रही है, इसकी जान भी जा सकती है, चली जाएगी इसकी जान, और मैं इसकी वजह से अपनी जान नहीं दूंगा। चलता रहा, कुछ देर भी कन्विंस किया, नहीं मान रहा। फाइनली उसने बोला नहीं जाऊंगा मैं तुम्हारे साथ, क्योंकि मैं जान नहीं देना। हमने कहा कुछ नहीं होगा, आप चलो, हमारे साथ ऊपर वाला है। लास्ट में डिसीजन लिया कि नहीं, मुझे जाना ही जाना है, क्योंकि कुछ लोग और आगे जा रहे थे। मैंने उनका फुटप्रिंट्स फॉलो करना शुरू किया और मैंने बोला शेरपा से कि आप जाना चाहते हो तो जाओ। इरिटेट होने लगे हम भी वहाँ पे। मैंने कहा आप जाना चाहते हो तो जाओ, नहीं जाना चाहते हो मत जाओ, मेरे पास इतना ऑक्सीजन है कि मैं अपने देश का तिरंगा लगाऊं, ये रिकॉर्ड इंडिया के नाम ला पाऊं। और मैम बुचंद्री पाल और अपनी माँ का सिर्फ एक बात मेरे दिमाग में वीडियो की तरह चल रहा था, क्योंकि वो हमेशा मुझे ये बात बोलती थी कि जब भी लाइफ में कभी कभी ऐसी सिचुएशन में आप होंगे कि आपको सिर्फ आपको डिसीजन लेना होगा, कोई आपके साथ नहीं होगा, जहाँ भी होना थोड़ा सा पीछे मुड़ के देखना और ये सोचना कि एक एक कदम चल के तुम यहाँ तक पहुंची हो और अपना सिर्फ एक कदम आगे बढ़ाना। एक वीडियो की तरह मेरे दिमाग में सिर्फ एवरेस्ट चल रहा था, समिट था और वो बातें चल रही थी। एक कदम आगे बढ़ाया, शेरपा ने मुझे छोड़ा नहीं, वैसे बाद में इरिटेट होते पीछे आया वो। करीब 1-1.5 घंटे बाद मैं एवरेस्ट टॉप पे थी और उस फीलिंग्स को मैं सच बताऊं कि मेरे पास सब कितनी जगह जाते रहते, लेकिन मेरे पास जितनी बार हम बोलते हैं, मैं चिल्ला चिल्ला के बताना चाहती थी वहां से कि जो लोग ये बोलते थे कि मुझे कि क्या है, पागल है, सनकी है, नहीं कर सकती, विकलांग हो चुकी है, मेरे मन में आ रहा था कि मैं जोर जोर से चिल्लाऊं, सबको बता दूं, सारी दुनिया को बता दूं कि आज मैं टॉप ऑफ द वर्ल्ड पे हूं। उन लोगों को बता दूं जो लोग ये सोचते कि महिलाएं कुछ नहीं कर सकती, उन लोगों को बता दूं जो लोग ये सोचते थे कि महिला, विकलांग, मिडिल क्लास फैमिली, उनका भरम तोड़ना चाहते थे हम चिल्ला चिल्ला के। लेकिन मेरा ऑक्सीजन खत्म हो रहा था, मैं जोर जोर से चिल्ला भी नहीं पा रही थी मैं जोर जोर से चिल्ला भी नहीं पा रही थी। शेरपा मुझे बोल रहा कि अरुणिमा ठीक है अभी सबमिट किया। मैंने कहा अच्छा नहीं, फोटो खींचो अभी। तो एक्चुअली मैंने कहा फिर फोटो खींचो। उसने कहा अच्छा ठीक है फोटो। फिर 5 पेयर बैटरी लेके गए थे कि एक नहीं काम करेगा दूसरा काम करेगा, दूसरा नहीं तीसरा, 5 लेके गए थे। एक डिस्पोजल कैमरा अलग से भी लेके गए थे कि अगर वो नहीं करेगा तो वो करेगा। फाइनली फोटो खींचा। फिर मैंने बोला कि नहीं आप वीडियो भी बनाओ। उसने बोला कि पागल हो गई हो क्या तुम, तुम्हारा ऑक्सीजन कभी भी खत्म हो जाएगा। अभी हम यहाँ पे इतना इजी तरीके से बता रहे हैं आपको, लेकिन वो जो पल था वहां पे बयान नहीं कर सकते हम। शेरपा बोल रहा है कि तुम पागल हो चुकी हो एकदम, तुम हाई एल्टीट्यूड का असर हो गया तुझे, नीचे चल मर जाएगी। मैंने कहा नहीं नहीं प्लीज थोड़ा सा वीडियो बना लो। फटाफट कैमरा ऑन करके दिया। हमने कहा मैं बोलती हूँ आप बना दो। और उसने वीडियो बनाना शुरू किया।
क्या बोला आपने वीडियो में?
मैं बताती हूँ। उसके वीडियो बनाना शुरू किया और शायद आप लोग भी सोच रहे होंगे कि वाकई में लड़की की जान जा रही थी और ये वीडियो बनाने की सोच रही है इसको। इतना बड़ा रिस्क लेने की क्या जरूरत है शायद। लेकिन पता है वीडियो बनाया क्यों मैंने? इसलिए बनाया था क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं से मैं खुद इस बात को मान चुकी थी कि शायद मैं जिंदा वापस ना जाऊं। मैं ये चाहती थी कि हमारे पूरे युवा वर्ग को, तो मैंने शेरपा से यही बात बोला, ये वीडियो बनाओ, अगर मैं जिंदा नहीं जाती तो ये वीडियो मेरे इंडिया पहुंचा देना, पूरे युवा वर्ग तक चला जाएगा। मैंने सिर्फ वीडियो में यही बात बोला था कि ऐसे हालात होने के बाद भी कैसे कैसे एक्सीडेंट हुआ, 2 साल के अंदर ऐसे हालात होने के बाद भी आज मैं टॉप ऑफ द वर्ल्ड पे हूँ। तो आपके पास तो सब कुछ है, आप क्यों नहीं कर सकते? बस एक सोच की देरी है। जिस दिन यहाँ से आप बदल गए उस दिन कभी भी कुछ भी कर सकते हैं। बस इतना ही बोला है। और 1 से 1.5 मिनट, क्योंकि वो इतना गुस्से में था, कि वो मान ही नहीं रहा था और बनाने की बात ही नहीं किया उसने। फिर फटाफट हमने पैक किया और करीब 6 से 7 मिनट हम थे वहां पे। और जब से प्लान किया था कि मैं एवरेस्ट जाऊंगी, तब से एक छोटा छोटा त्रिशूल भी रखा था, सबमिट किया, उस पर रखा होगा स्वामी विवेकानंद जी की, जो मेरे काफी वो मेरे आदर्श हैं, वहां पे उनको भी रखा और नीचे आना शुरू किया। जैसे ही 4-5 कदम चल के आए थे हम, अभी मेरा ऑक्सीजन पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो गया और मैं ऐसे नीचे में गिर गई। शेरपा मुझे बोल रहा, अरुणिमा तुम बहुत बहादुर हो और तुमने यहाँ तक अभी एवरेस्ट सबमिट कर लिया, ऐसा करने से कुछ नहीं होगा, उठो और चलो। हम तो खड़े भी नहीं हो पा रहे थे, हम चलते कैसे? और वो बार बार मुझे पुश कर रहा है कि अरुणिमा चलो चलो चलो, ऐसा करने से कुछ नहीं होगा। जैसे ही हम उठने की कोशिश करते थे गिर जाते थे और एकदम वो ऑक्सीजन नहीं मिला था, हम तड़पने लगे थे एकदम। उसी दौरान एक ब्रिटिश क्लाइंबर, जिस एजेंसी से मैं गई थी, उसी एजेंसी से 10:55 पे मैंने एवरेस्ट सबमिट किया था। 11 बजे के बाद अगर कोई एवरेस्ट सबमिट करने की कोशिश करता तो उसको सुसाइड अटैम्प्ट बोलते हैं। मुझे 10:55 वैसे भी हो चुके थे, 6-7 मिनट वैसे रुके थे हम, तो टाइम ओवर हो चुका था। हवा इतनी, विंड इतनी तेज हो चुकी थी, स्नोफॉल बड़े बड़े कॉटन जैसे गिर रहे थे। और जब वो ब्रिटिश क्लाइंबर नीचे से आ रहा था, टॉप पे कोई नहीं था, हम लोग भी थोड़ा नीचे आ चुके थे। वो लोग बहुत ज्यादा रिस्क नहीं लेते क्योंकि स्पॉन्सर की बहुत ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती। हमारे साथ का मैंने इसलिए रिस्क लिया था क्योंकि बहुत मुश्किल से मुझे टाटा स्टील ने स्पॉन्सर दिया था, बहुत ही मुश्किल से मुझे वो मौका मिला था। गोल्ड चांस मेरे हाथ में था, मैं नहीं चाहती थी कि वो गोल्ड चांस मेरे हाथ से चला जाए, इसलिए मैंने एवरेस्ट सबमिट करने की सोची। और उसी समय एजेंसी का जब वो ब्रिटिश क्लाइंबर ऊपर आ रहा था, उसने देखा कि टॉप पे कोई नहीं है, उसके पास, सबके पास वैसे हर क्लाइंबर के पास 2 ऑक्सीजन होता है, मेरा दोनों जाने में ही लग गया था। उसने एक को लगाया, दूसरे को वहीं फेंका क्योंकि एक्स्ट्रा वेट कोई नहीं उठाना चाहता वहां पे। करोड़ों रुपए भी दे दिए जाए, आदमी उठा के फेंक देगा, बोलेगा नहीं चाहिए मुझे। उसने एक ऑक्सीजन छोड़ा वहीं पे। मेरे शेरपा ने जब देखा कि ऑक्सीजन, वो मुझे एंकर किया वहां पे, पिटॉन लगाया फटाफट और एंकर किया और नीचे भाग के आया और वो ऑक्सीजन लिया, फिर से वापस आया, मुझे लगाया और बोला कि अरुणिमा उठो, यहाँ पे इस सिचुएशन में ऑक्सीजन मिल गया, तू बहुत लकी है, ऊपर वाला भी चाहता है कि तू जिंदा रहे। उसने बोला मैंने कुछ नहीं बोला उस समय, और वो बार बार मुझे बोला था कि अरुणिमा तू बहुत लकी है, तू बहुत लकी है। सच में मेरे दिमाग में, मैंने उसको इसलिए नहीं कुछ बोला क्योंकि वो इतने गुस्से में था कि शायद मुझे मार भी देता, इतने गुस्से में था वो, इतना इरिटेटिंग वो कर रहा था। वो बार बार मुझे बोला था अरुणिमा तुम बहुत लकी हो, तुम बहुत लकी हो। मेरे दिमाग में बात चल रही थी कि क्यों बोल रहा है बहुत लकी हो। शायद आप लोगों में से भी बहुत सारे लोग होंगे जो लक और भाग्य पे यकीन करते होंगे, लेकिन मैं लक और भाग्य दोनों पे यकीन नहीं करती, क्योंकि मेरा मानना है कि लक भी उसी का साथ देता है जिसके अंदर जीतने का जज्बा है। अगर आपके अंदर जीतने का जज्बा नहीं है, कभी भी कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते, सिर्फ बहाने होते हैं। बता सकती हूँ मैं वो भी, जब साउथ समिट हिलेरी स्टेप पे मुझे बोला जा रहा था, वॉकी टॉकी पे इतना प्रेशर दिया जा रहा था एजेंसी से, बेस कैंप से, किरणिमा वापस आ जाओ, तुम्हारा वहां तक भी वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड है, ये है वो है, दुनिया भर की चीजें बोली जा रही थी। अगर हम वापस आ गए होते
तो आज अपने घर में बैठ के सिर्फ इतना सोचती कि अरुणिमा तूने थोड़ी सी हिम्मत कर ली होती, एवरेस्ट तेरे सामने था, टारगेट तेरे सामने था, तू पूरा कर सकती थी। इसलिए मैं वो नौबत नहीं आने देना चाहती थी। और इसलिए वो नौबत नहीं आना देना चाहती थी, और इसलिए मैंने फिर वो एवरेस्ट सबमिट किया था। और दूसरी बात अगर कहें, मेरा कॉन्सेप्ट एकदम क्लियर हो चुका था कि मैं अभी नहीं मरने वाली हूँ। इसलिए कि जब मैं रेलवे ट्रैक पे थी, रेलवे समय सारणी के अनुसार 49 ट्रेन अप डाउन हुई थी जब बात मीडिया में आई थी। 49 ट्रेन अप डाउन, 7 घंटे मैं ट्रैक पे पड़ी रही, तब नहीं मरी। तो हमारे जैसे, तो मैं एवरेस्ट पे कैसे मर सकती? इसलिए सीधी सी बात है कि मैं नहीं मर सकती थी उसमें। और जैसे हमारे नियम, हमारे रूल्स होते हैं, वैसे ऊपर वाले के भी रूल्स और नियम होते हैं। और वो कैसे मेरी जान ले जा सकता था, क्योंकि जब उसकी लिस्ट में मेरा नाम नहीं, वो मुझे नहीं ले जा सकता। फाइनली उन्होंने यही बोला, अगर ले जा और जा यहाँ से।
अब चलते चलते लक्ष्मी एक सवाल आपसे कर रहे हैं बस। आप अब टेलीविजन पे एंकरिंग भी आप कर रही हैं, उड़ान आपके शो का नाम है, और आलोक भी आपकी जिंदगी में है। शादी की आप शादी नहीं किया, आप दोनों साथ रह रहे हैं। ये तस्वीर है आलोक की और लक्ष्मी की साथ में।
हम लोगों को अभी 1 साल हो गए हैं। अभी 7 तारीख को एनिवर्सरी मनाई हम लोगों ने। और मेरा वायलिन मेरा फेवरेट था, उन्होंने मुझे सरप्राइज दिया।
अच्छा, वाह। और सोच भी इसके पीछे यही है कि जो सोशल कन्वेंशन है उससे हटकर हम साथ रहेंगे, शादी की जरूरत नहीं है।
नहीं, हम वो काम बिल्कुल नहीं करेंगे जो ऑलरेडी समाज करता है। और हर कोई शादी करता है, हर कोई ढोल के चोट में कहता है कि हमारी शादी हो रही है। हम तो ऐसे ही बोलते हैं, हमारी बिना ही ढोल के चोट पे हम लोगों को लोग जानते हैं कि हमारी शादी हो चुकी है। हमें ज़रूरत है कि आप सब जानते हैं कि हम साथ रहते हैं, पेरेंट्स जानते हैं, दोस्त जानते हैं, और क्या चाहिए। और ज़रूरी नहीं है कि शादी के बाद बहुत बड़ा ट्रस्ट बन जाएगा कि वो लाइफ टाइम मेरे साथ रहेंगे या मैं उनके साथ रहूँगी। ज़रूरी सबसे ज़्यादा ये है कि अंदर से हमें एक दूसरे पे कितना विश्वास है, कितना प्यार है, और हम अपने रिश्ते को कहाँ तक ले जा सकते हैं।
आपने कहा था कि मेरा सपना रह गया है, पर सपना नहीं है। आप वाकई इंडियन आइडल हैं, सिंगिंग में हो ना हो, लेकिन हिम्मत में आप दोनों हैं। आप दोनों को सलाम हम सब की तरफ से। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
थैंक यू सो मच।
May I please request both ladies to stay on stage, please. May I please request Ms. Rekha Puri, Chairperson, Vasant Valley School, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Arunima and Lakshmi. Thank you, Ms. Perry. Thank you, Lakshmi. Thank you, Arunima. Well, for once, nobody was told to put their hands together. Ladies, do keep seated. We're going to break for tea, but we want you to stay just exactly where you are, because we're going to present sparkling high tea and jewels from PC Jeweler. So do stay where you are. We're going to come to you and get you exactly what you want while we present to you the exquisite collection by PC Jewelers. And do keep the tweets going. Our hashtag is Women Power. That's plural, women. We're also streaming live in case somebody wants to, if your friends are out there missing out on all the action of the 5th edition of the India Today Women's Summit Awards. And
shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
Do keep seated, ladies. Do keep seated. Enjoy a glass of bubbly. They're coming right to you.
I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. So shine bright tonight. You and I. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Eye to eye, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Oh yeah. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
Thank you, ladies. That was the exquisite jewelry collection by PC Jewelers. Do put your hands together for that. All right, ladies, do enjoy that glass of bubbly, and we will convene for our next session in the next 20 minutes. And if you haven't got that picture clicked, we have a live photo booth outside. Do take the time out, get yourself a picture clicked, and we'll give it right back to you, a little memento of the 5th edition of the India Today Women's Summit and Awards. And do keep the tweets going. Our hashtag is Women Power. That's a plural there. And in case there's somebody back home who's missing out on all the action right there, we have a live stream going, and they can catch all the action at India Today Women's Summit, singular woman.
मेरा टाइम तो अब भी चल रहा है.
तुम रोज और यंग होती हो.
इससे बेटर कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं. फाइनली तुम मिल गए.
मैं तो दादी से सीखी हूँ.
PC Jeweler, jeweler for generations.
क्या चाहिए?
ऑमलेट चाहिए.
10 अंडों.
ओए संता, बता दे गर्मी में अंडा नहीं बनता.
चडू नहीं बनता. कौन कहता है गर्मी में अंडा नहीं बनता?
अंडे बना दे.
ओए सारा अकेला ही खा जाएगा. हाय हाय हाय.
बिरयानी अंडा मसाला अंडा.
What can I do for you?
सनी मिलेगा.
Sunny? Oh, you went to the sunny side up, huh? मिलेगा जी, जरूर मिलेगा.
ब्रेकफास्ट मजेदार ओट्स के साथ। ओट्स मजेदार? जब ये हेल्दी वर्कआउट इतना मजेदार हो सकता है, देन ओट्स कैन ऑल्सो बी मजेदार। ओट्स से बनी न्यू मैगी ओट्स नूडल्स। एक बोल ओट्स के फाइबर के गुण, रियल वेजिटेबल्स और मेरा फेवरेट मैगी मसाला टेस्ट। बन गई ना हेल्थ मजेदार, सिर्फ 2 मिनट में। न्यू मैगी ओट्स नूडल्स। नेस्ले, गुड फूड गुड लाइफ।
I was 40 kilos when I got married. I became 65. निखिल का 40वां जन्मदिन आया. I asked him what he wanted.
You.
वो एक ही शब्द काफी था. गई VLCC. वापस उन्हीं जीन्स में.
Happy birthday.
I was born again.
SMS VLCC to 56161.
Ladies, may I please request you to finish that glass of bubbly because we're expecting Smriti Irani, the HRD minister, in a short while from now. You can carry on with your cup of tea and coffee, but just that glass of bubbly if you can just get done with that. Ladies, do settle down another 5 minutes. We're starting off with our next session. We have the HRD Minister, Smriti Irani, with us. I would appreciate it if you finish that glass of bubbly. You can carry on drinking that cup of coffee, and we'll begin our next session in the next 5 minutes. Ladies, do settle down at the back. Another 5 minutes. We are ready to go into our next session, A World of Change, Why Women Need to Speak Up and Be Heard. We have Smriti Irani, the HRD Minister. She's already here. Would request you to finish that glass of wine, the glass of bubbly that you have in your hand. We are continuing to serve coffee, but we begin in the next 5 minutes. Ladies, I would appreciate it if we could clear the aisles at the back, settle down. We are ready to go into our next session. May I please request you all to settle down? We are ready to go into our next session. We have the HRD Minister, Smriti Irani, who's already there. Our next session, ladies. May I please have your attention? Ladies, at the back, we are ready to go into our next session. May I please request you all to settle down, find yourself a seat. Do keep the tweets going. Our hashtag is Women Power with a plural, and we are live streaming. So those who are at home want to catch in all the action. Our live webcast is our India Today Women Summit. With that, we go into our next session. Our next session, A World of Change, Why Women Need to Speak Up and Be Heard. I'd like to call upon the session's moderator, Kaveri Bamzai, editor, India Today, to take it from here. Once again, may I please request you all to clear the aisles and settle down? We are ready to go into our next session. Let me introduce this August House to our next session, A World of Change, Why Women Need to Speak Up and Be Heard. May I call upon editor, India Today, Kaveri Bamzai, to take the dais from here.
The first time I met Smriti Irani was in 2003. She had just joined the BJP and was still India's biggest television superstar, as Tulsi in Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi. I remember traveling with her from the TV studio to her home in her car. It was a picture of cheerfully disorganized domesticity, her home, I mean. Her baby girl was just a month old, I think. I'm sure she doesn't remember. Her boy, then 2 years old, was sitting and writing something on the sofa. Her older daughter was working on the computer, and her husband was on the phone, I think. Then as now, she was a superwoman, managing her TV hours, her new political career, and her home. Since then, she has grown into a force of nature. She's taken on Congress powerhouses in electoral battles and in TV debates. She's emerged as a key member of Narendra Modi's cabinet, ready, we are told, to be given even more responsibility. Is that true? She has weathered controversies, survived snide remarks, some of them about her educational qualification, which we'll come to later, and yet emerged as someone who knows her mind and speaks her mind. Being in charge of the destiny of young India is no small thing. But then, this is a woman who has gone from being in a beauty pageant to selling Manoj Prabhakar's line of beauty products door to door. I bet you didn't know that. In Delhi. To working at McDonald's, to making it big in Mumbai without any help whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, India's Human Resource Development Minister, Smriti Irani. Okay, so I think what people really want to know first is, what is really the biggest challenge for you? From, I think, a really tough electoral battle in Amethi, to becoming minister, to all sorts of snide remarks about your educational qualifications, you're not qualified to handle such a ministry. What's it been like?
I think the most challenging event in the past few months in my life has been sitting for an interview to get my child admitted in a Delhi school.
Yours doesn't end there. We can put in a recommendation here.
But that doesn't end there. Just when I went through the interview, and so did my husband and my kids, my son came out and he says, "What have you done?" And I said, "Why?" He said, "Well, this is just the beginning of all that is to follow. I have an exam in 3 weeks and I don't know what to do." So leave aside all the electoral battles that you deign important or momentous issues in my life. I think as a working mother, what is the most challenging for me is to ensure that I get to balance both work and home and prioritize my kids' life. So for me, that is a big challenge, not Rahul Gandhi.
And you have a very, very tough boss, don't you? You have a very tough boss, don't you? So how do you manage?
I have a boss who doesn't judge me on the premise of what I speak or the way I present a particular project. He judges you on the outcomes. And I think that is a blessing, because I would rather be judged by my action than by my speech.
But we're so used to you speaking. We're so used to you being in television studios night after night. And now this utter silence. It's unnerving. Smriti is not speaking.
And I'm sure Rahul Kanwal is happy about that.
I'm sure he's not. He's not. Absolutely, I agree with you.
But I think with the responsibility that I've been given, and given that there is a session ongoing in Parliament, one has to be very, very particular and very, very careful about the position one expresses, because that has an impact on policy per se. So the boisterous and the very vocal Smriti Irani as a political activist vis-a-vis the cabinet minister now, are there moments where I feel that, oh yes, I need to speak out? Then I recognize and realize that there is a constitutional maryada within which I function. And I represent an institution. I'm not an individual in that capacity. And those are the constraints of my job. And I'm hoping that I live up to that, as well as address and enjoy my freedom of speech at the same time.
But there must be moments when you must be very tempted because the
Oh,
whole
yes.
FYUP controversy on which we've just had a difference of opinion. For instance, wouldn't it have been better if you'd come out and actually explained your reasoning for it? Because for us it looked so, forgive me for saying so, but irrational. Couldn't you have come out and
I think
explained
that
the stand?
the only comment I can make on that issue is this, that it was an issue which was taken up by two autonomous bodies. And as a representative of the government, it was my endeavor to ensure that I do not encroach upon that autonomy. But let me just assure everybody who's seated here, my priority and the biggest stakeholders for me, with respect to my ministry, are the students that we serve. And given the challenge and given the fact that I can't elaborate on it, I will only say this, that it was in the students' interest to protect the validity of their degree. A degree which is just a paper and does not have the sanctity of law is not a paper you want your students chasing for 4 years. So that is the only comment I can make in a limited fashion about the FIUP. But all the ladies and gentlemen who are here today and those who can hear us, I will only say to them this, that given the constitutional responsibility that comes with the ministry, I can only assure you that whatever steps taken will only be taken to ensure that sanctity of law is maintained and student interests are upheld.
There is also, from what we can gather, enormous pressure from some interest groups who would like you to follow a certain policy, whether it's in textbooks or whether it's certain appointments to certain institutions. How do you handle that pressure?
Well, there's an oath I took on the 26th of May, and that oath was to uphold the Constitution of India and not individual interest, and that is the oath that I live up to.
Yet, there may be those interests that you feel are actually quite right.
I think that people's understanding of me depends on the day, the piece that they read, the writer's inclination or the writer's understanding of me as an individual. So while the FIUP controversy was blown out of proportion on many pages, there were some who said Smriti is left-leaning. And then there are some controversies which says Smriti is right-leaning. I think my job is to look not left, not right, but only uphold the constitutional duties that are prescribed to my ministry. And I don't look at this position even from a gender perspective. When I am approached and people tell me, "Aap to mahila hain, aap zyada mahilaon ke liye kijiye," I tell them that the institution serves irrespective of the bias of region, religion, and gender. For me, to the best of my ability, I serve both male and female students of this country.
But you know, when you talked about Smriti leaning left and Smriti leaning right, actually,
Depends on the mood of the right of the day.
no,
Yes.
actually, that was one issue on which surprisingly
The left
both
and
the
right
left,
march together.
And right march together, which is very, very odd indeed. Which
Yeah.
is either something terribly good or something terribly bad.
No, I think that I was told that I'm the first ever female cabinet minister to hold this position
Yes.
as HRD minister. And when this particular observation was made, and they said, how is it possible that the left and right are marching together? Somebody just smiled and said, well, only a woman can get that done.
I wanted to ask about your team because I think as a minister, there's obviously, it's too enormous a portfolio. There's obviously not everything that you can do yourself. So how do you choose your team? How do you make sure they deliver? Do you also instill in them the fear of Narendra Modi watching over their shoulder every time they reach office at 9:01 and not 9 o'clock? Or
well, given the fact
how
that
does
I
it work?
begin my day at 8, the 9 o'clock diktat that you so gleefully talk about does not exist, at least in my schedule. And the fact that I worked till 11:30 in the night in a Sarkari office is something that drives my team up the wall. 2-3 of them are seated here this evening, ladies and gentlemen. They were particularly of the interest as to whether Kaveri gets to interview me or Rahul gets to film me.
No,
But
we'll
I
get
am-
Rahul to ask
but
questions.
I'm sure he will. But I am of the opinion that I am quite fortunate to have a team of very experienced officers who are well-meaning, who are dedicated to bringing about better opportunities for education for our students and our children at large. And I think this is an amalgamation of forces where you have a dedicated team of officers who have been given a freedom to put forth their views and to implement them in a speedy fashion. and they have a government in place that trusts the capabilities and capacities of bureaucrats to deliver.
And with this new team, how is it working out with the existing bureaucrats? Are they,
when you say new team, the only new member in the ministry is me.
Are they getting used to you?
I think that Mr. Modi, in his electoral speeches and campaign, had very well articulated that the same system, the same set of bureaucrats can serve our nation better if you have political will which is decisive and a leader who leaves a platform open for everybody to perform to the best of their ability. And that is the mantra even in my ministry.
You talked about your working hours. They seem incredible.
Yes.
And we know hard work. As journalists, we're also asked to work long hours.
Yes, my beat reporters are complaining that why doesn't she just go home?
How are your kids holding up?
Well, my children currently are in Mumbai, and we are hoping to have them transferred to Delhi, and that is why the interview. But I think it's interesting that never has there been an opportunity where a man has been asked that question.
Yes, of
आपके
course.
बच्चों को कौन देखता है? ये हमेशा वर्किंग महिला से ही पूछा जाता है.
I
आदमी से
didn't
कभी
say-
कोई नहीं पूछता.
I didn't say आपके बच्चों को कौन देखता है. I said, how are your kids holding up?
Well, that's a very refined way of asking आपके बच्चों को कौन देखता है. But
how
let
are
me
your
say
kids
this,
holding up?
I'm quite blessed that I have children who understand the enormity of my responsibility and don't take it as an added advantage to their lives. In fact, they think that it's a huge disadvantage.
In what way?
Because they're made to do extra work just because I don't want them to feel that they're privileged. I think that I'll not be judged. For me, the best judgment of me will not be what kind of successes or trophies I take home. I think I'll be best judged by the way my kids turn out. Whether my son respects women, gives the woman in her life enough love and enough support so that she can flourish and become successful. And whether my daughter can...
That's very well said.
whether my daughter can realize her own potential and understand that the course of her destiny need not be charted by her father, brother, or husband. So I think I'll be judged best by that.
How old are they?
Well, my daughter is 10 going on 30. And my son is 12 going on 20 because he's going through that whole cycle where he and his sister have some ideological and academic issues.
Ideological? You want to tell us what they are?
Well, there have been moments where he says, "Ladki ko ye nahi karna chahiye," and I have a
no.
full-fledged fight at home. And he finds himself in minority because he sees me and my husband standing by the daughter. But like
Well
I said,
done.
I'll be best judged as to how my children turn out and what kind of respect they give to their elders and other people in society and how they contribute as human beings in our country. So I'm enjoying that process. There are also times when they see me on television, and might I add, Rahul, they have said that I was particularly mean to you.
There's a God.
So there is a God, and there is a guy called Zohar Irani who feels that I should use this public platform to say that though, Mama, you did make it to all the WhatsApps and all the YouTube things, you should tell Mr. Kanwal that he has a fan in Zohar Irani. So,
Well done. Big endorsement.
so I clobber him at home, and he clobbers me back by waving the flag for Rahul Kanwal.
Okay, I wanted to ask you before we throw the questions to the floor. What is it that working in television taught you, especially working with Ekta? Is she like Narendra Modi as well? Always controlling, keeping a watch on what you're doing?
I think when you have a sense of wanting to pursue excellence,
Yeah.
and when you have a sense of being absolutely transparent, I think Narendra Bhai said it best. ये country तब flourish करेगी जब politicians को no बोलना आए सही वक्त पर और bureaucrats को सरलता से जनता की सुविधा के लिए yes बोलना आए. And I think when you have a very strong sense of right and wrong, people do at times think that you're overpowering and you're very, very, what's the word, Rahul? Strong. Okay. So, yes, they do feel that you're overpowering in terms of your mindset or what you want to say. But I think ultimately what matters is whether you reach that goal or not, and whether your family and your friends and those you care for are still with you in that journey. in that aspect, I mean, I've not seen Narendra Bhai up close personally, but I have seen his style of work because I've worked with him for over a decade. But I have seen Ekta at close quarters. I think it must be said that if not for Ekta, I wouldn't be sitting in the India Today Summit today. That lady has done some phenomenal work. And I think that apart from her achievements as a corporate powerhouse in the media business, the fact that as a human being, nothing much about her has changed is what I celebrate.
Yeah, I think she's remained the...
She's just remained the same old Ekta Kapoor that you saw.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I also wanted to know, in terms of time management, did television teach you exactly how to structure your day?
I think both me and Ekta at that time were desirous of creating something which was beyond... we were not chasing money, we were not chasing TRP, we were not chasing history, we were chasing perfection vis-a-vis the project that we were doing. And in that endeavor, we never realized the kind of history we created. So for us, when day merged into night, very honestly, we didn't know. But thankfully, I have a very supportive family. And that family understood that this is a path that I've taken to achieve perfection in whatever I do. मुझे आप झाड़ू मारने को बोलेंगे, उसमें भी ऐसी सफाई होगी कि कोई भी कण dirt का कहीं ना रहे, वो मेरा endeavor रहता है. तो जो भी काम करो, अच्छे से करो. And I think in that, yes, days did merge into night. But what we delivered is something that we are still known for. So I think that has been the hallmark of our careers.
Which is what you want to repeat here in politics.
No, I'm not here to... I think I joined politics with the idea that we all talk about how change has to come in our country. But I wanted to go beyond the talking. I wanted to be a part of that change vis-a-vis policy and implementing those policies. And this particular responsibility gives me that opportunity to deliver. So for me, it is, I mean, people either pursue fame or they pursue money. Mercifully, I got both out of trying lots and lots of years over television. I think here I am, very honestly, Kaveri, the legacy I want to leave behind is that I want some kid, and especially a girl, to look at me and say that I didn't give up in life because I saw you. That's the only legacy I want to leave behind.
Which brings me to my next question. When we look at the BJP from the outside, and I'm sure you'll pounce on me.
No.
It seems to us to be quite a male-dominated party, sexist even. Has it been easy for you?
I think that looks can be deceptive. When you look at the Congress party, you have a female leading it as a president. What is ironical that we had a male president who ensured that there's 33% reservation for women within the party, which is the first any political organization did. Vis-a-vis an expectation that a lady leading a party would have the same facilitation for women in her party, which did not happen. So I think that the BJP will be best judged about how we deliver on issues pertaining to women. One of the first examples I can give you is an announcement which was there in the budget, which was with regards to making 1 lakh toilets for girls. Making of toilets or construction of toilets was never a very politically astute statement to make. Because people felt that आप बात करेंगे बाकी सब सुविधाओं की सेवाओं की महिला या बेटी के लिए टॉयलेट बनाओ इसके ऊपर किसी का ज़्यादा ध्यान नहीं रहता था. So I think we'll be best judged by what we leave behind vis-a-vis implementation, especially dedicated to women and girls in our country. And I think that will tell you best as to what we feel towards the women power in our country.
Where do you see yourself in 10 years? In 10 years ago, do you see yourself as Prime Minister? Why not? Why not?
No, I think 10 years hence, my son will be 22, my daughter 20. I still look at resolving their fights peacefully on a dining table. And what I dread is this, that the cutoff marks at DU was 100%. When I read that, I said, what will happen when you grow up and need to get into college? For me...
That's why we need you, Smriti. You have to do something about it.
Well,
where will our children go?
No, my children are part of that journey. So be rest assured, when people do ask me कि आपकी क्या क्वालिफिकेशन है, मैंने कहा मैं 2 विद्यार्थियों की माँ हूँ, एक टीचर की बेटी हूँ. यही मेरी क्वालिफिकेशन है. But 10 years hence, I've never looked at life from the prism of the numbers of years spent and hence this is the outcome of it. I've always looked upon life from the prism of opportunity, and I think opportunity expands or contracts on the strength of your own courage. So I don't know whether I'll be more courageous in 10 years from now or whether I will be too burnt out. I can only say this, that if I do burn out and die, they will say I fought hard.
Well said. Some questions? Yes.
Oh, yes.
Rahul, of course. I'm surprised he's not come and dislodged me from here already.
So it seems, regardless of whether I'm sitting in the audience or on the...
Yes, you're the star,
popular.
you're the star.
Smriti has her boxing gloves on and those gloves have claws coming out of them. But that being said, the fact that your son thinks you were very mean, I think you're already doing a good job of bringing up a good son, so that's very well done. Thank you.
We'll never hear the end of this now. Smriti, what have you done?
Here's my question.
I've just made good TRP, Kaveri. Yes.
Here's my question, Smriti. While you filed your affidavit before the Election Commission in 2004, you said that you'd completed your BA and you had a full degree. When it came to your 2014 affidavit, it became BA Part 1. So what's the mystery of the Smriti affidavit which never got answered?
You know, Rahul, in that kitty of mine where people call me unpad, I do have a degree from Yale as well, which I can bring out and show how Yale celebrated my leadership capacity. And I have said this, that extraneous circumstances are being created so that I deviate my concentration from what my goals are. And I should best be judged on what I deliver as a minister. But I must say this, I had another colleague of yours, Anjana. And she told me, आप तो पढ़ के आए होगे आज. मैंने कहा आपने सुना नहीं, मैं अनपढ़ हूँ. I think that we are now in government to provide an opportunity for all those who could not complete their education because they didn't have enough time and they were busy trying to earn 2 rotis a day. I was one of those people. Kaveri spoke about Manoj Prabhakar and me selling cosmetics. I did sell cosmetics on the streets of Janpat for 200 rupees. I did not have money. I admit to that today. Do I do that with a sense of humiliation? No, I do it with a sense of pride. That a girl who sold cosmetics on the streets of Janpat for 200 bucks can become a cabinet minister in this country. That is my legacy. Yeah.
Hi, ma'am. My question for you regarding the patriarchy in BJP, I think the myth that the party has patriarchal affinity, I think she's already asked. Okay. So my question regarding the myth that BJP is more towards patriarchal system or it's more of male dominant party. I think she's already asked the question. So my next question would be, how do I become you?
You don't become me.
If I aspire to be...
I think that is one of, I mean, from a woman's perspective, and I don't speak as a minister, never try to be somebody else. You are you and celebrate that in you.
How do I pursue my, in the sense, what do you think are the challenges that a woman would face?
I think that every woman who succeeds to a certain extent is always asked to advise other women. And I always tell women that the best way to success is not to listen to other people's advice and chart your own course.
All right.
You, I think, recognize your own strength. You recognize your own capability. You are the best judge of you. And I think that is what you should do. Go after something that your heart's in and pursue that goal, irrespective of what people say. But I must add a rider to it. For everything you pursue, there will be opportunities that you will have to give up. There will be times where you might have to divide your priorities. Never shy away from recognizing that aspect of your career or your life. And never feel sorry for what you left behind. Because if you turn around, things might just pull you back. Keep looking ahead and walk with pride.
Okay. Thank you.
In fact, Smriti, I just wanted to add to that. That's something that you must be getting a lot. A lot of women want to learn how to be where you are, as she said, how to be you. But to some extent, do you feel you have a responsibility to mentor young women who come to you and ask you, how can I, make a career in politics? Do you think we should have some sort of mentorship program as well?
Well, through MHRD, I am providing opportunities and platforms for young people, and that is not only women, but also men,
yes,
who have that extra special something about them, where they don't want a crutch, where they just want a minute of a hand to hold.
Yes.
And we are providing that environment for them. vis-a-vis mentorship of young women, I did serve as the national president of the women's wing of the BJP. And I'm extremely proud that we have today around 5 female MPs who were my colleagues that I had picked up in my national team. I have currently in the national team of BJP serving close to 6 to 7 ladies who are a part of my team. And what I learned is this, that when you identify the ability or that spark in a woman, no matter whether she lives in a big city or a small town or a village, and all you do is give her a platform or an opportunity to excel, the rest takes care of itself. I think women have this potential to just outshine everybody if they have just that one somebody who believes that they can deliver. That's all they need.
Did that happen with you? Did you have somebody who believed in you, or was it just something that, you decided that this is something that I have to do and it's just self-starting, self-propelling?
I remember a time where when I wanted to leave Delhi and go to Mumbai and pursue a career. And at that time, now that I'm a parent myself, very naturally my father was very, very concerned, because I was going to a new city where I knew nobody, and I was going to a medium or a profession where he knew no one and he could not protect me. And I remember my mother just said, let her be. If we have instilled good values in her, and if you think your daughter has that capacity, she'll succeed. If she doesn't, be prepared so that if she fails and comes back, at least we console her. And I think that was one of the biggest steps in my life. I remember somebody asking me, what makes you so sure that you're going to succeed? I don't know. I just knew because I told my parents that success or failure, it'll be mine, and I'll be best judged on it. But in terms of my political life, I think I've been quite fortunate that I've been judged on the basis of my work by my organization and taken forward accordingly. And I would rather be judged that way, on the basis of my work. And we have a Prime Minister who, irrespective of gender or a person's background, judges you on the basis of your work. So that is an added blessing.
He has called you his Choti Behan.
Yes,
that
he
is
has.
another blessing, isn't it?
I was quite overwhelmed when he did that. It was quite unexpected. Oh gosh, it was quite unexpected. Yes. He comes from a very, very poor family. I guess somewhere he recognized that.
Yeah.
And whatever.
Smriti.
Yes.
Smriti, I was there in Amethi
Yes.
in the speech
You were
where he
during the
actually
Choti
called
Behan
you
speech.
Choti Behan.
Yes.
So I'd like to ask you, what is it that you did, or what are your tips for getting into the good books, in this case of your boss, from being an outsider 10 years ago to being his Choti Behan?
If you've looked at the journey of Narendra Modi, I think everybody was very celebratory of the fact that I became a minister. But the high point in my life was when he called me Choti Behan. If you take away my ministership, I'd give it up any day. But I'd keep that blessing of his forever. Kali, it's not about, I think men and women have a sense of knowing when somebody is just buttering up to climb the ladder. And I think your boss would know it too. And I think that a successful person is one who would rather live with self-respect. And I think the best way to be popular at work is just to do your job diligently and not be bothered about any other response that you get. As an employee or as somebody who is following a project, my endeavor has always been, let me complete that goal, let me complete that project, and then let me leave. I'm not tied down or not fascinated by the position I hold today because it's temporary. This is just a phase in my life. And since I'm not fascinated by that position, I do nothing to endear myself to other people. I just make sure I do my job and go back home to 2 kids who don't judge me by my job. They just love me unconditionally.
One more question, Kaveri, please. Kaveri, one more question, please. And can you tell us how Mr. Modi has changed in the 10 years that you have known him? What has been his personal growth? Because he has changed as a person and as a leader as well. So can you talk a little bit about what you've seen at close quarters?
It's shocking that though he calls me Choti Behan, I've not known him personally that well. I know, it is shocking. And I think that's why you saw me very overwhelmed on stage that day. I've only spoken to him about my work and my projects. I haven't spoken to him about his personal journey. Though I have witnessed the place that he was born in and have spoken to people who have been a part of his journey. And I think that's what makes him very enigmatic. The fact that he knows kaun makhan laga raha hai aur kaun sirf kaam kar raha hai. And the fact that he knows that the mandate that we have got is hope resurrected in this country. This is the people of India giving the politicians of India one last chance. This is the people of India saying, we want to believe you. Will you deliver? And it is my responsibility as a minister to say, yes, we will deliver.
Smriti, just an additional question there. I think what emerges is that there's a sort of new meritocracy in place, which does not look at where you came from,
Yes.
who your father or your mother were,
Yes.
which school you went to, which college you went to, where you're judged by your work, by your hard work. So do you feel that this is going to be the new order? Because I think we'd all love a situation like that.
I think this is what India is all about.
Yeah.
It is not a country which is fascinated by the days of the Raj anymore. It is a country what wants to rule the world now. And which says that I don't want handouts. I just want a situation to be created for me, a government to facilitate my growth, and I don't want a dole. I think that if personally I would describe this particular journey or this aspect of our society, my mother worked as a housekeeper at Taj Mansingh. And I remember, I used to study in a tent-wala school. I don't think the school-walas know. It is in R.K. Puram, called Little Flowers. And every day I would pass this school called Holy Child Auxilium, which was in a Pakka building. And I would tell my mom, how do we get in there? She said, well, at Taj we have this scholarship scheme. If you get 60%, then they pay a little bit more and I can possibly afford that school for you. And I remember a chef, after her night duty, who used to pack up this brilliant sandwich, which is the club sandwich at Taj, which has a rabbit forked orange, I think, toothpick in it. And he would very nicely, because my mother had 3 daughters, and my mother would say, my eldest loves that sandwich. So he would quietly pack one at 6 in the morning and leave her for home. And she would come and my breakfast would be that sandwich. And I remember when I became an MP, I got a house bang opposite Taj Mansingh. And I called my mom and I said, well, she said, where are you? I said, I'm at Taj. And she said, what are you doing there? I said, today I'm ordering that sandwich and paying for it.
Okay, now Smriti
So
is
I
going
think-
to make us cry.
No,
I think you have come here to
No,
make
I
us
think
cry.
that is what India is all about.
Yeah.
This is not a nation beholden to anybody's legacy. This is a nation of youngsters who say, I have the capacity to achieve something. Just don't block me in my journey. That's it. So that's what we're here to do.
But that's what makes your responsibility even greater. Just think all these young Indians looking up to you. I mean, it must be difficult. It's not an easy portfolio.
No, I think that I think that my basic strength lies in the fact that I've had this journey of my own. And I wish somebody could have facilitated a part of my growth and the gaps and the challenges that I faced. Possibly that is what we can address today. So that that kid who sells possibly something on the streets of Janpat today knows that they can go back into the system of education and get an equivalent certificate and be judged by that certificate if somebody in society deems it fit. But that child or that student will not become somebody because of that one paper, but will become somebody because they never lose faith in themselves, even if everybody else thinks they can't do it.
Well said. Anjana?
Yeah. I changed my question at the last moment because I just saw a little moment some time ago. You were almost in tears. What is it about Narendra Modi that makes Smriti Irani choke in the throat?
I don't. Did I just joke?
Yes, you did.
He's not somebody who, not somebody known to be very expressive vis-a-vis his emotions. I think it took a lot out of him to give me that blessing so publicly in such difficult times. And knowing that about him, I think that's what overwhelms me. The fact that I never asked for it. And the fact that he felt that this is the time to show that kind of support. Especially when somebody was courteous enough to say, Smriti who?
Okay, I don't want to miss the question, but because of a government that talks about promoting Hindi, I want to talk about the UPSC flip-flop. Because IAS is a dream that India lives by. Students aspire from small places everywhere for this exam. There seems to be a disconnect in your government. I have met those students. Mr. Meghwal, your BJP MP, had also met with those students. I had the privilege of having me in my show in the evening. I asked him what is CSAT. He didn't know the full form. He didn't know how many marks it is for. He didn't know what the student's problem was. The problem is translation, tablet, computer. उसको हिंदी में लिखते हैं गोली जब वो हिंदी ट्रांसलेट करते हैं. How is a student supposed to understand कि गोली का मतलब वो tablet है? That is their problem. You have removed the 20 marks for English, but the translation problem has not been solved. So those students, their anger, their problems remains unsolved. What answer does the HRD Minister of the country have for that?
I'm absolutely glad that you have so much confidence in me vis-a-vis solving education problems in the country. And I accept that because I am the HRM. But let me say this, UPSC is not a part of my portfolio. It comes under the DOPT, which is headed by a gentleman called Jitendra Singh. But I'll only say this, that vis-a-vis language challenge and translation, whatever is within the realm of the MHRD, I will do much more than that to help facilitate the challenge that language poses. But let me say this, that I am of also the opinion that every Indian language should be equally celebrated and supported. But since this is not within the realm of my responsibility, and we have an ongoing session of Parliament where the Minister in charge has made a statement in the House, I would like to limit my answer to that much.
Maro? Hi, Smriti.
Yes.
There has been a lot of criticism about two individuals. You spoke of a grueling schedule where you work from 8 in the morning till 11:30 and perhaps longer.
That's for me, yes.
Yes. There's been criticism about two individuals who were nominated to the Rajya Sabha, Mr. Sachin Tendulkar and Rekha, about their lack of presence in Parliament. As a parliamentarian, do you feel that such individuals who perhaps don't have the time to be in Parliament should not be nominated to what Mr. Narendra Modi called the Temple of Democracy?
I can speak from my own experience as having been once upon a time somebody that you would call a celebrity actor. And I will only say this, that when I was given the responsibility to represent the people of Gujarat in Parliament, I took that responsibility very, very seriously because I was representing an entire state in the Council of States. I think that perceptions vary from individual to individual, but I'm personally of the opinion that once given that responsibility to represent the people, one at least should ensure that you fulfill that responsibility because that is the oath that you undertake in the Temple of Democracy.
Thank you.
Questions? Yes?
You said that you studied at
Could
at
you
Yale.
stand up, please? Yeah.
I was wondering, how did you go to Yale and how many years did you study there?
Well, ma'am, I had asked one of my seniors, should I show them something of a leadership program that I did at Yale? And he said that, well, next time they'll ask for your ration card as well. So just be judged by your own ability to deliver as a minister. But I will just say this, that I did do a leadership program there as well as a member of Parliament. And I'd be happy for you to inspect that certificate as well.
So that...
What was the most surprising thing for you, Smriti, becoming a minister? What was the biggest change or the biggest challenge that you saw once you came in?
I didn't.
Nothing?
No.
Were you, did the work not astonish you? There's higher education secretary,
No.
primary education. I mean, there's so many departments. How many departments do you have? How many autonomous institutions do you have under you?
Well, we have a Department of School Education
Yes.
and a Department of Higher Education, but I think that the expanse of the ministry never overwhelmed me because I had a very, very experienced group of officers. And I'm of the opinion that if you give them the space to work out on issues of policy And if you have experienced academicians giving you the way forward, and you have a bit of industry also telling you what are the manpower needs of the country, and prepare your policy accordingly for the years to come, I think most of the work gets done by all these people. My responsibility is to facilitate an environment so that all these stakeholders can come on the same platform.
And listen to all of them and then draw your own
Yes.
conclusion.
Yes.
And share them, of course, in cabinet.
Yes.
How are cabinet meetings these days?
Well, they are not up for public scrutiny.
That's a pity. Rahul?
स्मृति जी, बहुत अदब के साथ हम जानना चाहते थे कि जो सवाल था उस सवाल का जवाब तो मिला नहीं कि फर्स्ट ईयर का एक एफिडेविट था, दूसरा एफिडेविट था जो कहता है कि कोर्स पूरा हुआ कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंस का, तो दोनों में हकीकत क्या है? मतलब क्यों हम जर्नलिस्ट हैं, इस वजह से हमारा अधिकार भी है, धर्म भी है, फर्ज
नहीं,
भी है।
आपका तो विशेष अधिकार
नहीं, तो बस वही सवाल कि 2004 वाला एफिडेविट सही था या 2014 वाला, और आप एक पब्लिक पर्सनैलिटी हैं, शायद इस मिस्ट्री को इस
मैं
मंच से
आपसे
उतारने
आग्रह
से-
करती हूँ राहुल कंवल जी, आप स्वयं मेरे खिलाफ PIL दाखिल कीजिए, मैं इसका जवाब आपको कोर्ट में दे दूंगी, ताकि वंस एंड फॉर ऑल ये सेटल हो जाए। मेरे किसी भी जवाब से आप संतुष्ट होंगे नहीं, जैसा मेरा अनुभव रहा है आपके साथ। तो मैं चाहूंगी मैं स्वयं आपको आज आमंत्रित करती हूँ कि आप विशेषतः स्वयं ये बात कोर्ट में मेरे बारे में उठाएं, और मैं वहां उसका जवाब देना चाहूंगी, और दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी करना चाहूंगी।
यहाँ क्यों नहीं?
क्योंकि ये आपकी कोर्ट है, मैं हिंदुस्तान की कोर्ट की बात कर रही हूँ।
नहीं, जनता की भी कोर्ट।
Quotable quote now. Okay, any last question? Then, yes, please. Then I think we'll let Smriti go on to... Do you have to go back to the ministry, or are you
Well,
done
I'm
for
going
the
back
day?
to office,
Oh,
yes.
no.
Do you have any plans, special plans for girl child education, knowing that in our country, a strongly patriarchal country, girl child is always at a disadvantage vis-a-vis the brother at home? And especially, have any plans for higher education, vocational education for girls?
Well, let me just say this, ma'am. I'm limited because of an ongoing session of Parliament, but I will only reflect on certain announcements that have already been made. We have seen that in pursuit of education, building up of toilets is one of the main ingredients or concepts which help us retain the girl child in school. And the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister, especially in his budget speech, has announced building up of 1 lakh toilets. We're actively pursuing that. We have also seen, and I've particularly seen this, that girls are disinclined towards technical education. Because in a family, when it comes to between a boy and a girl child, the parents rather invest in technical education in the boy rather than the girl child. Through AICTE, we are exploring avenues where we can facilitate technical education for women through certain scholarship schemes. Since there's an ongoing session of Parliament, I cannot elaborate on that. But also, we are hoping to launch MOOCs, the online massive courses platform. And through that, we are going to ensure that some of our best professors, nationally and internationally, get to impart that kind of knowledge online. What will be an interesting feature is our endeavor is, and this is what I'm trying currently, is that all that information is imparted free of cost. And only if you want a certification for it would a cost be incurred by the student. So there are many an issue on which we are working. We are trying to make education affordable and reachable to all.
Would this replace the existing NIOS, or would it be
No, it
some...
would
no,
not.
It would be
I
a-
think it would just enhance that entire...
So Smriti the TV actor, Smriti the spokesperson, Smriti the candidate, the giant killing candidate who's given impossible candidates to contest against, Smriti the minister, which is your favorite?
None.
Smriti the mum.
I can't compartmentalize my personality on the basis of my work schedule. I will only say this, that with every process in my life, with every new turn in my life, my only endeavor and focus is to ensure, I hope I don't change that much as a human being. And that is how I judge myself day to day. If I have been unkind to somebody that doesn't let me sleep, I will find that opportunity to seek that person and apologize. If that person is worthy of my apology and accepts it with grace, then I sleep easy. If the person continues to make snide remarks, then I tell myself he's never been worthy of my apology in the first place. And that's how I judge my life. That's how I judge Smriti. That's what I'm comfortable with. What I am as a human being. I'm not defined only by my profession. I'm not defined. I mean, I love my children and my husband, but I'm not defined only by my relationship. I think I'll be defined by the fact that I led a life on my own terms.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much. It was wonderful speaking to you. And I hope we meet again soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, a quick round of applause. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Arun Puri, Chairman, India Today Group, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Ms. Irani. Thank you, Ms. Irani. Thank you, Mr. Puri. With that, we power through to our next session, Stardom on My Own Terms, Limelight and a Life Too. She lives a life on her own terms, and that is never quite easy, not for a man, not for a woman. Alongside, she also seems to court stardom on her own terms. She's unlike any actor we know, carrying a certain amount of intrigue, a certain amount of depth, a few inches above the others. Mysterious, low profile, a thinking man's dream date, all these cliches have often been used to define what she is. So is she as deep and complex as the character of Macbeth that she played in Maqbool? Or possibly, as we've stereotyped her acting, we also continue to stereotype her personality. I'd like to call upon the stunning Tabu on stage for our next session, and I'm privileged to be the one moderating this session. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got to put your hands together for somebody who looks so stunning tonight.
Good evening.
All right, so Tabu, all these various cliches that are often used to describe you, mysterious. Where have you been in the last 1 year?
Reclusive, you forgot.
Recluse as well. How often do you hear these questions? How often in print do you read recluse, Tabu surfaces yet again? Where has she been?
Always. Every time someone comes to take my interview, there's the first and I think the only question on their minds is, are you a recluse? Why are you a recluse?
So are you a recluse?
Where have you been? Well, I really can't psychoanalyze myself, so I leave it to the world to decide.
But do you think your work, the kind of your filmography, propagates that myth a little?
Also, I think I've not been the stereotypical film actress, or I don't know, who's out there. People are out there most of the time. I'm not out there all the time. I think I make a choice where I want to be and where I want to be seen, or where I want to go, basically. But I guess it's more a perception. It's not the reality. It's not the total reality.
But when you say you're not out there, in your career, isn't it suicide at a level? Because, you know...
But I also feel like I mentioned in an earlier interview of mine that a recluse doesn't go out and work in so many movies either, you know? So I don't know what they're thinking when they define me as a recluse.
So what do you do other than act then? What do you do for that year when you take a break and you don't want to do a single
I don't
film?
do anything. I waste my time.
Doing what? Like, how do you waste your time? I think all
People
of us
think
want to.
I have this really interesting and intriguing life of work, but it's not so exciting. I don't even read that much. I write, I travel a lot, and I try to find interesting stuff to engage myself with. I'm still trying to find.
So what have you been doing till now? Now you signed up Heather, where you're playing the mother to Shahid. So what
That's
do you...
over. I've been busy completing Heather, and it's out on October 2nd. And then did another film which is untitled yet. So I've been doing that in the past 2 years. Have been quite hectic.
How do you pick your films? Is it the kind of cinema that you want to do, or is it more to do with the kind of people that you want to work with?
I think it's a combination of a lot of factors. People, story, my role, comfort, money. Most importantly, actually.
Do you remember your first shot, Tabu?
I do.
You do?
Yeah. I was nervous as hell, and I thought I'm going to trip the way I thought just now while walking here, because I had to climb down a flight of stairs, and I was wearing this gown, and I had to smile, not look at the stairs, look pretty, and try not to trip and fall, all in one. And I was terribly young and nervous, and I still remember that fright, and I was just praying that the shot was okay, but of course it didn't get okayed for many, many takes. And yeah, I have a very, very bad memory of that.
Did you know you'd be here? Did you know this is what your life was going to be?
No, actually, I never planned to be an actress, so all this is a surprise for me.
Did stardom bother you at all?
Sometimes. It doesn't, I shouldn't say it bothers me, but it's not something that I can easily come to terms with, honestly.
Clearly haven't. What's your relationship with the industry? What is your relationship with Bollywood?
I'm actually still in the process of trying to understand that. It's an interesting question. I oscillate between feeling that it's my family and also my place of work. So it means a lot of things to me. But having said that, that's the only world that I've known for so long. I started very young.
It's interesting that you say it, because that's the only world you've known for so long, yet a lot of people don't feel you that you're a part of that world. Do you feel alienated at all?
No. I know I make a choice of when I want to be there and when I don't. I connect to it most deeply when I'm working, because my work connects me to the industry. And of course, all the friends that I've made also through work and through the industry. But maybe because I was not born to film parents, the connect is not the same as somebody who's born in the film industry feels, probably.
So how did it all happen? Because the way your career's played out and the way your sister's career's played out is very, very different.
It's a really long story.
We've got the time. How did it happen?
My God. You won't. I forgot, I think. But it was sheer coincidence, I guess, chance, and just some surprise element. We lived in Hyderabad, and we visited Mumbai to visit my uncle and aunts who lived there. And I was spotted by Dev Saab's sister-in-law to play his daughter. And my sister was with me, and she was screen tested by Dev Saab, and the screen test was shown to Yashji, who cast her for Faasle. And that's how it all began, actually, by chance.
And would you know you'd go on to do these films?
Never.
And the kind of films that you've done?
No. I never, ever had any intentions or a desire or even the thought that I'd ever, or we would ever be in the films or be actresses. So actually, it was a huge shift and adjustment in many ways.
Do you agree that the way your career's panned out, you've been maybe stereotyped a little in terms of roles?
I guess actors, all actors, to a certain extent, get stereotyped. It's not just me.
Whatever you've done, what's the best film that you think that you can pick out and you say that is my best work?
Best work. Maqbool is, I think, a nice piece of work. I enjoyed playing that. BB number 1 I enjoyed a lot.
BB number 1?
Virasat I enjoy, yeah. I enjoy fun films more than the serious ones.
You get offered fun films?
Not anymore, not so much actually. People like to see me in serious films. Contrary to the perception, I enjoy doing fun films more than I enjoy doing the serious ones. It's just that I think I look okay to be part of serious films, and my face is intense. I don't know what it is that they keep casting me for these roles.
No, Shah Rukh Khan says that only if he could cry the way Tabu cries.
My God. I take that as a compliment.
Of all your work, have you, even if you do a BV number 1, or you do, which you said you thoroughly enjoyed, with whatever you've done, have you ever had a bad review? Because even if it's a bad film, Tabu's always been glowing in her reviews.
I'm sure.
Have you ever read a bad review about yourself?
I usually avoid reading the reviews. Somebody will call me up and tell me that it's good or whatever, but I don't know. I'll have to go and see. I'm sure there are some bad reviews somewhere.
Do you enjoy your phase of Vijay Path, the Ruk Ruk girl?
Of course. That's where I am from. That's my beginning. That's my origin.
Do you think your personal life has also got a little stereotyped as well?
See, the thing is that people are going to make perceptions and images about you and your life, and I have absolutely no control over that because I'm not the people and I'm not the media. So
when you open the newspaper and you see, okay, mysterious, once again I'm mysterious, once again I'm a recluse, you never get a go-getter, sexy Tabu, comes back again. None of that. Does that bother you a little? Like, do you miss doing a dhak dhak or maybe an item number? Did you miss doing that in your career ever?
I think I've done quite an amount of songs, so there's nothing to miss, really. And about the labels, it used to annoy me, not because I felt judged or labeled. Yes, I did, but I just felt that people should really think of something new to attribute to my personality, rather than go on. I mean, then I asked someone, I said, is it that you asked me this question because you think it's fashionable to ask me this question? Or you don't find anything else to ask me, or you're just bored?
How far does that myth carry on? So when you're out, what's the best compliment a man has given you? Because usually, what I would think is it's a, you're so deep. You're the intelligent man's woman. Do you get anything other than that? I'm sure you've got that a lot of times.
Honestly, I don't enjoy those.
But you don't. But you must be getting a lot of them.
Yeah. They made me the intelligent man's sex symbol or whatever.
What sex symbol do you want to be then?
No, I'm okay. I mean, I'm not saying that I have a problem. And it's not that I want something else. I'm just okay.
There are a lot of people who've looked at your work, enjoyed your work, and they've often felt that maybe you haven't got your due. What do you feel?
What do you think?
I love your acting. I don't think
That's
you've got your due.
That's enough then.
So you think you haven't got your due?
No, I'm saying if you like my work and if there's so many people who like my work, that's due enough.
And they also feel that you maybe haven't got your due yet.
Yet? That means they feel there's a lot more time.
We don't see you often enough.
That's my choice.
That's my choice?
Of course.
And what do you do in that interim time?
I told you, no, I don't do anything interesting.
So you write?
I do, yeah. I scribble.
Scribble what?
Thoughts about observations.
What's usually
about things.
on Tabu's mind? What is she thinking usually?
Depends, really, what I've observed or if I've, experienced something, or it could be a beautiful moment when I'm shooting outdoors or whatever. It doesn't have to be anything like really, really intensely meaningful.
So you do films like In a Siswa, you do films like A Life of Pi, you've done a Heather right now, but you also then do a film like a Jai Ho. So, there's a little bit of a confusion there, because is it the kind of work that you're picking, or you're doing it because it's Salman Khan and he's a friend?
He's family to me, and I would have done any film that he would have offered me. I don't think there's anything more to explain why I did Jai Ho, and apart from the fact that I really enjoy working with them and the whole family, Sohail, Salman and Salim Uncle. And I think that's reason enough. I don't think there has to be any great mystery to why I did Jai Ho. I loved the experience, and I was looking forward to reconnecting with that part of my life and that part of that group of my friends, and I really love them.
You often called Gulzar Saab as a father figure.
Right.
Have you missed a father figure in your life?
My God, what is the session about?
Okay, so if you had to pick, say you had to pick somebody from like a Vishal Bhardwaj or a Gulzar, who would you pick?
To be a father?
No. As a director, they both directed you.
No, I didn't get the question.
So if Vishal Bhardwaj is someone who's directed you, you're intensely fond of his work. And then there's been Gulzar Saab, who's directed you beautifully. So if you had to pick between the both of them, who would it be? The kind of work that they've done.
I can't make a choice. I mean, it's not about, choose. They're two different people. They're two different directors. They're people who've had different influences in my life. Vishal, I worked with in his first film when his journey was starting. Gulzar Saab I worked when my journey was starting, and he's been that kind of influence. So really both have their own places, in the movies and in my life. So.
Like in cinema, you haven't conformed to a set stereotype in your personal life as well. And in India, for women, there is a pressure to conform. Like, for example, I'm 32 right now, and suddenly there are people talking about marriage. 32, I'm
That's
older.
it.
All right. So there are people asking you about marriage, about a biological clock clicking. Have you ever been pressurized as well? And how do you deal with that pressure?
I don't think there's anybody who hasn't gone through pressure because of that, internal, external, in every which way. I'd be lying if I'd say, or if, if we say that there's no pressure at all and, it's just a myth and all that. Of course, there has been, but I feel that everyone has different set of circumstances to deal with. And I just attribute my singledom to that. And nothing else is nothing great about it. No?
All right. I'd like to throw the house up for questions there. Does anybody have a question for Tabu? Right there. Can we get a mic to her, please?
Hi. Hi, I'm Sabah.
Hi, Sabah.
Two very random questions. Do you watch regional cinema? And what do you do to stay fit and beautiful?
Okay. Regional cinema, any particular language?
Well, there's great film tradition in the South. What do you watch?
See, when I was growing up in Hyderabad, we saw a Telugu film every Saturday, right, because it was on television. And I've seen some fantastic Tamil films. I've seen some good Bengali films recently. Yeah. And
so it's it's alive and well, doing well. And how do we get to see more of it?
What is alive?
Movies that are being made in different languages around the country.
Right.
We never sort of really experience it. So
you don't experience
not
it,
much.
Okay.
In the mainstream. So
right.
Someone like you could be an ambassador for that and bring it.
I think there are a lot of DVDs nowadays that are available of regional films. It's been a long time that there are a lot of DVD library. Or I think you can download them and watch.
Tabu, you've got a flair for languages, right?
I do, actually.
How many languages do you speak?
Khushbu sitting there, she's a master. She's mastered Tamil. I speak Telugu. I speak Bangla a little bit of Tamil, Marathi. Yeah.
Spanish?
Just a little bit less, for formality's sake.
Punjabi, BB number one.
Punjabi is relatively easier to pick up. I think it's close to Hindi, so it's okay.
Do you ever get taken for a Sardarni?
A lot of times. Most of the times. They will not believe, in Punjab, they will not believe that I'm anything but a Sikh. And I'm happy about that.
Does anybody else have a question? Can we get that lady at the back, please?
Recently I read a news report. Hi, Tabu. I'm Vandana.
Hi, Vandana.
I read a report that Govinda refused a role where he was supposed to be playing Alia Bhatt or I don't know whose father. And just now, in the interview, I discovered that you're playing Shahid's mother in Haider. So I thought that's bravo. I mean, Either you're very convinced that, well, Vishal will do justice to you, or just that the role was great. I mean, what was it?
Well, let's keep it independent of the fact that any other actor has refused any other role, because that's really their choice, and they're all my friends, so they're entitled to their choices. But yeah, I liked the role in Heather a lot. It was really exciting. Of course, it was a challenge because I knew I was playing Shahid's mother. I was a little unconvinced about that. But I was completely convinced about the role and the character. And of course, because I trust Vishal, I don't know if I would have done it if it was, yes, any other director, because we have a relationship, we have a very nice professional rapport. So I just went ahead and said yes, because I knew I would enjoy playing that. It was, yeah, it was scary and exciting at the same time. Thank you.
Questions? All right, can we get a question there, please?
Hi, I'm Anjali.
Hi, Anjali.
Had you not become an accomplished actor, what would have been your choice for a career? As you said, you had not planned acting as your career.
Yeah, I always try and think about that actually, in my free time, that if I hadn't been an actress, what would I be? I don't know, maybe a teacher or an environmentalist, or I don't know, because I love nature, I love to be with nature. Yeah. Thanks.
All right, any other questions that we have? None? Okay, there's one gentleman at the back there.
Hi Tabu, my name is Alok.
Hi Alok.
I wanted to ask you, how was your experience in Chini Kam, wherein you worked against Amitabh Bachchan, and how was it?
It was fantastic. It was really an experience that I will always cherish. It was a lovely story, and of course working with Mr. Bachchan was a fantastic experience.
Thank you.
From here on, what now? Heather's up for release in October.
Mm-hmm.
So what's on the plate? Another holiday? Oh.
I'm always on holiday actually. Another film you should ask. I don't know. Yeah, so October is when Heather comes out. So I guess my hands are full till then, because we're going to be starting promoting the film and all that. So I really don't know what's going to happen. Because for film people, especially for actors, directors, producers, when you finish a film, till the film comes out, it's like it's like a cloud. So unless that passes, you don't know where you stand. I mean, not so significant, but
Do you ever get a bad script? Does anybody ever offer you a bad script?
Yeah, many.
What's the worst script that you've seen?
Many, very funny, I don't know what they think. They're very, I'll send you some for laughs.
Quote one right now.
Oh.
Which made you laugh at least?
I can't remember. Later I'll think about it and I'll tell you.
Any more questions? All right, let's just take one final question and then...
Yeah, sure.
Hi Tabu, I'm Sabha from Headlines Today. When you look back at your films, is there any one film that you regret doing, that you wish you'd never done? None? One film, one song, one role, anything that you can recall that you wish had never happened?
Films, no. I'm sure I regret working with a few people and having those experiences. Not regret, but feel bad about why it happened. But I try not to regret any of my decisions, because it's an unending process.
Tabu, I have a question for you. Yeah. You did a film called Marches. Everybody loved it, the kind of maturity that was there in that film. Do you think that kind of films are made, and Indian cinema has matured to that level, that there are serious films made nowadays and they are
Roll. to work in this field, it's okay. For me, I'm cut from a different cloth. I want to work and I want to do a good job to the best of my ability.
But Khushbu, don't you think Rekha ji should be coming to the parliament? It is examples like this. It is examples like this that probably make people from the film industry less reliable, and people are not ready to trust you. People don't rely on you because of such.
I'm sure everybody here would have seen me in the last 3 days being my critical best on the national news channel about Rekha ji and Sachin Tendulkar. But yes, I feel that if you have taken up a responsibility, everything else should take a second place. But the responsibility which is bestowed upon you, you have to fulfill it with complete justification. And I feel if you're not respecting the temple of democracy, then you're not respecting your country, you're not respecting your countrymen who have put in the faith in you and taken you right up there at Rajya Sabha, upper house, and say that you have to represent the problems of the people who probably look up at you as an icon, whether it's sports or cinema. So when you're looked upon as an icon, I think it becomes your duty to definitely fulfill it.
But do politicians in Indian politics take you seriously when you're from Bollywood and you dress up in a certain way?
No, I mean, it takes long. I'm sure it works. It takes very, very long for people to accept you as a serious politician. But for me, when you look into the history of South India, I think all the people, the present Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister, Selvi Jayalalitha, or the prior Chief Minister, ex-Chief Minister Dr. Kalinyar, or to that Dr. Ramachandran, MGR, or NTR in Andhra Pradesh, they all have been related to cinema, they have been from films. So the history says that it has been a little easier. But the journey, definitely for people to take you seriously, is a serious job. I mean, I have had people from the opposition party and saying, what is this girl going to do? Are nange naach naachti hai, aage kya karne wali hai? So you really have to work hard to tell them, shut up man, I can still do my best. So you really have to work, be off to prove them that you are strong enough to do your duties.
Coming back to, because it's nice to hear you talk like that, but DMK is a very difficult party to negotiate with, to talk with, to put sense into.
Seriously?
No?
No, I think DMK is not a difficult party. If it was a difficult party, then I wouldn't be there for 4 years. I was the unofficial spokesperson for the party. I did not have to take a permission from my party chief or anybody else to be on the news channel to speak or defend my party. So I don't think it was a difficult party. There are few difficult people in every party, I'm sure, but the party as such is not difficult.
Okay, Kiranji, coming back to, because I saw you squirm when I said about dress up in a certain way. What I meant was probably you'll have 2-3 politicians coming up to you, "Aap bahut achhi lag rahi hai."
No, I have the entire parliament saying that to me. It's not just 2 or 3 politicians. And it's very flattering and I'm very happy. I'm a woman. And I'm a woman in India. And what could be more exciting? Look at the choices we have to dress up. Sari, salwar kameezes, bindiyan, chudiyan, gehne, sab kuch hai, shringar ras hai. Or I'm a woman. Why should I deprive myself of that? But it doesn't have anything to do with my mind or the seriousness of my intent or my ability to deliver. I don't think it has anything to do with that. People start dressing in a certain way because they feel ab hum ye job kar rahe hain. If they do a job in a bank or somewhere, they start wearing suits. They'll wear a jacket and trousers, a bit like you. And if they, you know, there's a certain dress code which is unspoken, unwritten, but people start following it. Why should you? I mean, anyway, I wear woven sarees, I wear cottons into parliament. Sometimes if I feel like it, I wear a French chiffon also. And I think that's all right. I think Maharani Gayatri Devi did too. So it's okay. They were all people who were in politics. So I think as long as you are comfortable in what you're wearing, and I really wouldn't wear jhumkas and something, I mean, not it's very beautiful because you're on a show, but I don't think I would wear something...
I'm ex-politician, Kiranji.
Yes, correct. So I don't think, if I came to your show, I would dress up more. But that's normal. If I came for a day function, I'd dress differently. If I came for an evening function, I'd dress differently. So I think that's just normal. And अगर आप किसी की इज्जत करते हैं, किसी के घर जाते हैं या कहीं काम करते हैं, तो आपको अच्छी तरह कपड़े पहनकर जाना चाहिए. ये मेरे माँ बाप ने मुझे सिखाया था. You can't just go rat-fat way, you know. You must respect that person and dress up well. So I respect Parliament, so I dress up well.
there was a second part to that question, which I wanted to ask you was that, तो वो आते हैं आप तक और किरण जी बहुत अच्छी साड़ी है, बहुत अच्छी लग रही हैं. But then do they take you seriously and do they think of discussing you or issues that are probably very relevant for the day? Does that kind of conversation also happen? और सामने वाले ऐसे हैं जो ये for granted ले लेते हैं कि किरण जी से तो मुझे एक specific हिस्से पर ही बात करनी है, इसके आगे नहीं.
I don't
उनकी
think
समझ पे सवाल मैं कर रही हूँ.
मेरी कैपेबिलिटी पे नहीं कर रही है, मैं समझ गई. नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. They have, most of them have seen me on television debates arguing about different issues related to the country, speaking for the BJP. So I don't think that मेरी समझ को वो कम समझते हैं. और ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि वहाँ के जो लोग हैं वो आकर मुझे स्पेशली ये कहते हैं. बहुत सारे लोग सेंट्रल हॉल में मिलते हैं जो राज्यसभा से भी हैं. बहुत एलिगेंट लोग भी हैं वहाँ पर, और भी हैं लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन जो कहते हैं. सो इट्स नाइस. दे डोंट गो आउट ऑफ द वे टू से कि आपने द women do, you know. बट जब मैं आती हूँ तो एक थोड़ी स्माइल आ जाती है उनके चेहरे पे. अच्छा लगता है.
Is there, Khushbu, a way of being an actress and then being a politician? Are there some rules that you would follow, or it's the same?
No, I don't think you need to follow the rule. The only rule which you need to follow is what you are comfortable with, and that's the only rule that I follow. I mean, I'm not comfortable in gowns, so I would never attempt to wear that and walk into a public function. My work as an actor probably would have required me to wear such clothes. But I'm very comfortable in my own skin, in whatever I wear. So there's no written rule as such that this is particular, this is how you have to be dressed, or this is how you have to present yourself. But the only rule when I was in my political party I did was, I tried to wear high neck blouse, is because you can't see, but I have a very big tattoo, a very beautiful peacock.
Wow.
So the attention, because I used to be in the front row, the first row, and then everybody would, like try to see what is there on my back. So that happened at the very first meeting. And I was
the first rule of being a politician is hide the tattoo.
No, do not distract people. That's the first rule. Do not distract. So I like not to distract them. People feel I have a sexy back, so fine. But then when I'm talking something serious, and I'm a serious business, so let me be serious about it. So no distractions. So it's like you look at me, look at my face, and talk.
Kiranji, what are you hiding?
What am I hiding?
She is wearing a lovely low back.
What are you showing? She told the
low
cameraman
back
must
नहीं
come
है,
this
it's just
way.
normal.
अरे वो मेरा tattoo उसमें भी दिख जाता है किरण जी.
हाँ, tattoo नहीं, I don't have any tattoos. I have certain nice, attractive birthmarks, but I don't have tattoos. So for me, I never really thought of it because I traditionally dress. ये क्या हो गया भैया? I dress quite traditionally anyway, so I don't think I've ever thought of this. I'm going to distract people. I think even if I came in just a simple salwar kameez, the people who would want to get distracted would get distracted anyway. So मेरे मन में ये ख्याल नहीं आया. And the only thing I generally hide is a desire to say the truth up front these days. Because I'm very bad with that. मेरे मुंह से सिर्फ सच्चाई immediately निकल जाती है.
And the news is and the buzz is that Narendra Modi is not very in favor of people who are speaking too much.
नहीं, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है. नहीं, मैंने अगले दिन अपनी फर्स्ट मेडन स्पीच दी है, बड़ी ठोक बजा के दी है. So I don't think so. ऐसी हमको कोई इंस्ट्रक्शन नहीं है कि आप ना बोलें या ऐसा कुछ ना करें. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है.
But have you changed consciously after being the party in power?
Well, no. I think I've changed consciously after coming into this political party, or any political party for that matter, because I think, it's not good to give opinions about people constantly unke मुंह पर. They won't like it. They can't handle that, I think. So मेरी खामी है, मेरी कमी है वो, जिसको मैं छुपाने की या दबाने की कोशिश करती हूँ, because कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है उसकी.
अच्छा, ऐसा कुछ हो जाए कि there's a curtain here and nothing goes out of this room, and Kiran Kher gets this opportunity to speak her heart.
तुम्हारी तो चांदी हो जाएगी.
And one thing she can say, she feels is there's a little problem in the government somewhere.
No, I don't think there's any problem in the government. Oh my God, what a gorgeous sari that is. But there is no problem in the government at all. I think the government's rocking and raring to go. And we've just been here for a few days, 60 days. Give us a break. पिछले लोगों को 10 साल बर्दाश्त किया आपने. वो गलतियों पे गलतियां करते गए. अब 60 दिन पे हमारे सर पे बैठ गए हो कि बदलो, सब कुछ बदलो. सब magic wand नहीं है कुछ भी. And every area has its own little problems which need to be ironed out and sorted. And I'm sure there will be, because I really do believe that it's a very good government that's come in, and I have full faith in Mr. Narendra Modi's. I've been one of his greatest supporters and greatest admirers, and I think he will do a great job for the country. I'm 100% sure about that.
Controversies and being part of Tinseltown and then politics, does that make things difficult or easier?
I think it depends how you take it. If you want to look at it saying that it's difficult, it's difficult. अगर आपको लगता है क्या यार कुछ भी नहीं है ये भी चला जाएगा, then it's easy. It all depends on what your mind says and आपका क्या attitude है towards life. उसके ऊपर depend करता है.
What is it that was the triggering point for you to get this bitterness for politics and to leave it completely?
Someone tried to step onto my self-respect, and I will never ever tolerate anybody cross that Lakshman Rekha of mine, because I do not give that permission, even my husband, to do it. So no other man in this world would ever do that to me. And somebody did try to do that, and that's what triggered me. And I came back home and I told my husband, because unko pata hai, when I'm very angry, then I smile a lot. बहुत एक glow होता है मेरे चेहरे पे. And he was smiling to myself. So he looked at me and said, क्या हुआ? Somebody stepped on the wrong side लगता है. I said, yes. And he said, क्या बात है? I said, I'm quitting. So ये जो कीड़ा था quit करना है, वो in fact election से पहले शुरू हो गया था. लेकिन यही था कि if I quit just before the elections, then people were jumping with conclusions that, okay, मुझे seat नहीं दी गई है, so I am upset, and there were some problems with the political party. So I didn't want to add fuel to the fire. So I said, no, I'll do my duties. I'll go for the election campaign, I'll finish that, and then I'll quit. And I still waited for the results to come. 2 weeks after the results were there, I quit the party.
But do you want to talk about it? Because about women, it's always said that if you do not speak out, then you become...
I spoke. I said somebody tried from the party to step onto that line of self-respect, and I will not tolerate that. So if somebody... I have a very bad habit with me that इज्जत जो है वो अगर आप चाहते हो तो आप दो, वही इज्जत आपको मिलेगी. अगर आप मुझे वो इज्जत नहीं दे सकते हैं तो मुझे ये बिल्कुल नहीं लगता है कि आप भी उस इज्जत के हकदार हैं. तो मैंने बिल्कुल वही किया, क्योंकि जहां मुझे इज्जत नहीं मिली एंड मुझे ये डर था कि कल को वो इज्जत मैं उनको नहीं दूंगी, तो बस मैं वहां से निकल आई. थैंक यू.
You want to name the person?
No, I don't want to name the person, because the minute I name the person, then वो क्या हो जाता है ना, washing dirty linen in public. And I want to maintain that dignity. एक dignity के साथ मैं बाहर आई हूँ. And whatever I have learned about politics, it's been there for 4 years in my party. And I have greatest regards for my party chief, Dr. Kalinyar. And I'll never ever do anything which would probably really malign him or upset him, because I have my greatest regards for that old man. And I would like to maintain that dignity.
Okay, now that we have all the cameras on the left side, so that the dimple comes in the right direction.
Hold on, I haven't decided which angle looks good for me.
Okay, no, it's not the dimple. It is...
My mic not working. It's not the dimple. It's not the dimple.
Okay.
It's just a better profile. That's all. Yes, it is. I'm not so hungry for the dimple, believe me.
Okay.
There are so many people with dimples in India. कुछ भी नहीं किया उन्होंने. तो dimple से क्या होने वाला है?
Okay. Maybe 1 or 2 questions from the audience? No? We're done? Okay, one last question.
Last question? The first question.
The first and the last question.
Ma'am Kiran, this is for you. The left profile, is it because of your nose ring?
No, it's because it's a better profile when it's photographed, because it's a sharper profile than the other.
All right. Thank you.
Last question ये था. बेटे मुंह मारा. My God. What's the point? किसी ने और कुछ नहीं पूछना? Hanji.
You know, I'm like a jack in the box. I've been asking questions or making comments after a lot of people. But recently I read somewhere that you were in a Punjabi film, which apparently has done phenomenal.
All my life to do.
Really?
Because it's something very, very close to my heart. And when Anurag Singh, who made Jat and Juliet earlier,
Okay.
rang me up and take place under cover of all that. And it's such a beautiful film. And I've got the film dekhne ka waqt nahi mila.
Will
I
it
haven't
get released in Delhi?
It released in Delhi, did very well in Delhi. Yes, we'll re-release it again.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Khushbu. Thank you, Ms. Kher. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. For our next session, size does matter. Size doesn't matter, talent does. And I'd like to call upon Anjana Kashyap, a Deputy Editor, Aaj Tak, on stage to take it from here. We do hope you're tweeting. We're under the hashtag Women Power. That's plural. Thank you, Ms. Kher. Thank you, Khushbu. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Our next session, size doesn't matter, talent does. And for that, I'd like to call upon my colleague and Deputy Editor, Anjana Kashyap, Aaj Tak.
Size doesn't matter, talent does. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Huma Qureshi, the woman who's changed the equations, the definitions, and the arrangements in Bollywood with sheer talent and hard work. And she does not believe in size zero. Well, Huma, it'll be lovely having you here on stage. Please join us. Please come. A big round of applause for Huma Qureshi, please. Well, it's so difficult to understand. What is a size zero? A zero is a size. And there are double zeros and God knows what. Huma,
double meaning words over here, aren't they? Whoever came up with that?
Okay, Huma, what is it that makes you defy this? Because in the film industry, as far as I see, for the lead actresses, it's always seen that she should, the quotes, the write-ups about them is all about how good their body is or how good they perform or how size zero is the race. What made you defy all this?
Well, to be very honest, there are two things to this. Number one is I'm an actor and it's a job, that I do. I go out there, I play a character, whether it's a supermodel or an athlete or a girl from Punjab or Kerala or wherever. It's a character I'm playing. So if I have to do something to look like that character, I will prepare, right? So looking is just a part of it. The other thing is there's this constant scrutiny, constant, yardstick that we have for women to look a particular way. It's like all of us are like factory products and you should have the same hair, we should just look the same, should have the same physical features, and that's not really cool.
Yeah, in Bollywood, whether you're a next door girl or you're an athlete or you're this or you're playing that, you have to be this. That has been the rule, isn't it?
Well, of late, it's been far more this thing. We've had really curvy women who've done really, really well for themselves. And, the size of their waist does not really, matter to their popularity. It's never really been any sort of a yardstick as far as that is concerned.
Any directors come up to you and said, Huma, thoda sa weight ghata le?
Director क्या मुझे बहुत लोग बोलते रहते हैं. But no, I mean, so it hurts, right? Sometimes, like I remember my second film, Love Shav Te Chicken Khurana, had released, and this reviewer, who writes for a very popular, column. I don't want to name him, obviously. He'll come after me after this. But he said something like, and I still remember, oh, she's very good and she acts really well, but she's 5 kilos too heavy to be a mainstream actress. Ouch.
No, but that's how they look at it. Isn't that, don't you think that probably that is a handicap? I'm talking in real terms here. I am not being judgmental. I don't want to be stereotypical. But for Huma Qureshi to get a film like the ones that probably Deepika Padukone is doing or someone else, they would want you to look a certain way. How will you handle that? Will you let that be with you all your life?
See, tomorrow if I'm playing like a scuba diver and I want to wear like a two-piece and I want to jump into the water and I work hard to do that, I don't want you guys to come back and say, oh, you've let down the cause. But like I said, there are two aspects to it. One is I'm playing a character in a film. And second is you are asking me as a girl to feel apologetic about how I am. See, look at just the magazine covers. I mean, look at the music videos, movies, everything that we're doing. Everyone is you just told if you are a little off the scale, then that's not beautiful. I've never had a guy walk up to me and say, I don't think you're attractive. That's never really been a problem. And I guess a lot of confidence comes from that. My parents are here today. They've given me a lot of confidence as to how I look, and I think, I don't think see, being fit is one thing. I think everyone should be fit. You should take care of your body. That's very, very important. There's no excuse for that. But I think what's really happening as far as media people are concerned, that we are constantly telling young girls that, you need to have some sort of an eating disorder to be cool or to fit in. And that's not fine. How many young girls out there are sort of killing themselves get into that little mini skirt, which is not even like an Indian proportion. The sizes you get in Europe or in Bangkok completely off. I mean, we are naturally bigger women. Let's accept that.
I just want to get a few facts clear that I forgot to ask initially. Are you actually intentionally defiant on this front, or are you just fond of food?
Hey, you got me there. I am fond of food. I come from a food family. My father runs a chain of restaurants, so that's what we do. If I wasn't an actress, I'd probably be a chef somewhere. Happily so. But no, I mean, as fate would have it, I am an actor. And I've not really had to work, to be very honest, very hard on being where I am, which is a good thing. I've worked with the directors I wanted to work with. I'm doing kind of films that I want to do. And I'm very happy in the space I am. So I don't know. I mean, do I want to look better? I think every girl wants to look better, no? I think all of us want to look our best. Every single day when you get up, you don't want to go out there looking bad or wearing terrible clothes or not doing your hair. But that's, or feeling bloated or not that great, But that's one aspect of it. Am I defying it? No, I'm saying this is how I am. I'm still being cast for the film that I'm being cast for. There's no dearth of work. Tomorrow if I maybe become, little more svelte, will I get better films? Who knows? Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Maybe people might say, oh, you know what, tumhara charm chala gaya. Ab wo baat nahi rahi. That's also possible. So, I mean, who are we trying to keep happy over here?
Somebody like Kareena Kapoor was asked to put back her weight because it was said that she's looking very, very, probably a little older and stuff like that.
So that's the whole point. You can never be perfect. Who says what is perfection? I mean, just because you're a girl and at age 5 you're given a Barbie doll and you're made to believe that, oh, this is the idea of perfect beauty. Which of us feel that we sort of, okay, I'm just knocking my tag over. Which of us feel that really, that's perfection or we are perfect? I don't think any girl while growing up has felt perfect or extremely beautiful. We all have grown with same amount of eating disorders and body image issues and all of that. And I mean, we still deal with it. And
okay, some quick ones. What would your answer be to somebody who says, beauty lies in the size of your jeans?
Levi's or Diesel?
Okay, the next one. Some man comes up to you saying, you should maybe try and lose a little weight.
Call me, like never.
Okay, when you come across somebody who's really, really very thin, and you tend to compare?
My assistant, is she here, Janvi? So we were upstairs in my room, and Someone from the India Today team came up and, she was trying to pep me up for this talk and said, oh, but size, it's so not cool, and curvy women and big. And little Janvi is really tiny. She's, she's hiding because she knew I was going to crack this one. And I was like, really, you have a problem with skinny women? Is that what this is about? My point is, why pick a preference? No one's saying big is beautiful or small is ugly. I think women are beautiful. They come in all sorts of jars and shapes and bottles, colors, ethnicities, and that's really important.
Lovely. Okay, a good meal laid out or a workout?
A meal. But I will work out later.
Okay, you work out regularly?
I work out regularly now. Yeah.
Regularly. Okay, because you look very fit. How many hours? You have a sked that you follow
45
in a
minutes.
week?
I work out. So I've grown up not being a very healthy kid, which is not something to be very proud of. But today I can sit over here and I can say this is because I've made a conscious decision to be healthier, to be fitter. And by that I don't mean I want to become size 0, because that's not the only option. You can't, it's not like it's one extreme to the other. I think what's very important is to find a balance, feel beautiful. I work out 45 minutes every day. I have a trainer. I work out with him. I watch what I eat. Like outside there were some yummy walnut cakes lying around. I chose not to eat them because that's not good for me. And these are choices you make constantly. But that doesn't mean that I'm, propagating being unhealthy, or I'm propagating being skinny or not skinny. I think the idea is just to find a balance somewhere. And that balance is what will make you feel beautiful.
Is there a constant stress? Or are we just talking about it today evening, so we're probably extrapolating in here and there?
No, of course there's stress. It's not nice to hear very unflattering things being said to your face or to read about it. The media is really nasty.
What is the most unflattering statement that somebody has come up to you with?
The most unflattering statement?
The mic.
No, I'm thinking, because there have been quite a few. There have been quite a few, but like I said, it's not nice. See, it's one thing somebody's saying something to you on your face. The other thing is to read about it in the papers. Because that's just like, ouch, everybody's going to be hearing this stuff or reading this stuff. So that's not, so a lot of things have been said. And I don't think people really realize the power it has on people who consume that information. Young girls especially. I think what you're trying to tell them that if you don't fit into a particular size or a particular pair of jeans or a designer brand, then you're not cool or you're not with it. And that's not cool.
Okay. Any headline in the newspaper that has really bothered you about size?
No, but I like the one, we did this Femina cover recently, which I thought was very cool. They came up to me this idea and I thought, yeah, why not? I'm the perfect endorser for it. And somebody came up with a tagline which I quite like, which said, screw you, size 0.
That's a good one. But do you have some specific choices when it comes to men? Would you want your man to not be fat?
I want him to have a sense of humor. I want him to hold a conversation. I want him to be intelligent. I want him to be compassionate. He needs to make me laugh, and I think that's very important.
Because we've
had an 8-pack wouldn't hurt, but that's okay.
Because we've had men in Bollywood who've been a little overweight, but they've been throwing their weight around on the screen. And nobody's questioning them as
it's a man's world.
No, but you're going to change that, isn't it?
No, I'm not some, I really get very scared when I'm made out to be some sort of
No, but there is a whole lot. There's Vidya Balan. We're talking about a whole group of female actors now who are changing the equation, who are getting lead roles, who are looking the way they do. They are not thinking also about size.
But it's amazing. I'm glad you brought this up because post the cover that I did, suddenly I've been getting calls for a lot of female-centric parts, and I was really from a superwoman to something else, just about talking about the size of my hips, and that's just really funny. It's really that's all it takes to do a female-centric film.
But does this weight thing or size doesn't matter or this defined rule? It's all nice when we're talking like this in an audience like this, but it pushes you to the periphery in Bollywood. Has it done that to Huma Qureshi?
See, the thing is, today Bollywood is changing. I'm not saying it's changed completely or, suddenly there's this new Bollywood you're going to see, but there are these, like you mentioned Vidya's name, or there is a lot of change that you see in the kind of films that we are making, in the kind of scripts that we are attempting, in the kind of business that they're doing, and people are watching these films. We don't have, and when I say that, I don't mean that the other side is not doing very well. I think there's space for both kinds of cinema to sort of coexist, and we found a very interesting balance. Like earlier, actresses, I mean, the norm was either you did arty movies or you did really glam doll roles, and there was nothing in between. But today, as a female actor, I can say this, you don't have to make that choice. You can look beautiful, you can look glamorous, and you can act. So why should I pick one, either or?
It was really great having you. Best wishes. May you break all the rules and may we all eat in peace.
Is that pun intended, break?
And be lazy. Be allowed to be lazy. Thank you so much, Huma.
Thank you, Huma. Thank you so much. I'd request you to stay on stage while I call upon Sahil Malik, MD Da Milano, to come up on stage and present you with a quick token of our appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a round of applause for Huma Qureshi? Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will have our the finale session, just after we present our awards in the 5th year. So let's power directly into the award ceremony, and our final session for the evening would be right after the awards take place. In its 5th year, the India Today Women's Summit and Awards, a platform where women from all walks of life converge to share their challenges, their achievements, their stories of struggle and their moments of triumph, where they have challenged the status quo and redefined the very meaning of success and power. For our first category, and before I go on to the first category, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Arun Puri, Chairman, India Today Group, to come up on stage and give away the awards. All right, let's go directly into our awards. The first category is the India Today Woman Storyteller. Can we have the AV, please?
An award-winning self-taught animator, filmmaker and theatre artist, Gitanjali Rao has independently produced, directed and animated 2 award-winning short films, Orange and Printed Rainbow, which premiered at Cannes 2006 Critics Week in competition. Printed Rainbow went on to win 3 awards for Best Short Film at Cannes 2006. It was also shortlisted for the Academy Awards in 2008. True Love Story, her latest silent short animation in February 2014, won the Golden Conch Best Animation Film Award at the 2014 Mumbai International Film Festival. At the 2014 Cannes Film Festival, the film was one of 10 selected short films at Critics Week.
I work completely alone on my film. So it's really isolating. From idea to actually completing the film is almost very solitary. In True Love Story, the first time I worked with a group of 4 or 5 people, but they were working in their own places, all women. And even when we worked together, we would be in our own world. And then we started talking, because we are all 20 years into animation, that just the fact that we have complete control over movement is the reward.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, for India Today Woman as Storyteller, may I invite on stage Gitanjali Rao, filmmaker, animator, illustrator. Category. India Today Woman in Science. We have the AV for our next category, India Today, Women in Science.
An electronic warfare expert who took charge as the Director of Defence Avionics Research Establishment, Bangalore, Jay Manjula is the first woman to head any of the 9 defence aerospace labs in Bangalore and among the very few women heading DRDO labs. At DARE, her task is to develop modern avionics in fighter aircraft and incorporating advanced electronic warfare capabilities such as missile warners and countermeasures.
It is ultimately what leads to the service of the humans is what matters. Every individual who contributes to this kind of a service to the mankind is what inspires me. Aerial warfare is the one that is going to rule the world tomorrow. So here is where all our concentration should be, and I'm very happy to be here at this point in time when the country needs us.
Research Establishment, can we please have her up on stage? India Today, Women in Science. Moving on to our next category, India Today, Women in Sport.
Born to parents who were professional volleyball players, Pusarla Venkata Sindhu created history in August 2013 when she became the first ever Indian woman badminton player to win a medal in singles at the World Championships. A disciple of badminton legend Puella Gopichand, Sindhu added a few more feathers to her cap by winning 2 Grand Prix titles last year, the Malaysian Cup and the Macau Open. The 19-year-old shuttler brought more glory to the country by winning a bronze medal at the 2014 Glasgow Commonwealth Games.
PV Sindhu, badminton player. Can we have her up on stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. She's just won us a medal at the Commonwealth Games. Into our next category, India Today, Corporate Woman.
Rupa Kudva and her organization CRISIL stand out in the corporate world for 2 key developments over the last year. The first was the launch of CRISIL Inclusive, India's most comprehensive financial inclusion index, which accurately measures the extent of financial inclusion in the country in each of the 632 districts. The second was the release of CRISIL's first State of the Nation report that offers a holistic perspective on the economic state of India.
Rupa Kudva, Managing Director of CRISIL, can we please have her up on stage, ladies and gentlemen? A big round of applause. Our next category, India Today, Woman Innovator.
Anusha Yadav is a photographer, archivist and graphic designer from NID who began the Indian Memory Project in 2010, a crowdsourced archive on India's past through words and photos of ordinary people's personal and family histories. Last year, she floated the Memory Company, a consultancy to document personal histories and past through various storytelling devices for corporates, communities, brands and people. The Memory Company provides professional consultancy on book design, photography, corporate, family and individual-led photo and narrative-based archives and research. Curation of contemporary and archival photo exhibitions and content is also on the cards.
Anusha Yadav, founder, Indian Memory Project. Moving on to our next category, India Today, Inspirational Women. There are two here.
Arunima Sinha, the national level volleyball player, lost her leg after being thrown off a train. She was pushed out of the moving Padmavati Express for resisting a chain snatching attempt by hoodlums in 2011. She was also hit by a passing train and was seriously injured. She was hospitalized with serious leg and pelvic injuries, and in a bid to save her life, doctors had to amputate her left leg below the knee.
मेरा एक शरीर का अंग कट गया था, पैर कट गया था मेरा, वो भी एक प्लेयर में 2 व्हीलर 4 व्हीलर सब कुछ ड्राइव करती थी, एक पैर कट गया। यही लग रहा था अब आगे लाइफ कैसे चलेगी। मैंने अपने पैर को ही अपना हथियार बना लिया।
In 2013, 2 years after the incident, she climbed the Everest with an artificial leg. She became the first Indian woman with an artificial limb to achieve this feat.
Can we get Arunima Sinha, mountaineer? Well, we're not done with this category. We have one more person who deserves this award today.
Lakshmi was only 16 when a friend's 32-year-old brother threw acid on her face while she waited at a bus stop in Delhi's Khan Market. Her attacker wanted to disfigure her face permanently after she turned down his romantic advances. Despite the brutality of the attack, today at 24, Lakshmi has become a tireless and passionate campaigner against acid attacks. She is not only fighting for more financial and emotional support towards victims, but also against the widespread and easy availability of acid in India. Her speeches and poems on her experience and struggles have become a beacon of light and hope for women across the world. Recognizing her courage, Lakshmi was felicitated this year with the International Women of Courage Award by US First Lady Michelle Obama.
जो लोग नेगेटिव बोलते थे उनको ही मैंने पॉजिटिव बना के अपने अंदर डाला और आगे बढ़ती गई। फिर उसके बाद मैं स्टॉप एसिड अटैक कैंपेन से जुड़ी। आज हम लोग सब लोग मिलके अपनी लाइफ में वापस आ रहे हैं, अपने सपनों को जी रहे हैं और अपने सपनों को पूरा कर रहे हैं।
Put your hands together for Lakshmi, acid attack survivor, India Today, inspirational woman. For the last 3 awards, may I request Mr. Balram Garg, Managing Director, PC Jewelers, to come up and join Mr. Puri on stage, and we'll give away the last 3 categories. So our next category, India Today, Woman of Substance.
One of the most talented actors in Indian cinema, Tabu has won the National Film Award for Best Actress twice, and with 4 wins, holds the record for the most Filmfare Best Actress Critics Awards. And it's not just Bollywood that she has conquered. Her role in Meera Nair's American film The Namesake and Ang Lee's Life of Pi earned her global recognition. With her forthcoming film Haider, she readies for a new role, that of a playback singer.
Disappeared लोगों की बीवियां आधी बेवा कहलाती हैं, half widows.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Tabu, India's Woman of Substance. Our next category, India Today Woman of Style.
From the famous Limca commercial at just 16 to the sensational debut in Bazigar, from winning Celebrity Big Brother in 2007 to owning an IPL cricket team, from a stunning actress to a fitness diva, Shilpa Shetty has donned multiple avatars and emerged winner in all of them. One of the best dressed celebrities in Bollywood, Shilpa lends style to whatever she does.
I came from a middle class family. I couldn't afford the labels and designers in the beginning. So I would just wear things that would make a statement. So it's about how you carry it.
We invite on stage Shilpa Shetty to come and collect her award as India Today Woman of Style. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our final award this evening, India Today Woman of the Year.
Manisha Koirala established herself as one of the leading Bollywood actors of the 90s with critically acclaimed roles in films such as 1942 A Love Story, Khamoshi, Dil Se, Bombay and Company. She is an UNFPA Goodwill Ambassador and social activist and has made a conscious effort to raise awareness about cancer by speaking openly and regularly on various platforms about her own battle and triumph over the disease.
Value your life. You don't have to get cancer to start thinking and being blessed and in gratitude that, thank God we have this life. Thank God we are healthy. Thank God we are here walking. Let's enjoy this gift that we have got.
May I request Manisha Koirala, actor, cancer survivor, cancer crusader. Ladies and gentlemen, do put your hands together. India Today, Woman of the Year. Manisha, would you stay back on stage? Can we have all the winners of the India Today Women's Summit Awards to come up on stage for a quick picture? Can we get all the winners up on stage? Please, you do a quick picture with your trophies. Don't forget to carry that prestigious trophy with you. Can we invite you all to come up on stage for a quick picture? Are you all up there? Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give them a round of applause? Thank you, ladies. Thank you. I request you all to be seated because we've reached our final session for the evening, and to take it from here, I'd like to call upon my colleague Mahrukh Inayat, editor-at-large Headlines Today, to introduce you to our final session of the evening with Shilpa Shetty, actor, mother, entrepreneur. One woman, many roles. Mahrukh, can I request you to come up?
For the final session of this wonderful, wonderful summit, we have the one person who perhaps dons several roles. actor, entrepreneur, mother. God knows the list is endless. She calls herself a woman with middle-class values and a strong spiritual side. But from acting to yoga videos to a spa chain to a cricket team to global TV, Shilpa Shetty has done it all. Several roles both on camera and off it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Shilpa Shetty. I'm sorry. Shilpa Shetty Kundra, as I've been corrected.
They forget I'm married.
Well, you don't look like a mother of a child, I must say.
I'll take that as a huge compliment.
And
Thank
I'm
you
sure
very
many
much.
are wondering what is the secret, Shilpa?
There honestly is none.
Tabu is very upset.
I'm just jealous of all those awards that she's got in her closet. So when we were coming up on stage, she was like, just leave your award and go on stage. I was like, listen, you've carried many of them. I've got like very few. So I'm very proudly going to go on stage with the damn award.
But are you still not going to tell us your secret? Because we
there-
all want to know.
A lot of people would think that, I'm maybe genetically blessed or, I don't put in any effort. And at times I sound really preachy when I give people tips on how they can lose weight. And they have this really weird expression on their face and they're like, yeah, we know. Yeah. But so I really want to say it's all about a lifestyle modification. And that's how I've done it. And I just lead a very healthy life. I'm very disciplined. I'm lucky that I don't drink. I go to bed early, and my form of exercise right now is just running after Vian. So that keeps me really fit. I know it's the most common thing to say when you're a mother, but I think at the end of it all, it's all in the mind. More than conditioning your body, it's about conditioning your mind. And when you're happy with what you're doing and what you're eating, your body is happy with the way it is. And the people who are actually stressed and thinking about what they're eating and standing on the weighing scale and getting depressed with the weight not budging, they're the ones who have an issue. So I'm very happy in the space that I am in, and I feel very blessed. So I think, yeah.
You are blessed.
Yeah.
Trust me. We all believe so. And I'm sure it's hard work as well, and not eating those particular foods. But you mentioned, the fact that a healthy body and a great body like you have, of course, helps in having a healthy mind. But we've had several sessions earlier today, and we've spoken about inner beauty and mind, body, and soul, and how together all of it comes together and reflecting beauty. But there was also a session where we spoke about, plastic surgery and what women do, either out of a sense of insecurity or just to enhance their beauty. What do you feel about that, especially being a star and being in the limelight?
See, we belong to the beauty business, so it is your job to look the part. And I think each one of us carves a niche for ourselves in whatever capacity that we can. As far as surgery is concerned, I just think that each to his own, I think in Hollywood, people take time off to get a facelift done because it's part of their job to look good. You're doing your best roles after 40. And there's some people who are very graceful with aging, and it's great. So as long as, you don't look weird, and people sometimes, I just think, go a little overboard with stuff when it comes to surgery. I just think you should know what you really need and just don't do things because, it's a trend and whatever.
Would you consider it, or what would you say about reports that come out, about stars, including yourself? There have been reports about you also going
I admitted that I had a nose job. What's the big deal?
Okay.
it's not something that
I think a round of applause for that, because we don't see too many people being very honest about it.
No, what was the big deal? I honestly regret doing it because I think I was better off with that little chapta naak that I had. But saying that, I just feel very fortunate to be endowed with with a lot in my life. And I think I've digressed. What was the point that I was... I really think that as a celebrity, it's my mantra that if you do something, you shouldn't complain and you shouldn't explain. I've said this before, and that's been my mantra in life, and I've lived by it.
Wonderful. I was reading one of your recent interviews in which you said that Raj Kundra, your husband, is your best friend and your mother is your anchor. And some of the things that you can't talk to your mother about, you talk to Raj about them. Yeah. And that got me curious. What are these things that you can't talk to your mother about?
If I could talk about those things, I would talk to my mother about it. I just think that, before Raj came into my life, my mother was my everything. She brought us up really unconventionally, but I think instilled a lot of values, spiritualism, and I live by that. I think whoever I am, whatever I've become, is because of that. So when Raj came into my life, he again brought another facet to my personality. And my mom was always very protective about me, but my husband actually, wanted me to fly and wanted me to take risks, and I appreciate that. So,
and you stood by him as well. I mean, during the entire IPL fixing scandal.
You don't have a choice, do you? We're not just called the better half for nothing. No, I mean, good times, bad times. That's what families are about, and highs and lows are all part of life.
But you mentioned your mother, and this is another interview of yours that I read, which I found very interesting. You said that your dependence on your mother was a bit too much. And I quote you where you say, I must have got on the nerves of the man I was in love with, because it is important to be yourself and have control over your emotional faculties and other aspects of your life. Was it too much, the dependence on your mom?
Yeah, I think that was a really long time ago. Yes. I completely go with whatever I said in the past. And I really think, some people take time to grow up. And I think I was one of those. I really woke up and smelled the coffee after my stint abroad. Otherwise, that era of actors was very different. We'd go around with our mothers. Today, I love the fact that, women are so independent in the industry, and it's like it's all learned, and, there's nothing, there's so much like preparation that goes into actors today. We learned on the job. So I think that whole phase of my life was beautiful. But I really wish that, I grew up a little earlier. I'd have been able to achieve, I think, much more.
And now that you're a mother yourself, do you dominate Vian's life, or does he dominate yours?
No. There's no question of domination. I'm just doing my job, and I love every bit of it. I love being Vian's mother. I mean, for me to actually take this flight and come here is a huge compliment to you guys, because this award should mean something.
Absolutely.
With due respect to all the other awards, and I'm taking the night flight back because I really want to wake up with my son. There's nothing more important to me in this world. But it really is amazing when when you're recognized for your achievements, and you've lived life your way, and it's just amazing to see all these women. And I have to also make this mention and say that I feel elated to be amongst these fantastic women, and so much strength. A huge round of applause to each one of you guys. What achievers. It's really brilliant to just see that.
And also, you just mentioned your stint abroad and the entire success that you had with Big Brother, but also the fact that you stood up for the kind of racism that was on that show at that point, and that was a strong stand that you took at that.
Honestly, it was such a long time ago. I don't know. I think I was just being myself, and things just happened. It wasn't contrived. I honestly was quite dumb. I didn't even think it was racist. I just thought they were a bunch of insecure women and being, competitive and bitchy was just normal. But when you look at it from a different perspective, when you come out and you see it from the audience's point of view, and you see what's happened behind the scenes, and you get a clearer picture. So when I was in there, I really didn't realize the gravity of the situation, but when I got out, I was really happy that I was graceful and I was dignified, and that for me meant more than winning it.
So all these roles that you've done, both on screen and off it, and more so now off it, which one do you enjoy the most? Which one gives you the maximum satisfaction?
It's a no-brainer. It's me being a homemaker. That's my first priority. I'm a part-time working woman and a full-time mother. I love being at home looking after my husband. I like taking my holidays and having that bit of me time. Like my mom said, she worked a year after I was born. She didn't have the luxury to choose. She wanted a better life for both of us children, so she had to work. I have that luxury and I'm able to choose how much time I can give my work. And that I think is a huge blessing. But there are a lot of women out there who multitask and do it with a smile on their faces and excel at what they're doing. So I feel I've not achieved anything, in comparison to all those women. And my mother being one of them, she donned many a hat. She worked, she did a 9-to-5 job, she made breakfast for us, went to work, came back dead tired, gave us a bath, did our homework with us, cooked dinner, and this is without the battalion that we have today. So for me, the benchmark's really high. So whatever I do today, I just feel that, it's really not a big deal. I know a lot of women who do much more with lesser help than people like me. So that's really amazing.
I'm sure the audience also has a lot of questions to ask of you. Let's open the floor for some questions. Yes.
Hello, I'm Anjali. I would like to know from what age you started doing yoga, and how do you compare it with other, physical or mental workouts? And do you owe your personality more to yoga or a mix of others? And what do you suggest to us precisely?
I started steering towards yoga after I ended up with a really bad neck. I was diagnosed with cervical spondylosis. That was around, 10 years ago. So I started doing yoga because of that. And then I realized that actually was curing me of spondylosis. And touch wood, I don't want to say never, but I haven't been in a bad way, and I've seen a lot of people suffering with cervical spondylosis. You just go into a jam, and it's excruciatingly painful. There was a point where my neck got locked in, and I couldn't even pick the phone to, call the doctor. So I couldn't even shift my neck. So from there to actually be, able to do the Dhanurasana and, to actually be able to touch the ground like that was like a huge achievement for me. So I really think that, and also breathing, to be able to breathe. I think the biggest problem that we suffer with is we don't take a breath. We don't breathe with concentration. We're just so busy with, wanting to achieve and reach that goal, and it's all great. But I really think that the difference between this generation and, 50 years ago, as little as 50 years ago, is that there was more time to just think and breathe. So definitely yoga. I think it's the single most holistic way to strengthen, tone, and condition not just your body but also your mind.
Any more questions from the audience?
I
saw a hand there.
I don't know how many people remember the instance. You had opened a Twitter account for your toddler. There was a lot of criticism for that trivial thing. Did you feel bitter about that instance?
No, for starters, I didn't. It was my husband's idea. And I'll tell you where it stemmed from. When I joined Twitter, I couldn't register Shilpa Shetty because someone else, there was another Shilpa Shetty. I don't know who that is. But I actually had to register it under the Shilpa Shetty, which sounds really lame. Because I am the Shilpa Shetty.
Oh.
So then when Raj got onto Twitter, he couldn't get Raj Kundra because there was some other random person who had Raj Kundra. So he was like, listen, I don't care what happens. Vian has to have Vian Raj Kundra. That was the reason behind, starting his Twitter account. But I think it's really lame if you ask me. I'm like, who wants to, follow a 1-year-old? Obviously, some 30,000 people have. So I don't understand.
But what about the Shilpa Shetty and her acting career, like an active acting career?
We've got actors here. We've got Manisha and Tabu. No, I mean, on a serious note, I love what I've done. I think all credit has to go to the film industry and the people who have tolerated me for so long. But I've done that for like 20 years, believe it or not. I started when I was 17, so I don't really crave it. Yes, I sometimes miss being able to do stuff because I really feel I've come into my own now. At the cost of sounding immodest, but when you become a mother, I just feel you become so much in touch with your emotions and yourself that I just feel that it just fine tunes your nuances and so much more. So I'm sure I'd be able to do a better job with a film role today than earlier. But saying that, I just feel that this is a very crucial phase in my life. So I have the luxury of time to decide what I want to do with it. And I've decided to, give my son that for at least another 1.5, 2 years.
So when you have to tell Vian your story, would you talk more about you being an actor or being an IPL team owner or an entrepreneur?
I think he should be able to tell me about who I am. That would be a legacy, and that would be success for me. If I have to tell my son who I am when he's grown up, then I don't really think I've achieved anything. I really hope he grows up to just respect me as a woman, and I hope he grows up to be a good human being. What he perceives me or thinks of me, I just hope he thinks that I'm a good, I've been a good mother to him and I've brought him up in the right way. And that's all that's important to me, really.
Any questions from the audience? I thought I heard somebody. So also, you mentioned once that Raj Kundra and you, your husband and you, share the kind of relationship when inside the house it is you who dominate and outside the house it is he who dominates. Is that a more traditional way of describing your relationship, or is it the way that you rather, be the one who cracks the whip within the confines of the house?
No, I really don't know. It's like, I think more than that, I think we've always had a clear demarcation of who takes the creative decisions and the financial decisions. And when it comes to our child, it's always a joint decision. So, yeah. Now, obviously, he's not going to be interested about what's going to cook for an evening, what's going to be cooked for an evening meal and what color the wall has to be painted. I mean, those are all things that I enjoy doing, and I think I have better sensibilities with, so he doesn't have a problem with that.
And finally, I mean, this session has been called Keynote Confessions. So one confession in front of all these gorgeous women that another gorgeous woman would like to make, something that you've never spoken about, something that you feel that all women should understand and know and respect about themselves. I
don't know if it's a confession, but there's nothing in life that we as women cannot achieve. I really think and believe that, and I really attribute all my success to my mother for the conditioning she gave us. It's all about conditioning. You know, as girls, if you're conditioned to understand and believe that there's nothing out there that you cannot achieve, you're going to grow up to believe. And that belief is what allowed me to go out there and achieve. And there are a lot of women who may not be here in this room or ever get awarded in life, but have gone out there and wanted to do their job to the best of their ability. And money not being the criteria, success not being the criteria, but excelling being the criteria. You know, and I think they do a great job. And yes, that is my keynote confession. There's nothing that a woman can't achieve. I really think that we have the strength and the ability to multitask. And with a smile and unconditionally, men cannot do it. And all you men present in this room will have to agree with me, because you ask a man, my husband does it every Sunday and he's exhausted by the end of the day because he has to give my son a bath and yeah, play with him and attend to just a couple of calls maybe on a Sunday, which he really doesn't do normally. But for that, I mean, for him, that's mentally exhausting beyond a point, you know. But we do it every day, day in, day out. I wake up in the morning, I'll take my son to school, come back, have my meetings, put my son to sleep, feed him. I enjoy it. I love it. And then also get dressed in the night, go out for a party with my husband, come back dead tired, wake up again next day. We just do it, and we're just conditioned to do it, you know, because we want to excel at in every role and make everyone happy. And yeah, that's my confession. We're better than men.
All right. On that note, the lovely Shilpa Shetty Kundra. Thank you so much.
May I please invite on stage Mr. Balram Garg, MD, PC Jewelers, to come up on stage and present Shilpa Shetty with a quick token of our appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together for Shilpa Shetty? Thank you, Shilpa. I would request Mr. Garg to stay back on stage and deliver the vote of thanks for the evening.
Yeah. Good evening, ladies. It gives me great pleasure to round up this edition of India Today Women Summit. I would like to utilize this opportunity to connect with the audience on the topic of women empowerment. This is a theme that we hear about a lot but hardly see any action. But women empowerment is very, very necessary for building up a healthy society and progressive nation. If one goes back in the history, one would realize that in India, the concept of women empowerment is very old. We have always worshipped Ma Shakti or Divine Mother. India has Swayamvar Patha, where a woman had the freedom to choose her soulmate. A queen used to be a part of the king's decision-making process. She even fought battles and wars on behalf of kingdom. So all was not bad and all is not bad. Time has changed a lot since then, and though things are improving now, we still have to cover a lot of space. So my humble suggestion in this regard is, let us begin the process of empowerment of women from our home first, our mother, wife and sister. I feel that today what we need more for women empowerment is equal opportunity rather than quota. We need to change our mindset rather than patronize women with the carrot of quota. The last step is result-oriented action. This means we must make conscious efforts in the way we think, behave with, speak with all the women around us, whether at home or workplace. Remember that women have empowered men ever since life began. The first baby step is taught by the mother. Time has come when we need to reciprocate. Only then the world can be a better place to live in. In the end, I would like to thank the India Today Group and Mr. Puri for taking initiative and organizing such a relevant summit. I also thank all the eminent personalities who have spared their valuable times and participated in today's discussion. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garg. With that, we've come to an end of a spectacular day, the India Today Women's Summit Awards in the 5th year. I do invite you all for dinner. It's being served right there. And thank you for joining us. And we'll see you, of course, next year.
फाइनली तुम मिल गए मैं तो दादी से सीखी हूँ
DC Jeweler, jeweler for generations.
क्या चाहिए?
ऑमलेट चाहिए
10 अंडों ओए संता बता दे गर्मी में अंडा नहीं बनता चडू नहीं बनता कौन कहता है गर्मी में अंडा नहीं बनता अंडे बना दे ओए सारा अकेला ही खा जाएगा